It is the Samazon Morning Update. Hurley Sunset Pro. The anticipation in the air. Griffin Colapinto, Cade Matson, they're going to be matched up in the first heat of the day. Rio Waida is making sure he's got the grip on. Katie Semmers, Sawyer Lindblad, they made it on the scene as well. Checking out some big sunset. Joanne DeFay and her mom on the bike path. Speaking of bike path, Adrian De Souza, Leo Firabanti, checking out Waterworld. Iago Dora and his dad, Coach Leandro, with a keen eye on the water. Baron Mamiya, the 2022 champ, he's already out there for a warm-up surf. It is another beautiful Hawaiian morning here on the north shore of Oahu. And a lot of anticipation, like I said. Welcome to the set. I'm Kuiper Girl, along with Felicity Flick Palmentier. And Flick, how do you say big waves in Australian?
Well, good question. Really big waves? Big waves? Bombora? Bombora.
Bombora. We have, Nalunui, we have big waves today here. And wow, it's going to be a show today.
Yeah, it is. I was watching it earlier this morning, and you know that swell is still really there. Obviously, we had a swell that peaked overnight, and yeah, no shortage of waves. Still looks a bit unruly, but I think if anything, yesterday was anything to go by, it's going to be exciting.
It sure will. So buckle up. We are going to have a big show for you at some big sunset. Let's take a look at our virtual eye. The Hawaiian Islands, 8 main islands. We're here on Oahu, the gathering place on the north shore of Oahu at a legendary wave, Sunset Beach, Paumalu. The Paumalu stream created this deep water channel, and this has been a wave for ages. There's the different sections. We're going to be looking at, not the point, we're going to be looking at bombing outside sunset today, and the inside sunset section will come into play. West-northwest swells hit us straight on here, but we're open to north swells, east swells. A lot of focus happening at Sunset Beach because of the two deep water channels on either side. Fast water moving through those channels make the waves rise up over the reef. It's a deep water break, but it packs a punch because of those deep water canyons. And we're flying over the scene today for our first heat flick. Griffin Colapinto up against his good friend, Cade Matson. In a way, a master and apprentice setup here with Griffin, who's been a support squad for all the youngsters out of San Clemente. But now, Cade's going to have to will be dueling with probably one of his heroes, Griffin Colapinto.
For sure. I think straight off the rank this morning, this heat is an absolute cracker. Obviously, you've got to be thinking, you know, Griff qualified first, sort of out of those San Clemente kids. You know, obviously had Kolohe before Griff, but Cade has probably been looking up to Griff. Obviously, they're friends, but Cade's been looking up to Griff, you know, the last few years while he's on tour. Saw Griff in that final 5 situation at the end of last year and probably idolizing him as well as being a mate. And, yeah, this is going to be a really exciting matchup. Yeah, sort of the rookie takes on, I guess, Griff, not a veteran, I guess, now.
Yeah, I would call Griffin Colapinto a veteran. 6 years on the championship tour. Best year, last year finished number 3 in the world. Cade Matson, the rookie on the championship tour. This is his first go-around at a CT competition here at Sunset. Cade, just 21 years old, but he's got a big frame, 6'3", Cade Matson. Griffin Colapinto, 25 years old, 5'11". You can see the skis are going to be a key factor today, Flick, in that we got full jet ski assist today.
For sure. I mean, I think it's even a little bit bigger than yesterday. And, I mean, we saw that big swell sort of push in over last night. You can really see there's a lot of whitewash in the water. There's a lot of lump and bump. And I think it might be the same sort of situation as yesterday, that once that sun starts to hit the lineup, you know, it's scientific fact. I don't know what happens, but that lineup's going to start to get a lot clearer, a lot cleaner. And hopefully a little bit more groomed, because you look at this shot right here, and I mean, it's sort of almost storm at sea. And yeah, the boys are going to have their work cut out for them today, but obviously making it a little bit easier with that jet ski assist.
Yeah. Griffin Colapinto, 3 CT event wins for Colapinto. He's been, you know, one of the most exciting surfers on the championship tour. 99 on the back of his jersey number, a former jersey number of another great Western Australia surfer, Taj Burrow. So retired his jersey, and Griffin picked that 99 right back up. Let's get more information on today's format and call, let's go to Travis Logie along with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. So Travis, obviously, men's heat number 1 in the water. A lot of surfboard riding we're expecting today. Walk us through what we can expect to see.
Yeah, so we got men's round of 32 followed by men's round of 16, overlapping heats all day, so 24 heats.
Okay, so 24 heats, and what are we seeing in the water? How do we expect the forecast to change throughout the day?
Yeah, it's pretty wild. We had a new swell in come in overnight, and it peaked early this morning. But already in the last hour, it's already cleaned up a bunch, and it's supposed to continue that trend throughout the day. So it should just get better and better all day.
So knowing what we want to try and get done today and what we still have to do to wrap up this sunset competition, what are you looking at for the longer range forecast through the back half of the window?
Yeah, well, tomorrow we can't run because it's President's Day and our permit doesn't allow us. But Tuesday and Wednesday are looking like great options for the event. So it's lining up nicely.
All right, so there we go, Kaipo. A lot of action today. We'll send it back to you in the booth to call it.
Thank you, AJ. Yeah, so overlapping heats today. That's why you see the clock at 36 minutes. They're 40-minute heats. First 20 minutes of those 40-minute heats, the surfers will be in a non-priority heat where they will have to yield to the other 2 surfers in the priority portion of their heat. Final 20 minutes of your 40-minute heat, you will be in the priority heat where you will have right away over the other 2 surfers in the water. Of course, man-on-man heats means individual priority at play. We just saw that paddle between Griffin Colapinto and Cade Matson. We have not established priority as of yet in this heat, Flick.
Yeah, no, we haven't. You can see, even just by this shot, that there is a lot of water moving out there right now.
Here goes Cade, first wave of the day. Remember, he's 6'3", so it gives you a little bit of an idea of the size of surf out there. Finds a little corner here, and just some easy rail work for the rookie to start off. Wants to establish a number, and he did just that. Complete ride, so well done by Cade Matson.
Yeah, that was a nice opening ride for Cade. A couple of little carving maneuvers there. You can see he's kicking pretty hard to get back out here, but just one thing that you can really see, just even on the screen here right now, is just there is water moving in every single direction. As we have a look here, this is Cade's opening ride, and just waiting for that section to sort of stand up. Goes to the carving maneuver, and this section gives him a little bit more, sort of gives a little bit more spray there on that second turn. But yeah, there's just so much water moving out there, and I think a lot of the guys that came in from heats yesterday said, you know, I've surfed Sunset 15, 20 times since I've been here over the last month, and it was nothing like what the conditions were like yesterday. And a lot of them were coming in saying that, whoa, it's just like a massive beach break, just water breaking everywhere, especially in those early morning heats, which is sort of similar to what we have now. And I think right now is probably even a bit more challenging than what yesterday was, just with that little bit extra swell that peaked overnight.
Yeah, so we are expecting for things to get more tame throughout the day as the day presents itself. But right now it's wild and woolly out there. Still waiting for the first score for Cade Matson. This wide pulled out shot, you can really see the jumble out there, but you can also see a lot of current. Like you said, Flick, coming out off of that channel. Griffin with a no-go there, just took a peek at that one.
Yeah, I think you know, once you get out the back today and you sort of think you're in position, you're going to have to be doing a lot of repositioning, right? Like, there's not going to be much just sitting on your board and waiting. I think just with just how much water's moving, I mean, even if you look out to the side there, you've got camis over there, and I've even seen waves breaking even further out on that outside camis section. Like, yesterday, I didn't really see that. So that channel's got a lot of water moving through it, and yeah, these guys have definitely got their work cut out for them. They're going to be constantly moving and really just testing that watermanship skill and knowledge in bigger surf and, yeah, more powerful surf.
Yeah, it is going to be interesting to see as the day plays out. Equipment choices. Most surfers riding around 6'4s to 6'6s or 6'3s to 6'6s yesterday. We'll see if the size got bumped up today with some of our competitors. We got the first score in for Cade Matson, 4.17 for the rookie.
Yeah, 4.17. I mean, even yesterday, there was guys getting through with a 4.17 as their backup score. You know, I think already in my eyes, I'm like, okay, that can be a backup score. Let's just try and work on getting, you know, the next one and building on that. So nice opener for Cade, and you know, Griff's out the back. He's got priority and 32 minutes to get something going.
Well, we know it's wild and woolly out there, and let's go take a look at our Surfline Culp forecast for Sunset Beach, and we can see There's the culprit right there on the satellite imagery. Big low up in the Aleutians, dropping a swell down here. This one coming pretty close to the islands. And so we have a shorter period swell, but large in size.
For sure. I think since yesterday we saw that period still the same, but that swell height picked up. You can see this beautiful satellite image there, and where that big low is, that's the culprit for all this swell. And what the good thing is we can expect cleaner to mid-sized swell further on in the week. This is looking at today, obviously 15 to 25 foot faces, sort of easing throughout the day, and we've got that side offshore wind 18 to 22 knots. I think the good thing is though, looking forward in the forecast, we've got a lot of good action to look forward to. That Tuesday, Wednesday and Thursday, I mean every single day there, 8 to 12 foot and offshore winds. It's looking really good for the back end of this waiting period.
That's right, and that's exactly why we are putting the pedal to the metal today and getting through some heats. We're going to get through the round of 32 for the men, as well as the round of 16. So we'll have the quarterfinals where he said, there we go, the bucking bronco prone takeoff for Griffin Colapinto. Now he activates, carve into the channel, aiming for the lip, slams the lip, and the lip slams him right back.
Wow, that was just like riding a bucking bull. That wave just had so much energy to it. You could see that when he went for that last turn, I mean, he was met with some serious sort of wonk and backwash. Here we go. We're looking at this last section here. I mean, this was pretty radical. I mean, there was no shortage of assertion there and aggression, like sort of trying to meet that wave with the same sort of power. But yeah, really just gobbled Griff up. That takeoff that Griff had, that is not an easy takeoff to do. I have severe avoidance to those whenever I surf because it's so difficult. I mean, especially at a wave like Sunset where it has so much power and the moment you feel that, like you have so much speed as well, and to be able to match that and push up on your board while doing that whitewater takeoff is super difficult to do. It sort of makes me laugh when I see the guys do it because I just know, we both know how challenging that is.
Yeah, I mean, because you're bouncing up and down, so you would think it's easy just to get to your feet, but because of that bounce and timing, just pushing up on your board at the same time, oftentimes you're trying to push up, but the wave will push you back down. And the one thing about Sunset is it's way harder out there in the water than it looks from the beach. Almost anything you do, even just standing up in a whitewater.
Well, I mean, even all day yesterday, I was like, when I was on my break, I would be watching it, and I watched a few of the highlights from yesterday, and I'm like, wow, I mean, the guys make it look really good.
Yeah.
And they make it look really easy. It is so difficult, like especially surf like this. I mean, Sunset, when it's even really good and perfect and big, and it's amazing on its heyday, is difficult. Yeah. So when it looks like this, when it's jumbled up, when it's hard to read, obviously these are the best guys in the world, and they're doing a really good job at making it look easy.
I mean, today even the fish are confused out there. They're just swimming around in circles, like going, "What's going on? What happened overnight?"
No, they didn't sleep last night, I don't think.
No, I had to find a safe cove. So the situation, we got Griffin Colapinto, 2-point ride for that one cutback. Kate Matson with the early advantage with a 4.17. And still plenty of time on the clock, just under 29 minutes flying by here. And the mix of swell is really obvious too. We had Kevin Wallace from Surfline explain to us, it's a shorter period, a mix of swells. That's what equals these jumbled conditions. But with these jumbled conditions, I think that every once in a while you're going to see some glory out there. You're going to see some big waves when everything comes together. We saw excellent scores yesterday. I'm expecting another day of excellent scores today.
For sure, and I think, I've got to echo what you were saying. And, when there is such a jumbled short period swell, you still can get those moments where, sometimes you'll get those ones from more in the north at Sunset, and they sort of have that little wedge because they connect with one, further towards the west. And all of a sudden you've got this one that's sort of growing as you're surfing it down the line. And I think we'll definitely have moments like that. I'm really looking forward to that back end of the waiting period when we start to see that period really jump up to about 18, 19 seconds. Obviously, we know that means it's going to be very groomed, got more sort of those corduroy classic lines coming into Sunset, and that's when it really comes into its power.
Yeah, and there's potential today, Flick, for really giant double ups. Is when these waves converge and come together and the swell lines match, that's when you're going to get those really beastie double ups. And when those come, if you're in the right place, that is going to be an epic ride. But right now, it's just like solving the jigsaw puzzle this morning, solving the crossword puzzle right now. Look at Red Bull jet skis on the run right now.
Yeah, that piece of foam went all the way from Camis all the way through to Sunset, so that was one continuous line.
And that's why you see the skis come in, because sometimes going out, naturally, you would think you punch it and go for the horizon, but a lot of times when you're operating a ski, it's sometimes best just to do a U-turn and head on closer to shore, you know? When in doubt, do that U-turn. And that's exactly what these guys did.
100%, and you know, they're on the ski all day, right?
Yeah.
They might come in for maybe a quick little break, rotate with someone, but you know, as fun as it is driving a ski, it's also really hard on the bod. And you know, I always joke when I'm on a ski, you're doing a bit of jet ski yoga. You know, you're trying to get in whatever stretch you can because your lower back definitely takes it. And as fun as it is to launch over waves, the safer and better option for the bod is just to dart in quickly, do a U-turn, and take it on when that swell dissipates in size a little bit. But back to what you were saying before about those sort of double up waves, that's what John said in his post-heat interview with AJ yesterday, was that he went out there looking for waves where he could do turns, and all of a sudden just these double up nuggets just kept coming towards him, and that's how he found his 2 barrels, which I was like, wow, that was a really amazing performance. There was one thing about yesterday that I was like, wow, when I think about Sunset, I think about turns, and it was just a barrel fest yesterday.
Yeah, that northerly swell, and we saw it, you know, including a 9.33 by Jordy Smith. You can catch that on the replay of yesterday's action at WorldSurfLeague.com. But he traveled for about 3-4 seconds, completely disappeared. But yeah, we had a number of barrels throughout the day. So hopefully when things clean up, we're going to see more of that. Right now, like I said, solving the crossword puzzle, solving the jigsaw puzzle out there, both Cade Matson and Griffin Colapinto looked a little lost, and rightfully so, because it's hard to find anything to line up right now as you're dodging. We saw the wash through set, and now when the calm period comes in between, it's kind of a cat and mouse game. Now it's time to kind of dart in further over on the reef, but that comes with some consequence if you do that at the wrong time.
For sure, and I think, you know, on free surf days out here at Sunset, you obviously have, you know, a lot of local guys, and they're taking their really big boards out, and they sit right out the back, and they're just stroking in, taking a few free strokes, and they're in, and the easy entry, right? But then you've got the guys that are out there, you know, they're all warming up, and women for the World Tour event, and they're on their, you know, shorter boards, so you have to play that cat and mouse game if you want to be in position to get those really nice waves, right? And also, it's a really hard task going and sitting right out the back and trying to paddle in on like a 6.6, right? Those other guys, the local guys, are all on those bigger boards, those 8.6, maybe sometimes those 9.0s, as fun as they are, but to surf. But yeah, this is definitely a game of cat and mouse today. We did just see that sort of big wash through set that sort of almost closed out that channel there. We saw the skis having to dart in, so I think already my first thoughts on today is it's a lot harder than yesterday, and it's a lot more jumbled up with that swell that peaked overnight for sure.
Yeah, we can see the surfers right now getting cleaned up. We're going to clean up this morning a little bit, sweeping around the set. We'll be right back after this short break. Griffin Colapinto, Cade Matson, Kanoe Igarashi, and Matthew McGillivray also on their way out.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the WSL. And by 805 Beer, properly chill.
Back at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, Crosby Colapinto with a keen eye on the water. His brother Griffin out there matched up against good friend Cade Matson. Pipe Girl along with Flick Palmentier on the call here. And today, especially this morning, with these challenging jumbled conditions, I feel that it just opens the door and it makes upsets really ripe for the picking, I feel, this morning in harvesting through heats.
That's a really good point, and I think that's definitely right. I think that there's a lot of variables when it comes to surfing, but today there's a lot more. And I think you can sometimes be in rhythm and you can be out of rhythm. We'll get back to that as you see Griffin
Colapinto, wave number 2, little slash there. Highlight through some soup. Acid dropped to the flats and got bucked off.
I mean, I think that's just to speak right to your point there. I mean, obviously, Griff would have identified, okay, this wave looks like it's going to be okay. Obviously, that's where I'm going to go. And it just turned out to be an absolute burger. There was so much whitewash on the face. He sort of airdropped there for a second. But, yeah, I think you're right, Kaipo. I think that you just see this wave. How hard was this to surf? I mean, all of a sudden, that bottom just dropped out. Complete airdrop there and just presses the eject button. But that just speaks to how hard it is today, that moment right there. I mean, I think you're right. Like, there's just going to be so many heats where it's going to go one person's way, it's not going to go the other person's way. You might be just in that right rhythm. Maybe you didn't play the cat and mouse game. Maybe you were in that right rotation, and when you paddled out, it was the perfect moment when that wave was coming through. Whereas when it's a bit more controlled and a little bit less, when it's smaller, a bit more defined and lined up, it's way easier to control the situation.
Here we go with Cade. No, this is the new heat. Matthew McGillivray right at the start. Actually, I don't think the clock has not started in the non-priority heat. There we hear the horn. This is Cade Matson. So a little misfire by Matthew McGillivray. Meanwhile, Cade Matson taking it to sunset right here in some difficult conditions with a strong stance. Gets a couple maneuvers in there. Already has a 4.17, and he's going to get another keeper score, Flick.
Yeah, that was interesting. It was interesting to see Matty stand up. I'm pretty sure that
it was before.
That was before the heat, so be interesting to see what his thought process was there. But Cade, that was smart. That was smart surfing. I think for me, he surfed that really well. It was once again a super hard wave to surf, and all these waves this morning have just proved how difficult it is. To be honest, I actually haven't seen a set come through yet that I was seeing from that early morning free surf. I did see a few moments in that free surf where guys were getting, and the women were getting a couple of nice turns on those waves, and the faces looked a little bit cleaner.
Well, our new matchup that is underway now, non-priority heat, is Kanoa Igarashi up against Matthew McGillivray. Igarashi, 26 years old, out of Huntington Beach, is 8th year on the championship tour. McGillivray, 26 years old, out of Jeffreys Bay, South Africa, 4th season on the championship tour. The clock is going non-priority heat with 38 minutes, 54 seconds. Priority heat, Cade Matson, Griffin Colapinto with 18 minutes. We're still waiting for the score for Cade Matson on his last ride. And as we had in the discussion, first ride for Matthew McGillivray will not be scored. He stood up before the start of his heat. So, but he's got 38 minutes, so plenty of time to make up for that.
Yeah, for sure. It was actually a little bit of a bummer though for him, because that was looking like if he made that last turn, it would have been a good score.
Here we go with Kanoa Igarashi, and Igarashi looking together there. Nice couple of swoops for Kanoa, and he kicks out the channel. He's riding a much bigger board than he was yesterday. Here we go with Colapinto, Griffin Colapinto now getting into rhythm, and that could be the turnaround wave for Griffin Colapinto. So put together there with a nice slash and nice off the top. So we'll be waiting for both those scores. Both of those should be decent scores, Flick.
Yeah, for sure. I think both of those are going to be probably in that, possibly that higher score of these opening two heats. I liked Griff's approach. I mean, you could really see how tall that wave was. His first opening maneuver was timed really well. And Kanoa surfed that wave really well for what it was. That wave was a really difficult wave to surf. So as we look here, this is Kanoa. And this wave was really difficult to surf. A lot of whitewash on that face. Cuts that turn a little bit short. And this one here was really well timed, just identifying that if he went up to hit that section, probably was going to be really difficult. So just throwing a layback and, yeah, cutting that carving maneuver a little bit short. And here we have Griff. This first opening turn I really liked. The section really allowed him to sort of put that board on rail there and go straight up to the lip for that second turn. Almost looked like he didn't make it, but yeah, stomped that. So those two waves, both great waves.
So judges are really just catching up right now this morning with the scores. So Cade Matson clocks in a 5.5. That means Griffin Colapinto needs a 7.67 to take the lead. Kanoa Igarashi with his 73rd career CT event, and Igarashi can feel pretty comfortable out here at Sunset Beach in that he's had success. He was a runner-up in 2022 to Baron Mamiya here at Sunset Beach. So already had some good success. I believe he was a quarterfinalist last year, so he's been very consistent. 78% heat winning percentage for Kanoa Igarashi when we talk about his heats at Sunset.
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's got a lot of experience out here in getting that runner-up plate finish to Baron. As we have Maddie
McGillivray fits in a turn there, and after having to kind of almost prone in on that takeoff. So good for him to get some speed projection after that late takeoff, or well, that prone takeoff, and get up into the lift to complete that maneuver. So we're going to be waiting for scores for both Kanoa Igarashi as well as Matthew McGillivray in the non-priority heat to set that heat.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy thing to do, what Matt did, just going straight from being like standing up at the bottom of the wave and then being able to project up and actually get that turn in. So it's pretty impressive. As you see, one of the skis coming in, Maddie choosing to take that option. I think a lot of surfers are going to be choosing to take that option today.
Yeah, so what these our Hawaiian Water Patrol skis will do is they'll take a surfer, you want to come into a pickup zone. So you want to come in further in where the ski can pick you off. The ski will deposit you like that back into the channel, and then you paddle into the peak. Now, in the case of broken boards, we have in-water caddies. You're allowed one in-water caddy for each surfer. In case of a broken board, what would happen, the drill would be the caddy. We're going to get back to that drill because we've got some surfing going on right now with Cade Matson, and he's just kicking out. So the caddy would give the surfer his board, like Jake there, who's going to get clean, a little duck dive there, and give the surfer his board. Then the caddy would get on the back of the ski. The ski will take the surfer back to shore where the caddy can grab another board and then take the caddy back out into the channel. So basically full water world today.
Yeah, it's really cool, and I think that's what makes Sunset Beach so unique. It's the only stop on tour that we have this. As you see, Jake there, and up and riding.
Griffin Colapinto got a 4.67 on his last wave. He's a 5-point ride here to take the lead, and that would have been really valuable for him to finish that one off.
Wow, it just looks, for me right now, just watching this, it just looks so challenging for the guys. I mean, it's just non-stop right now. It's non-stop foam, it's non-stop sets. There's water everywhere. There's so much water moving. And for me, it just looks like it's really easy to get out of position. I mean, even just looking at the last wave that Matt McGillivray got, I mean, he was really deep on that one, and just, yeah, having to stay in position and be in the right position for the kind of waves that they're looking for today is going to be a really, really difficult task. But yeah, I love this event because of the fact that there's caddies in the channel. Makes it so unique, and obviously on the way back out, caddies can have the caddy's also a coach like Jake.
And Jake is doing double duty right now because Jake is the coach for Cade Matson. He's also Kanoa Igarashi's coach. So that's why you see Jake, he's sitting on one of the backup boards. He's got the other backup board tethered to him. So talk about multitasking first thing in the morning. Two-time Sunset champ Jake the Snake Patterson is out there multitasking.
Yeah, I hope he had a coffee this morning. It's for an early start for him. But if anyone's going to do it, it's going to be Jake. Obviously, he's surfed so well out here and had wins, and yes, such an accomplished surfer, and just like in heat strategy too. I think his mind is amazing. And both those surfers there, Cade in the white and then Kanoa in the blue, both utilizing Jake's knowledge and experience.
So all the scores are in right now. So a priority heat, the situation, Cade Matson out in front. Griffin Colapinto needs a 5-point ride to turn the heat. Non-priority heat. Kanoa Igarashi with the advantage on that opening exchange. Igarashi 5.67. Matthew McGillivray with a 3.5. Rolling here. Oh, nice looking wall for Kanoa Igarashi. He had an early start on that, and he was able to take advantage of that with layback snap. He's going to get more opportunity here. Another beautiful snap. Combos it up right into the lip, and that is why Kanoa Igarashi has that high heat winning percentage here at Sunset Beach. Identifying that wave and then being so patient in his approach.
That was really well surfed and the best wave of the morning so far in my eyes. I think the way he was able to read that and also fit in that last turn was really impressive. He went straight from that carving maneuver back up into the lip and got that extra turn. It was super impressive. And even being able to identify this was a whitewash takeoff and looking down the line to see that, hey, this is going to give opportunity here. And yeah, just places that first turn, goes to that layback hack. You almost think that this wave is done, but he just stays with it, gets around this section. Obviously could see that there was a little bit more to give, but goes straight back up for that last turn there. It was super tricky to do, super hard. So really great read here, and this is what I'm talking about. Just able to transition so quickly, identifies that, okay, there's one more opportunity here for a few more points. Let's get that board straight back up into the lip, and comes out in front. There's two bits of converging whitewater there, and he does really well to just come out in front of it. So that was really, really well done by Kanoa.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that score. And that's really going to be, like you said, best surfed wave so far this morning. So I feel like when we're setting the scale, because these are the first two heats of the morning, essentially since we're doing overlapping heats, this is the first heat of the morning. So this is really going to be an indicator of where the numbers are going to go with today when the number drops for Kanoa Igarashi.
For sure, and the other thing to note is like he did this in the non-priority heat right now, and I think we're going to see opportunities happen like that because of the fact that it's really challenging out there today. So people moving around a lot, there's going to be opportunities to get those waves in the non-priority heat.
Yeah, and so a near excellent score for Kanoa, a 7.83 for Igarashi, and a big advantage in his matchup against Matthew McGillivray. Great point that you made, Flick, in that you saw where he rolled in on that wave. There were other competitors in the priority heat that could have took that wave off of him, but there's no way for them to get into it.
Yeah, there was no entry point. So that's what I was kind of saying. I mean, there's going to be opportunities, even usually, when it's more defined and it's less challenging than what it is today. You usually got to think that priority heat would have had, the peak of those waves. As we see up and running again.
Kanoa just making fast work of it. Finds a little shelter first thing in the morning. Wants to get rid of a 5.67, but what I'm seeing right now with Igarashi is that he's certainly in rhythm. He's the most in-rhythm surfer out of the four in the lineup right now.
For sure, yeah. And back to what we were talking about before, there was no entry point for either of those other surfers in the water. It was Kanoa was sitting so deep, and that was the only entry point where that little bit of swell was, and used it to his advantage. You could obviously see that down the line that wave was going to stand up the way it did, and yeah, it was really well done for here we go. This is this moment here. So you can see that he just took... Sorry, this is his last wave where he just tries to go for that little barrel. So staying really active and snaps it up in the pocket there. Gets a little shampoo this morning. And out he gets.
You're making it look easy, actually, because, you know, just where he's able to find, like you said, these entry points on these waves, Kanoa doing a really good job. That wave's not going to be part of his top two. He's still going to hang on to the 5.67 to 7.83, but he's making some quick work of his heat. He's still got 27 minutes in the non-priority heat.
Yeah, it's awesome that he's already got that 7.83, especially in the non-priority heat. He's got to be feeling really good and really confident too. You know, once this heat clicks over and he's in the priority heat with Matt, I mean, then he's going to have a pick of any wave he wants. And I mean, it's so good that he's already got that 7.83. It's super positive.
With that, you know, quick start, or actually like a false start from Matthew McGillivray, do you think that's affecting him at all mentally? We'll get back to that conversation, because here we go with the priority heat, and Griffin Colapinto screeches off the bottom, carves off the top. Remember, he just needs a mid-range score. He just needs a 5. He needs to finish this one off, and he'll probably get the number, but he will not without that completion. So that was a key moment for Griffin Colapinto.
For sure, definitely a key moment, and that wave was just really difficult. You could see that even how he was trying to go up to hit that last section, but the angle of that wave just wasn't really going with the way that he was flowing on that wave, and it just, you could see, you know, when we watch here, I mean, he sets this up and gets this first carving maneuver in, but this is the section, I mean, it had just this funky angle on it. He goes up to meet the section, and you could see he had to change his line there. Just gets absolutely bucked off his board. That's that moment where he had to change his line and comes down with that converging whitewater. So definitely not the way he probably wanted that to pan out.
Yeah, I feel sometimes with this kind of maneuver and the conditions is to actually get out of there early, because you have these converging waters, and you can see the convergence of the two angles of swell right there, and they're just going to crunch them. And so that's going to be really difficult to ride out of. Now, if you got on that turn early, I mean, it is a little bit of safety surfing, but you would be able to ride out in front before those waters converged and likely have a completion. So I've seen that kind of surfing here on the inside of Sunset in the past, and it seems like it's the trick.
For sure, I think you've nailed that right on the head. Obviously, you want to get up there as soon as possible. Maybe the other mindset he was in, it was, oh, if I make this a bit more critical, maybe I could get that score with that one turn. I mean, we saw yesterday Jack got basically a 6.4 for one turn. I think there was a handful of guys doing that, but I do agree with you that, you know, better to be safe and get up there and make sure you do get that finishing maneuver. I mean, maybe that's something you can entertain once you already have a score on the board.
Yeah. Well, Griffin Colapinto now has under 5 minutes to score a 5. Cade Matson with control. He's got priority over the whole lineup, and he's got the lead in his heat over Colapinto. So the rookie putting it together in a difficult matchup, and I'm sure neither of them are enjoying the friendly fire that they're seeing so soon in the competition. In the round of 32, already matched up against good friends, but that's just the way the draw works out sometimes.
For sure, and I think as much as they probably don't want to match up this early, it's also what they sort of dream of, because I think there was a piece during Pipe where we got to hear Crosby talk about, or I think it was Griff, you know, what are you most looking forward to about being on tour? And it's like, hey, I'm looking forward to matching up against my brother and against my friends. I mean, this is what I live for, and this is what I've dedicated my life to. So to have these sort of moments with friends, as hard as it is this early on, it's also, you know, sign of respect that you're going to go at this as hard as possible and sort of take it to them, because I think it's cool, and I also think, you know, to echo your point earlier, like, you know, if Cade does get this job done, you know, there's 3 minutes 30 on this clock. I mean, that is going to be an upset this morning. I mean, you've got to think, with Griff getting second out here last year, he would definitely be a favourite. I mean, it's definitely not over, but things are looking a little bit grim, especially just with how, I mean, look at this shot right here. I mean, you just see how much whitewater there is, how many lines of swell there are stacked to that horizon. You even look at the horizon, just how bumpy. It's a really good sign when you look at that horizon and you see just like how lumpy and bumpy it is, because you know that there's a lot of swell out there.
Oh, even whales are getting seasick today. 3 minutes remaining. But to echo your point, you know, Crosby Colapinto, when he qualified for the championship tour, asked him what he was looking forward to. He said, surfing against his brother, who's right here. Griffin finds a barrel and comes out. This may be the number for Griff. Gets up there early, airdrops into it, and survives the explosion. Griffin Colapinto. We talked about the master and the apprentice, perhaps a situation here. It looks like the master just was masterful in his execution and turned the heat in the final 3 minutes.
Well, Cade had priority then.
Yeah.
And so Griff, obviously, and it could have been a positioning thing. Cade might have been a little bit further out. Griff just sitting that little bit underneath Cade. Obviously, it was like, oh, wow, you're not going to go this? Okay, I'm going to roll the dice here. Let's go. And that was pretty impressive. Once again, super hard wave to read, super hard wave to surf. And here we go. This is the moment. Cade having a look, pulls back. We're just like, thank you very much. And straight into this tube section here, gets covered up. And this section here, wow. He read that well, airdrop to finish, and just really holding on here for dear life, knowing that, hey, if I've got a shot at this 5-point ride, I've got to hang on. I've got to make it.
It's excellent. In the conditions that we're seeing, that finish hanging on right there, that's excellent surfing. He signals to the beach. Look at this in slow motion.
It's so good. This was such a difficult wave to surf, and to do it under priority when the pressure's on and to make it count. Like, I mean, look at how hard this section is to read. And just the read of going up and pulling that turn a little bit short just so that he could make sure he could ride out in front of that converging whitewash. Oof. Wow. And so you can see the disappointment right there for Cade. Wow. Disappointment.
Cade controlled this heat for 37 minutes until Griffin Colapinto, like we said, excellent. Look at the scores. Look at the numbers that the judges dropped. A 9-point ride for Griffin Colapinto, and what a way to turn a heat.
Oh, you can just see that disappointment in Cade's body language on that last wave. Just the dismount, the everything, the kicking right now, and he's got to be kicking himself. He literally gave that wave to Griff, and I think if he could have been in position for that. And I don't know, I mean, my opinion, it's so easy for me to sit here and say this, but I mean, with such little time on the clock, I would have just done it. This is Griff, you know. This is someone who made Final Five. This is someone who's currently third in the world. Like, finished last year third in the world, and you know, got second out here last year. Wow, what a mistake.
That was, and you know, Cade, this is his learning year, right? This is his rookie year. This is when you learn from those instances. I guarantee you, he's going to do a debrief, and he is going to really review himself and know that tactical error cost him the heat. There's the crew. I mean, San Clemente crew, they were going to win either way, but what a brilliant comeback by Griffin Colapinto.
Yeah, that was. And to do it under pressure like that and to capitalize on that moment and make it all happen on a wave so difficult to surf. I mean, I take my hat off to Griff for performing like that in, what could have been a stressful situation, you know. So that was really, really well done.
Wow. So we started off the day with a bang, didn't we? Well, we got more action. I told you, buckle up. It's going to be an exciting day at Sunset Beach for the Hurley Pro. Sunset Beach will be back after this. WCell, One Ocean, our activation with Sustainable Coastlines Hawaii, Kahuku Beach Park, where Shiseido provided us protection, and Liam O'Brien, Sophie McCulloch provided us assistance as we sifted through the sands for microplastics. It's the scourge of the east side, the windward side of Hawaiian Islands, where you have those microplastics come through. Thank you to Sustainable Coastlines Hawaii and Mananalu and Shiseido for supporting that activation. Great stuff being done across the tour with WSL One Ocean. As we fly by, speaking of sand, the beautiful sands of Paumalu Sunset Beach. Beautiful on land, but a little scary out in the water because we got giant waves today, second day of competition. New heat in the water. Leonardo Fioravanti up against Jacob Wilcox's Kuiper girl, along with Felicity Palmentier. Your take on this heat that just got started?
Oh, another cracker. An absolute cracker. I cannot wait to see these two guys. I mean, Leo's looking really fired up to me, and I mean, obviously Jacob as well, coming from Western Australia, just really probably feeling maybe a bit comfortable in these bigger waves. As we look, this happened, this is a replay, Jacob's opening ride, and just that one turn there, he's just going to take this one through, right to that inside, probably utilize that jet ski to get back out. Hawaiian Water Patrol coming in there.
Yeah. Jacob Wilcox, 26 years old, from Margaret River, Australia. Rookie season on the championship tour, but he's a sneaky rookie in that he's had a great career, not even being on tour. He's had 13 CT wildcard starts. That means either winning the trials or a sponsor a wildcard into 13 times into championship tour. Now he's a full-time member of the 2024 championship tour as a rookie. So there's been a lot of anticipation for Jacob Wilcox to be on the big show. And I feel he's really, he's fulfilling that. He had a disappointing result over at Pipe, a 17th place, but the actual surfing is some of the best that you're going to see on tour from Jacob.
For sure. I think, Cole winning the Challenger Series last year, Jacob, I think, finishing in that second position.
Yeah.
And
How was it catapult, like the whitewash catapult?
You were like so low, I was just going, what the fuck?
It took me like 20 seconds to ride out
To get out of it, huh?
Yeah.
I was what a tough.
Little moment with Tommy Whitaker and Griffin Colapinto. Tommy, Griffin's coach, with the debrief. Leo Fioravanti on his first wave in the non-priority heat. Fioravanti finds a section to slash right into the soupy channel. We'll wait for that score. Jacob Wilcox, who he's up against, opened up with a 3.83.
yeah, this matchup is going to be pretty interesting because I just feel like Leo looks really fired up. He looks like he's ready to go. This is his opening wave here. Smaller sort of wave, goes to that carving maneuver here, gets another carve, just really lays that board on rail. So nice opener for Leo, but I mean, coming up against Jacob, I mean, it's going to be, we'll get back to that.
Just airing into that drop. Igarashi takes the high line before a down carve. Setting up on this inside section. The Boyle rears up. Igarashi straight up into the lip again. The timing and the execution just on point for Kanoa Igarashi. He's looking to improve upon a 5.67. Kicks out with control in the channel and slides right onto the sled from Hawaiian Water Patrol.
Here we go, that big airdrop there. Goes to that carving maneuver. You can just see the warble in the face of this wave. It's so wobbly, and his read, I just got to echo what you said, he's just looking very on point. He's looking very connected. I think today's one of those days that you're either going to be on or you're not. And I think the high chance that we're going to see a few heats where people are finding it really hard to get in that rhythm and feel connected.
Let's hear from Griffin Colapinto. 9-point ride to start the day. Griffin's with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Kaipo, we're going to talk about that 9-point ride that you had to turn the heat, get the win here, Griffin, in a minute. But first, it took a while for you to find your rhythm out there. How did you rely on your experience to just stay present, stay focused, knowing that the wave could come?
Yeah, it's so hard out there. I mean, there's like every different swell direction in the water, and it's huge. It's like almost as big as it gets, and a lot of wash throughs. And I originally paddled out on my 6.6, and then right away I was like, Tommy had my 6.8. I'm like, let's switch. I can't even, this feels like a little twig right now. So I was lucky to have the 6.8 on that last wave, and yeah, I just kept rolling the dice. So it was just, and like I wasn't sticking anything, and then finally at the end it just came together.
Yeah, I want to talk about how it came together. What did you see on that wave? And as Cade sort of got out of the way and let you go, how did you realize what you had in front of you?
He was like just a little bit above the wave, and I was like underneath him. And as it was coming through, it was like a really big wave, and it looked like a closeout, and it had a lot of white water on it. But there was only like 3 minutes left, so I think I was just kind of going like, I have to go. And I actually did that in my heat yesterday on a similar kind of wave, so I kind of know that those waves have the opportunity to back off right there. And like right when I took off, I saw it like, oh, it's kind of like sucking up, and I was like, okay, let's pull in, and then pulled in and came out and freaking just I don't even know what happened. It was like the weirdest wave I've ever rode, but made it work.
And it looked like you had to hold on for like 20 seconds to prove that you stuck that landing. What is going through your mind as that water is just all around you?
Yeah, it was weird. I felt like I rode out like 3 times. Like I was like, okay, I'm good. Wait, no, I'm not. Yep, no, yep, and then claimed it. So, but yeah, it was hard to go up against Cade because he's like my brother, you know. Like him, he's I think 3 or 4 years younger than me, but we've grown up in San Clemente our whole lives, and we've just like shared so much knowledge together. And I remember I went to Portugal last year on the Challengers to like help coach him and stuff. So like before the heat, it was like really emotional, like hard time like getting in the zone because I was like have such a good connection with him, and I want to see him make the cut this year. And so it's just really hard, but yeah, I believe he'll be able to pull it off in the next 3.
Well, congratulations, Griffin. Well-served heat. We'll see you in the next round.
All right, thanks.
So we had some waves go through. We'll review those waves during that interview. But Griffin Colapinto, you know, friendly fire is never easy. And you can see kind of at the end of that interview, the emotion, you know, like, hey, that's my friend that I've supported as a surfer, and actually almost like as a almost part-time coach. And, you know, to have to match up so early in the round of 32 and know that either of them, the 17th that you get with a loss in this round, is not a keeper result. That's not going to keep you on tour. So that was a tough one for both involved. Let's go through some replays, though, starting with Maddie McGillivray here.
Yeah, we had some great waves happen all in that post-heat interview with Griff. And this was Maddie kind of getting the ball rolling a bit more here. 3 turns. That first one, to me, really stands out. This is Leo, and this one right here was a beautiful looking wave. Snaps it up, draws that turn a little bit short there, then straight back up into the lip, sending that spray flying in the air. So 2 really well-timed turns there for Leo, and yeah, I loved what I saw there. So that came in at a 7.5.
Yeah, the numbers are coming through this morning, and we see the evolution and things getting a little bit more manageable, and the performances getting up to 7.5 for Leo Fioravanti. He takes the lead over Jacob Wilcox in the non-priority heat. Back to the priority heat, Matthew McGillivray, a 6.6, kind of gets Matthew in the game against Kanoa Igarashi.
For sure. I mean, now he's only searching for that 6.91. But I think you asked me that question just about if, Matt, you know, that's probably going to affect Matt's headspace when he took off on that wave earlier in the heat. And I mean, 100% it could, but it's also can go one way or another. And obviously not. He's just dropped that 6.6.
Yeah. Well, surprising when we look at head-to-head matchups between Kanoa Igarashi and Matthew McGillivray. It's been all McGillivray 3 of the 3 times that they've matched up. Matthew got him in 2023 here at Sunset Beach in round of 16. 2022 at Margaret River, McGillivray also was victorious in the round of 32. And 2021, once again, Margaret River, McGillivray topped Kanoa Igarashi. So coming into this heat, on the numbers-wise, with the matchup history, it favors McGillivray. On the heat-winning percentage-wise between Kanoa Igarashi and Maddie, it favors Kanoa. So numbers are split as we go to the analytics between the 2 surfers in the priority heat right now. And right now, it is Kanoa Igarashi on top with 8.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, I think it's going to be hard to knock kind of Kanoa off his perch right now because he's looking very connected. It's sort of, he's just got such a good read at the moment on this swell, and it is really, really difficult. It's just absolute watermanship at its finest this morning. We are seeing it sort of start to clean up a little bit, and it could have something to do with that sun sort of hitting the water, maybe just like cleaning things up a bit. But yeah, it's going to be hard right now for Matty, 6.91. But good news is that he did probably just watch Griff do that in that last heat and drop a 9. So those excellent scores are out there, and it's definitely achievable in that one wave.
Yeah, it's as the day presents itself, like you said, we're going to see numbers come through. We're going to see the performances get up. And another thing that's really impressive is that for the mere civilian surfer, this would be survival out there. And these surfers, the best in the world, are making it look high performance.
Yeah.
On a normal, you'd be happy just to make a drop and go straight today. Make a drop, go straight, aim for the channel. Did it, yeah. You're on your, 9-foot brewer. And you're just like, okay, made
Survival.
it. I made a bottom turn, cool.
For sure. And just to get a couple of waves out there today, and even just to be in the position to do so is hard work. And as we look here, a couple of paddles.
Matty from behind gets a little roll in, banks off the white water there. He's going to get more wall in front of him on the inside. Nice carve there for the South African, right up on the lip, and put together a nice ride. Just a 7-point ride, basically, will give him the lead. Western Australia's Jacob Wilcox on the backhand. Snap stall there, riding the foam ball into the foam pit and gets gobbled up.
Wow, that was pretty difficult for Jacob. Sort of looked like he faded a little bit too much there and then lost all his speed. And it was really difficult for him. But Matty just had such a good read on that last wave, especially his last turn. You could see him reposition his bottom turn just ever so slightly to just delay hitting that lip, and it worked really well for him. So looking forward to seeing where the judges go on that number for Matt. But yeah, it was a really difficult wave for Jacob to surf just then, and yeah, it's looking really, really challenging out there.
So we're still waiting for the score for McGillivray as we take a look at his career at Sunset Beach. A pretty good career, quarterfinals last year, where he was defeated by Joel Shianka, and an equal 9th place finish in 2022. Take another look for Matthew on this way. We're still waiting for this number.
Yeah, so it just goes up there for that foam tap, drives around this section, gets a bit of open face, and this is where he just delayed that bottom turn just there, ever so slightly, just so he could get up to that lip a little bit later. So super great of him to just identify that he had to delay that bottom turn just that little bit longer. And that was really, really good surfing from Matt. I think, obviously we know that Matt's a bit of a daredevil. We know that he likes to jump off some cliffs and do some cliff diving and some crazy things. And the other day, he actually went out and got some runs on the board when the swell was giant and Waimea was breaking. I know he went out there with Liam. He went out with Callum Robson. And actually, it was Grant Twiggy Baker that took them out that afternoon. And obviously, Grant being an absolute iconic big wave legend. So pretty cool to get these guys are, dabbling in that world of sort of, extra big waves. And, you got to think maybe that's sort of playing into his advantage out here today, just feeling a bit more comfortable in these bigger conditions, and probably surfed a really big board out there at Waimea. And here we go.
He's shortboarded now. Well, there was a score. He needed a 6.91 coming in under the mark, a 6.43 for Matthew McGillivray. So he's still trailing Kanoa Igarashi. Kanoa with heat control, priority, and the lead. And the clock is on Kanoa's side with 4 minutes remaining. But we already saw in the first heat of the day that things can change really quickly out here.
That was pretty funny. You just saw 2 different techniques just there. Matt just chose to bail his board, and I think it was Kanoa right next to him chose to duck dive, and Matt's bail technique actually proved to be slightly ever so better.
Here's another look at it. Yes, sometimes, look around before you let the board go, but there you go. Just sink to the bottom and actually didn't lose as much ground, as you pointed out, Flick, as Kanoa, who tried to duck dive that wave and was pushed way far back.
Oh, yeah, I'm the biggest fan of a bail. I love it. I'm like,
leash test.
Let's just do it. Let's get underwater.
Hey, there's a time and a place, and especially if it's done correctly, So 3 minutes remaining. Igarashi in the lead. McGillivray coming so close with that 6.43, but not enough. So it might be a little frustrating for Matthew McGillivray. Started this heat with a false start, catching a wave before the horn. And then, we talk about rhythm. It seems like in that matchup, Kanoa's been the surfer in rhythm for the entire 40 minutes.
For sure, and I think, that 7.83, he did that in the non-priority heat, which was really impressive. So sort of took the pressure off himself a little bit now that they are in this priority heat. Although, Matt had a good crack at almost breaking that score down. When we saw that score drop, there was actually one judge that did give him the score. Obviously, the highest and the lowest get dropped, and we average out the three. But, it's interesting just to know, that, okay, like he was on the money almost.
Yeah.
One guy did think it. Matt becoming really close to that number. But, Kanoa just looking like he has a very good read on these sort of warbly big conditions today as we look out to that horizon and just see it just engulfed with foam. So to do well today, it's really testing those watermanship skills.
Not to mention, just the physicality and the endurance when you're constantly paddling, duck diving, getting pounded, just mountains of whitewater engulfing you and going over you. And our plan today is for, surfers to surf twice. We're going to get this round to 32 and then into the round of 16. So it really is going to be physical fitness and endurance is going to come into play because 40 minutes out there in competition, that's taxing.
It is, and I think, I just think back to any time when I was competing that, even if you surf a half an hour heat, you surf a 40-minute heat, and honestly, you put everything into it, and it feels like you've surfed for 3 hours.
Yeah.
That's the best way to sort of explain it.
Here's Kanoa with priority, takes off on this one, stands up nicely, and a trusty layback snap that he's been leaning on throughout this heat, right into the channel for Kanoa Igarashi. He may have just sewn up this heat, but 1 minute and an opportunity for Matthew McGillivray to come back.
Yeah, back to that point before, I think, you surf those heats out here and it just absolutely taxes you. It's hard work on the body. Your arms are on a constant treadmill. You can see these guys are not stopping paddling, just repositioning constantly, paddling out, paddling in, getting a wave on the head, and all while doing it, obviously they want to try and keep that heart rate low, but in conditions like this, your heart rate's higher than what you think it is, and that's obviously super taxing. You come in and you think, oh, wow, I've only surfed for 40 minutes. Why do I feel so tired? But yeah, it honestly feels like the work of a 3-hour surf, maybe even a 2-hour surf. Let's go there. And yeah, surfing twice today, guys are going to definitely have to come in, rest the arms, and refuel, maybe a little nap if you can fit it in.
Well, we're down to 10 seconds, Flick, and it looks like it is going to be Kanoa. And moving on into the round of 16. And Matthew McGillivray is going to bow out with an equal 17th from stop number 2. Here comes Kanoa. And let's show you the numbers for the final score, the heat totals between these two. There they are. 13.5. Look at that, 7.83 for Kanoa Igarashi. That was really the turning moment in this heat. He did that in the non-priority part. He's on to the round of 16. We're on to a commercial break. When we return, Gabe Medina, Seth Moniz will be in the water facing off here at Sunset.
Before each event, there's an electricity that builds. Having grown up in Hawaii, I can feel it like the change of seasons. Everybody's thinking about the surf, surfers are gathering, and everyone else is getting ready for the madness. Hawaii's a wild place, and usually I'm traveling all over the islands this time of year, seeing friends, checking spots, talking about the surf today, tomorrow, and what's to come. Whether you're catching a wave driving down the line or driving down the road, it's all about taste and style.
Round of 32 continues with Gabriel Medina taking on Seth Moniz, a three-time world champ, and taking off on a local boy. Seth Moniz from the island of Oahu. He's had big results out here, big surf sessions at Sunset. He's got his hands full, though, with one of the most decorated surfers on tour, Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez. Jesse, you grew up probably as a rival to Medina, to Pupo, when you were just young kids over there in Sao Paulo, and the guy hasn't really slowed down at all in his career. Even on his back end out here at Sunset, he'd be the favorite and the one to beat today.
Yeah, when you're talking about Gabriel, he's always a favorite just because he's so he's the best at adapting. Even Kelly mentioned that before, that he's one of the best competitors to ever put in a jersey. And today it's just wild and unruly out there. So whoever is able to adapt the best is going to take advantage of the situation.
Some big moments already from the morning. Remember the 9 from Griffin to beat his good buddy Cade Madsen to kick off this round of 32. Overlapping format really allows for a lot of different theories for positioning and heat strategy as Medina gets started. The three-time world champ. What would you think would be the option having non-priority with all this time on the clock, Jesse?
I think, in my opinion, today, obviously yesterday was the same way, but today being even bigger, I see Seth up and riding here.
Seth Moniz getting things going. Nice frontside hook. Good pace to go straight up in the lip and controls it. Well-read two-turn combination for the Hawaiian. And trying to change the theme around in one-on-one heats against Medina in his career, only with one win in 5 previous meetings. And that was in 2021 in Margaret River, where Seth got the jump in a very low-scoring heat. So now an opportunity here is they'll get a high five from Doug Silva in the channel.
Yeah, he's fired up right there, even more fired up than Seth. But that was a great start for Seth under priority. And just what I was going to mention, like you want to identify those big sections and hit as hard as you can. This is what the judges are going to like the most. And maybe if you find a barrel, that's even better. But today a little bit more unruly. So identify those big sections and deliver it. And that's what Seth did in that first wave. He's probably going to get rewarded pretty nicely.
6.67 for Seth. Medina, 3.33 on his start. So Moniz felt the power of Sunset on the wall and did a great job to now take an early lead with 35 minutes on the clock. Strider, things are off and running.
Things are up and running. I mean, you know, the caddy's out here, Dassault's out here, and he's telling me, you know, basically 2 turns you're going to make it through those heats. All the big scores coming in with 2 big hacks, and we saw Griffin obviously with that barrel and a hack. So, you know, two maneuvers, going to get the bigger scores today. It is radical out here. It's so hard to identify the right waves as they come through the lineup. You know, the fans wanted to see it. Well, we're letting you have it today. Let me tell you, it's on.
Thank you, Strider. Be safe out there. I know you guys have already been cleaned up a few times. Luke Egan ran by me after that first set came through, and he was just having a laugh. He's like, Tommy Witz, Jake the Snake Patterson just got washed through to kick off the day. That's just such a tradition here at Sunset. Caddy's maybe the hardest job on the day today as we come off a wrapping cutback and now a kick out to get things continuing through the round of 32.
Yeah, that wave for Seth was a great example of how gnarly the waves are. That was like basically as small as a wave we're going to see someone riding today. He started with a nice scarf, seems like everything was in control, and all of a sudden a huge backwash just hit him, and he had to airdrop. And Leo here, first time we're seeing this wave, so let's see what he delivers to us.
Yes, got a little redirect on the open face. How about that connection?
That was nice. Great rhythm wave. The good thing about Leo, and we see Jacob, a lot of waves ridden.
Yeah, so judges catching up to all these waves along with us as well. Wilcox riding a 6.6 today. And going under the hook, but he goes straight down. And also Medina on his 3.33 that he opened up with.
A little bit more of a foamy wave. And yeah, that second section, you really want to hope that the wave is going to hold for you. And this is Seth waves, his first try right here. Nice rep. And this is where all the money is going to come from, all the points are going to come from. That was money turn right there. Just critical. When you're hitting the lip at sunset, there's so much water coming down at you and hitting the bottom of your board that it's very hard to control. And he did that very, very well. That was very critical from Seth, and he got rewarded a very good score to start the heat.
Seth Moniz, 3.5 to back up the 6.67. Gabriel Medina, 3.33 on his opener. Remember, Gabriel Medina lost in this round at Pipeline, so really wants to get the ball rolling. Kind of had a similar slow start last year. A lot of equal ninths in the first half of the season, and ended up missing out on the WSL finals in a dramatic way of losing the final to Jack Robinson at the end of the season.
Yeah, pretty much a surf off right there. And I was actually watching that event in Tahiti, and he had that last chance in that last barrel, just stalling a little bit too much and getting caught in a fumble and couldn't make it out. So I'm sure he's like took some time and thought about the whole year and coming back stronger. It is a low start for Gabriel, mostly at Pipeline. You expect him to be in the finals, what he usually does, but let's see if he can come back here at Sunset.
As you can see there, John's here, Mr. Florence himself, taking on David Silva in heat number 5. It's a rematch from Pipeline just last week. John looked very comfortable, even though, I mean, he was looking for turns and he had to go to the barrel.
Unfortunately for him, right?
No problem adapting there for John as he's up next. Number 2 on the rankings here at stop number 2 with now 11 minutes on the clock in the priority heat. Leo Fioravanti and Jacob Wilcox. I saw Wilcox preparing a lot of boards. We'll stick with this now on the back end. Big wind up and the Australian connects. Nice flow off the bottom. Great tag there for Jacob. Lip on his heels. That'll end that ride, but great connection on the backhand whip from Jacob Wilcox to try to get into this heat with the Italian.
Yeah, that was great effort for Jacob right there. Just loved how clean he looked throughout that wave. Just very sharp, like using the rail the whole time. Every turn was very crisp. Just typical qualities of Jacob, actually. He's just a very technical surfer. And as you see right here, nice clean wave, like medium size, still pretty tall. Right there, just first turn, a big crack. And this one, even a little bit more possessed in it. Just really pushing that back foot, bringing the board all the way around. And yeah, that was a beautiful wave from him right there, and he's going to be stoked with that score.
Solid way to approach that lip, and he said, noticing that there's still a lot of north in the swell, he said he didn't have to ride a giant board, and 6.6 is what he rode yesterday as well.
Yeah, what that does, Joe, when it's more northy, that was a critical turn. That wave is going to be very healthy score. He's going to be looking. See, that's what I was talking about. Just always on rail. He's such a good surfer. So technical, and right there just pushing it even a little bit more, bringing that board all the way around. That was beautiful. But what that does with that more north swell, the waves do stack up out the back a lot. They break out the back, so they lose a little bit of power. When it's very west, you just have all that energy peaking in on, like, more on the inside, and it's just all the energy is only in one spot, and you kind of need a bigger board to paddle around and all of that, and even to surf because there's more room. But yeah, today on the north day, you can ride a little bit smaller board.
Loving it. We just came off a very tight battle, 13-plus totals for both athletes. It was Kanoa getting the win as he's with AJ.
Yeah, Kanoa, you told me coming in the conditions just really tricky out there. How were you able to identify the waves that you thought you could find the scores on?
Yeah, I don't think anyone's going to come in today saying it was easy. It was, you're just out there and you're getting caught by waves from all directions. I got caught by like a 10-foot left, and then I got caught by like a 10-foot triangle on my head, and you're just trying to maintain position, and it's really hard to control a heat when, the ocean's really just controlling you. So I just, my game plan was just to get going in the non-priority heat. It was nice to just kind of have that sort of free range of, since those other guys had priority, I just felt like I wanted to catch as many waves as I could. And, some of the waves that I caught, they didn't even look that good, but I just wanted to get my heat going, and they ended up being scores. So it's just, you just got to create rhythm and sort of control the heat.
And when we had the head-to-head graphic up, it was Maddie who had you 3-0 in heat so far. You said you knew that. Did you think about that as you were out there?
Oh, I was freaking out. I mean, he always, I can recall every single heat that he's beat me in, and he always just does these crazy, I give him an inch and he takes the foot. So he's a really dangerous competitor, and even when I felt like I had the heat kind of under wraps and I was trying to control the heat, he kept fighting back, and he was right there. He could have turned the heat at any moment. So I did my best, and I'm glad to get one back on him. But I'm just at this point, everyone's so good. You're just trying to really, no matter what the numbers are, anyone can get a 10 at any moment. So I was just trying to do my thing.
And it worked today. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back in Japan?
Yeah, thanks. So first of all, I want to say hi to all my friends back in California, everyone back in Huntington. I miss you guys so much. It's been I've been on a long run of trips. I haven't been able to come back to Huntington that much. I was there the other day, but I can't wait to spend some more time there this summer. And then, そうですね、みんな日本のファンもいつもありがとうございます。今日もまた今日の方がもうちょっとトリッキーなコンディションだったと思うので、その中でちょっと長めの板を使っていい波に乗れたことで、本当にもうこれからが大会の本番今本気になってくることなので、やっぱりちょっとなるべく力をセーブして次のヒートに集中するために今から集中します。これからもみんな応援よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations.
Thanks so much, AJ. Han Kanoa Igarashi moving on to that really fun matchup with Griffin Colapinto in the round of 16. Remember, Kanoa's finaled out here before, but this day a lot bigger than the day he finaled on. So he's learned a lot, knows how to hold his own in a wash-through lineup, and dealt with a lot of pressure against Matthew McGillivray because he was a favorite. What are these guys dealing with now, Jesse?
Yeah, I like this image right here because it really shows there's a borderline where how deep you can sit and position yourself in a day like today. See, they're right on the corner of the whole whitewash drama and situation right there. If you stay too deep, most likely you're just going to get swiped by the sets and have to do the runaround, or not the runaround. The ski is going to pick you up and bring you to the channel. So they kind of got to measure, like, when do I go deep when the sets stop? Or when do I have to kind of paddle wide and sneak out and not get caught by the big sets? Or actually, they still get caught, but on more of a safer place. So it's cool to see that image right there and see how they position. And they're right on the borderline of that whitewash to the clean waters.
There, your lineup marker with the house that we're sitting in now, would that be helping you today?
Yeah, it definitely helps. It's been a while that I've surfed there, Joe. It's been a few years, but the house is still there. And the reef, I think, is still in the same place, so it might be a good call.
So, like, heaven forbid someone does a remodel right before your heat. Like, oh, where'd my lineup go? Sometimes that happens with the tree service crew on the North Shore. That could change your lineup. So as we go to the replay, last of Wilcox.
Yeah, and just combo of two major maneuvers on the critical section and with flow. That's basically it. Not much else to be explained right there. Just beautiful bottom turn on rail. You could see both fins on the screen right there. That's how much on rail he was in that bottom turn. And it's just excellent surfing and an excellent wave for today. So he got rewarded.
Big turning point for Wilcox in that heat, an 8.4. Massive number, his best of the season. And Leo Fioravanti, a pick of mine to make the WSL Final 5 this year. Now under pressure to perform with 3:50 to go. Leo needs a 5.91 with priority. And now we got a serious heat about to come to a close here. And that's what Jacob is famous for. Big power hooks, absolute charger from Western Australia. Loves surfing big open ocean waves and loves getting really barreled as well. And I just have been noticing how calm he's been in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Doesn't look like he's scatterbrained at all or feeling the pressure of being a rookie on tour. Definitely ready for this moment.
Yeah, he actually was a kid that was in the spotlight a lot, so he got a lot of chances to surf World Tour events. So that gives you a bit of experience, and he's up and riding again.
Wilcox throwing his first turn away with 3 to go. And Jesse, wasn't this a Pro Junior final in Manly?
Wilcox, Leo Fioravanti. It was a bit different. It was like 1 foot that day. Now they're going right. As we see a front side wrap there from Fioravanti. Nice clean power turn. But he's chasing a 5.91. Maybe he needed a combo there.
Yeah, it sounded like he might have needed a combo. That was a beautiful turn though from Leo. Like he opened up very nicely, made that turn look very big, which is hard to do. Kind of extended away from his board, getting every inch possible off that wall. Unfortunately for him, the wave closed out. Like he most likely needed a little something more to put an exclamation point on that wave and really get close to the 6-point right. But as you see right here, check this out. Right there, just extending, like keeping his board away from him. That's very hard to do. Takes a lot of strain, mostly in a powerful wave like Sunset is. That was a beautiful executed from him. But yeah, in my opinion, needed a little more.
Minute 55 on the clock for Leonardo. Numbers coming in just short, 4.5. Wilcox still leading and having priority in 8.4 and a 5.0. So yeah, probably coming down to one more turn. And I mean, that was a really strong number, 4.5 for one major move. Leo understands the formula and the criteria really well. And he'll try to put himself in a position to make a comeback with 90 seconds to go. Meanwhile, Seth in the driver's seat of the heat with Gabriel Medina. And I always love your insight, Jesse, because sometimes we get to meet these surfers on land. We see them in free surf situations. People talk about the intimidation factor of battling with Medina. We'll get back to this up and out. But what is the energy like? How does it shift on a day when Medina actually paddles out against you? And how can he create so much intimidation even before the heat starts?
I think the fact that it's hard when you're going against a guy like Gabriel for you not to be overthinking about what he's doing, because you know he can turn any mediocre wave into a great score. So you constantly want not to think of his positioning or what he's choosing to do, but in the back of your mind, he's still doing it. Like, it's very hard for you to set free yourself and really focus on what your strategy is on the heat. So he's just always keeping like himself in your mind, you know, like he plays that type of game, and he's not scared to put himself by you and like make you intimidated, because he knows, so like he knows the fact that it's a heavyweight type of battle, you know, like he knows he's gonna it's not gonna be easy.
Remember talking to Alejo Muniz about it once. He said, I played this heat so right, got a great score, sat out the back with priority. He didn't know what Medina was doing on the inside. He kept hearing eights popping in, and he couldn't believe that kind of domination. As we've run out of time in heat number 3, it is Jacob Wilcox, the rookie from WA, getting a crucial win over Leo Fioravanti for that big number in the X-Zone range, 13.4 total, and he'll be into the round of 16. Leo will be now regrouping and heading back to Europe, where he calls home, and heading to Super Tubos in Peniche to continue in the world title race. Take a quick break. The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach continues right after this. Tonight's Sunday here on the North Shore of Oahu. Sunset Beach, originally named Paumalu. Great to start round at 32, heat number 5. Goofy versus regular, Hawaii versus Brazil, John Florence taking on David Silva, two of the nicest guys on tour. A great clash here where John's going to be the favorite with his domination and big, powerful waves, but David Silva has provided some amazing moments in his long career through the QS, through the championship tour. Well, this is his comeback to the top 34 after a big performance at Ericeira last year on the Challenger Series. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez. Jesse loves competing in Portugal, had an emotional win there in the past. We'll continue that story in the moment, but when we have Kevin Wallace around, I like hammering him with questions about when we're going to get good waves, when we're going to score. But he specifically for this event, Kevin, thanks so much for being here on site. And first off, how are you liking how the day's playing out?
Yeah, good morning, Joe. Well, I'm happy we're running. Actually, I expected to see it really big and washy, and we're pretty much there, but it has been contestable this morning. The swell peaked at about 4 this morning, and it's, you know, it's kind of chaos all around, but this inside bowl section is actually holding up pretty well. So that's nice to see, and I'm glad we're underway.
As we know, you do so much work to predict the future. You know, that's what you do best. When you see a day kind of in action in real time in your job, are you always making notes and seeing if everything matched up just the way you expected?
Yeah, 100%. You know, we like to say observations are gold for the forecast, whether it's a weather forecast or a surf forecast, and any forecaster worth their salt wants to see what's actually going on and compare what it is to against the forecast.
What makes predicting waves at sunset interesting, kind of in compared to what we had at Pipeline? What makes it so unique at this venue?
Yeah, I think, you know, sunset is both more and less temperamental than Pipeline. You know, for example, there's no way we'd be running an event at Pipe today, given the swell direction, the conditions, you know, how washy it is, the wind, everything like that. But it's really pretty doable at sunset today. We're kind of in this, you know, protected corner of the inside bowl, particularly on the swell direction, where it's, you know, outer reefs are popping off right now, but really pretty doable on the inside.
Something about this north angled swell subsiding today. Can you speak to that further?
Yeah, so this looks like the swell peaked at about 4 this morning and has been subsiding a little bit through the morning and becoming more manageable. That trend should continue for the rest of the day, and what that means is I don't really expect where the surfers are lining up on the inside bowl to get that much smaller, but what we should see is these big wash through sets slowly subside and for the waves to focus on that inside bowl a little bit more. So I think that means, you know, generally better quality surf, less wash throughs, less work for the caddies and Strider in the channel there, not getting beat up as much, and just generally improving surf through the day.
Thanks, Kevin. I didn't see that rain in the forecast. Oh, that was John. He just threw down a big carve in the water right now in heat number 5. Kevin Wallace, thanks so much for being with us. Can't wait to have you on later on today.
Yeah, cheers, Joe.
Kevin's the lead forecaster at Surfline. He's been there a very long time and learned so much from the late, great Sean Collins. And so always great to have Kevin representing Surfline here for the World Surf League Championship Tour. Speaking of that rain, John did get started, connecting on his forehand. He wanted to do turns yesterday. He got one done today here as he gets things started with David Silva.
Yeah, for John, I'm sure his strategy is just to catch waves in the first 20 minutes of the heat, because his level of confidence out here, we see Gabriel up and riding.
Gabriel Medina chasing the lead from Seth Moniz. Kind of has to just pace himself, waiting for the wall. Patience paying off. Beautiful connection with the airdrop. He does that all the time. He can hang it up in the lip a while and then just kind of jump off that lip into the flats as we see that arc from Mr. Florence.
Yeah, if he put himself in waves, like, he's so comfortable here in those conditions, and his level of surfing is so high that most likely he's going to find opportunities. You know, he might not even need the best wave of the heat to get good scores, and he's here right there, just one carve that might have been 60-70% of his effort into that, and he's just basically warming up, and he already got a 5-point ride. And Gabriel, on the other hand, too, was very smart surfing, just solid, had nothing pretty much on his board yet, so he just knew he had to finish a wave and get himself on track, and now trying to improve on that 5-point ride and get a big score.
Because of this overlapping format and seeding, you get to enjoy John and Gabe in the water together, however not competing. You know, you're going to feel that energy lift. Strider's feeling it right now.
Oh, definitely. There's a lot of action out here. I just want to talk about water movement. So, you know, we got so much water coming off these reefs and all this water pushing through the channel and, you know, trying to hold your line out there. We heard Jesse kind of talking about where to sit on his markers. Well, the reef doesn't change. The houses don't change. But the movement of the water is incredible. So, you know, just sitting here right now, we're sweeping all the way to Cammy's. These guys are battling to get back to the peak. It's coming from the point all the way across. They're just trying to find their line. And all of a sudden, a reverse curl happened. We ended up right on the bowl, having to paddle out of the way. It was just radical. So the water is moving everywhere today because of that big swell overloading the reef with water.
Good man, Strider. Wow, incredible insight on the type of day that we have here on Sunday. All those surfers that can master a lineup, they want to lean into that skill set to survive. Jesse, how would you prepare to compete on a day like today?
Yeah, like it's very hard. I think you just got to be able to adapt to everything. And what Strider said, like those things that he's feeling, we can't see it on the camera. And those are the things that I always like to mention. Like, hey, that turn that guy did, it's so much harder to do it actually on water than what you see. They make it look too easy because there's so much going on right there that we cannot feel it, that all those people that are in the water are feeling it. So, yeah, I think for preparing right now today is just have a good mindset and know that any minute you can get the best wave of the heat. So be positive the whole time and know that you're in a game no matter what, and just be ready to adapt because it's going to throw at you so many different opportunities and so many different options.
There's lots of days on the North Shore when it's really challenging and there looks to be no one out, and John kind of tricks people into thinking it's really rippable. You've probably seen that happen a lot, where all of a sudden no one's out, John's somewhere up on the North Shore and putting together a highlight reel, and you kind of going, oh, whoa, it looks fun. Then you get out there and you're lost at sea and wishing you'd made different plans. So these are the type of days you're expecting Florence to really lead that charge.
Yeah, definitely. He just feels comfortable. It's just another day for him. How many times have you seen sunset like that? How many times has he surfed sunset that way? So it's just a home court advantage. That's basically what it is. And you see that with a lot of surfers that are on their local spot. You know, the local knowledge really plays it off. And in conditions that are very tricky like sunset is today, it's even more of a home advantage. So, yeah, and John is comfortable doing that.
Surfers are using 75% of their seed from last year. So all based on their performance from last year's rankings or their Challenger Series ranking. As we look at John roll in. Ton of speed, lays down a tight arc off the top. Mid-face bottom turn and tracks the down carve. Just looked like he was just enjoying his own journey. Little roller coaster ride in total control. As we roll in now with Seth, little stumble there, but he'll recover into a nice tight wrapping cutback and hops out. Seth still in the lead over Medina. Gabe just chasing a 5.18. We always like to talk about Seth's dad out here because this is one of Tony Moniz' favorite venues when he competed on the championship tour. Tony was also a powerhouse when it came to just surfing big waves. Loved big sessions at Waimea, competing in the Eddy. Seth got to be an invite as well, and also Josh, his older brother. Back to Medina here on the wind up. Wow, lip line float in a very dangerous landing that he ejected from. But we were talking about his famous backhand float at Sunset yesterday. Almost thought he was going to turn in another version.
I know, he felt like he was going to, and he actually prepared himself for that. Like, he kind of wiped his speed off a little bit on that transition through the whitewash, going around the whitewash, and I almost wish he actually came up a little earlier, maybe played a little safer because he doesn't need the biggest score. But as you see right here, nice wave selection for him. Tricky takeoff, but straight into a nice clean turn right there. Very clear waters right there, so it's easy for him to navigate. And right here, just delay himself a little bit. You actually hit the lip line right there, which is so tricky out here at Sunset. And what that does, as you check it out right here, is kind of going sideways. And because he's doing that and the wave is so hollow, he's hitting the lip line, and right here it's going to launch him into the flats. And once you land without a transition, it's basically landing on flat ground. Like, it's just very solid, so you don't generate momentum forward, and all the weight's coming on top of you, and it's just very hard to land it. If you landed, it would have been an amazing score, but yeah, just tricky to do it. And Seth, on the other hand, here, just kind of like a flat wave, didn't really give him much opportunity.
As we saw Seth just punch through that bit of a warble, still was able to keep control for a final turn, as he'll use that last score, 3-5-3, as we focus in on Gabe versus Seth. Now into their 6th matchup on the championship tour, 4-1 in favor of the 3-time world champ Gabriel Medina. The 1 win for Seth, 2021 at Margaret River Main Break in a very close decision. So leading towards Gabriel with a lot of domination. However, this heat still led by Seth from the start as we come off the top with John Florence. Little slingshot wrap. Lines that he's taking are unpredictable today. Enjoy that.
Yeah, definitely. That's uncharacteristic type of turn from John, like really using his upper body. And usually he's a very calm half upper body type of surfer. I think he's just being smart right now. Like, he's with some of the best wave catching surfers in the world. He has less priority, so he's just kind of keeping the rhythm going and not just paddling against the current, riding waves. And maybe he already has kind of a 2 backup scores, like a 5 and a 4.37. So now he's just looking to keep himself warm and maybe find an opportunity under everyone.
Strider, do you know what John might be riding today?
Yeah, he is riding a 6'4" Ghost. So my Paizel and that board, all the magic Ross Williams saying is in the tail. A lot of foam up front, but in the back of that board, nice and coiled out, nice and fit. He can turn as hard as he wants, whenever he wants, off the bottom, off the top. Looks really good under his feet. And, you know, not just these big waves, but in smaller waves, he's been on fire. I'm calling world title contender this year, 100%. Looking solid, looking strong, in form.
Thanks so much, Strider. Cool to see that 6'4" being utilized. I think we're kind of used to him saying 6'2" at the most in the last few seasons. But yeah, there's been a trend for a lot of our competitors to add a couple of inches to their surfboards. Makes a lot of sense as we look at just kind of setup work for Gabriel Medina, not finding what he was hoping for, and still needs a 5.21. We remember last year him getting knocked out early from Pipe and Sunset, you know, in that equal 9th category. Now he has an equal 17th from Pipe, and if he goes down in this round to Seth, it'd be a 17th as well, which would be a crazy slow start for one of the best on tour.
Yeah, and you don't want to be in that situation. Your seating go down, you start to match against bigger names, that usually guys that are actually in tune in the year, you know, they're already, everything's kind of working their way. So yeah, he really wants to get out of that zone right there. Seth, though, he's sitting with a 6.67, 1.67 higher score than Gabriel's best score. So he has a not a solid lead, but a big advantage on having that big score by him. And only with 4 minutes and 30 seconds now, it's going to be a tricky one for Gabriel, but if anyone can do it, that's the guy.
So there is incentive for winning your opening round heat as far as seeding's concerned. We saw John even just move up into the number 2 seed after his performance from yesterday. And that switched a couple things, just changed his opponent for this round, and also he avoided the first heat of the day. Not sure if he would have really minded being out there first, but some surfers like to watch a couple heats go by and see what's working.
Yeah, I don't really know anyone that loves being the first heat, to tell you the truth. It's mostly on a day like today, it's just you don't know how the scale is. You're the guinea pig, you know, like you're going out there and everyone's based on what you did. And a lot of times in what you did wrong, because the first heat is just that shaky one most times.
And it kind of appeared that way, you know, with Cade and Griff this morning. It's all of a sudden the crowd's gone. They're trying to find out what's working, and came down to the heroics of Griff to get the 9, the barrel, and a big hack and an airdrop, which we'll be enjoying throughout the day today. 3:20 on the clock in heat 4. mentioned Tony Moniz is a great Hawaiian powerhouse out here, but the initials BK are synonymous with Sunset Beach. Barry Kanaipuni was one of the best. His style unmatched, and it really made a statement kind of at the shortboard revolution era. You know, that's when BK just took over Sunset with really controlling the lines he wanted to go instead of the bigger longboards that you kind of just held on to your speed and tried to manage those big turns, like almost like you had a tiller on the back of a boat. It was all of a sudden BK saw so much opportunity to really show off some really hi-fi type surfing of the era. Built a lot of great boards too for world champs like Rusty Kealana. A lot of people are asking for equipment out here. It kind of defines the era as well. There's a lot of great surfers that actually would shape their own boards to compete on.
Yeah, we had a few. I think Mark was one of them, right? And someone paddling, who's that? Gabe.
Gabe Medina up and out, down to 2 minutes. Needs a 5.21. Was more focused than ever on his training in the offseason. Devastated to miss out on fighting for a 4th world title last September. Losing in the final to Jack Robinson, which cost him a spot in the world title race and also an Olympic qualification spot. Just went straight to the gym, trained more than ever. As we see a chip in now. Nice sweeping bottom turn. Seth Moniz nails that. The beautiful frontside hack. Nice fading cut back on the shoulder and drills another one there. His low score, 3.53. Before that wave, he could be making some improvement there as we approach the final minute.
Yeah, Joe, he's gonna make improvement for sure. That was an amazing turn for him right there, and it was kind of like a defense-offense type of situation, and John just in and out really quick. But that was a beautiful turn from Seth right there, just on rail the whole time. Very critical. A little smaller wave, but still critical section, and kept the speed throughout the whole turn. That was a beautiful turn for him.
Seth does improve, 4.67. Gabe now needs a 6.35. Now, over the years, we've broke down Medina in the first half of the season where he has sometimes had some slower starts to really fire. And at the halfway mark, then he just completely takes over. Where even last year, he ended up winning Margaret River, and that was a big one for him because he didn't typically make finals out there in the past. And remember on the podium at that event last year, he's like, okay, I've got it. I'm back in gear. So might be feeling one of those moments where he's really trying to switch on that competitive headspace.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's not really working his way. Like I feel like both of his heats were like tricky for waves here and that smaller backdoor that we had. So unfortunately for him, going down in early stages, but Seth is looking good.
And that back of the pickup truck is going to be very happy, all supporting Seth Moniz on a very crucial win. Only his second victory in his career over Gabriel Medina as he moves into the round of 16. Really well played for Seth throughout that heat, even with his improvement on his final wave. Really stellar decision making from the Hawaiian. Bonsoi brew break time. We'll be right back. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is stop number 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. This heat features a boy from Maui, now a man, now world number 5. Imai Kalani Duval taking on Miguel Pupo in a rematch from what they just had at Pipeline at the season opener. Imai won that matchup and went on the way to a quarterfinal finish, almost a semifinal if he would have just not been picked up by the foam ball and flipped upside down. He was that close to probably a 10-point ride. But a great start for Imai. Miguel Pupo, even though he lost in this round to Imai at Pipe, he looked great. He looks comfortable and more prepared than ever for the top 34.
Yeah, and I love this rematch back-to-back. It's awesome on the same round as well. It just keeps that fire building, you know? Like, it starts to be a little bit more dramatic and exciting for us to watch.
Having a great look at a big takeoff from John Florence, and he'll do the pin drop. So try to go as deep as you can. Did someone else take that on the head too, Jesse?
Yeah, looked like the photographer was getting worked right there.
Oh my goodness.
I wonder who that was, but that just shows how much into the channel the waves are moving sometimes. You know, this north swell is just pushing all the water down, and like the photographer just got smoked right there.
Wow. Let's give that guy a bonus today.
We should give him a break too.
Let's have another look, Jesse.
I think this might be a different wave, maybe Imai on this one.
You're right, Imai during the break.
Just so much water moving right there. See, he couldn't even engage the rail on that one. And you see David on the other hand trying to find some lip, really fading that bottom turn. Couldn't find it as well. Like David, in my opinion, he should be looking almost for closeouts because his backside snap is so powerful and so dynamic that if he finds one big section, that's basically all he needs to get in the mid-range to a good score. So if I was him, I'll be looking for those maybe bigger waves that just kind of chunky, have a lot of wall in front of you. So just do one big turn because he could be deadly with that backhand snap.
What kind of waves did David grow up on?
Just normal beach breaks. He actually from the same hometown as I am, just opposite polars of the island. I live on the kind of like west, and he lives on the east. So yeah, he just normal beach breaks. Kind of chunky too, actually. Mostly for the region that we live, it's kind of a chunky wave, like a little bit heavier water type of surf. A lot of backwashes. So. He might be a little comfortable with the backwashes out here.
Did he enter the spotlight really young?
He was always an amazing competitor. Maybe not in the spotlight, but he was always amazing at what he did. You know, like amazing at finding waves. Very powerful surfers since such a young age. And he was actually grew up surfing against Felipe, and they were battling head to head since they were 8 years old, you know. I'm a little older than them, probably about 2-3 years. And I always watched them growing up, competed with them obviously, but they were going head to head growing up. That's why they have such a good friendship nowadays. Like they've been surfing forever together. And just an amazing competitor David is. Knows what he does very well and sticks to his game, very confident.
We'd be thinking some bigger boards would be ridden throughout the day. David actually made a decision to downsize in this heat. Any theory on that, Jesse? Just a thought to go a little shorter?
Actually, I don't think it looks great for him right there. Like it seems like there's enough nose in front. Even though he decided to, I would actually say if he stick to the bigger one, it probably might have been looking too long because that board looks great right there for how big the waves are and his foot positioning on top of the board. So a great call for him right there. But yeah, there's pros and cons always with the smaller board, like a little bit less paddle sometimes. Like if you go through bumps and maybe whitewashes, it's going to be a little slower, and we see him up and riding right now.
Now rolling in here on the backhand, David Silva. Nice turn off the top, second move, a little bit more in the pocket. Great timing there on the backhand for Silva, chasing a 6.04 to take the lead off John.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying, you know, like he's lethal on that backhand. That wave did not give him much opportunity. There was a lot of whitewash, but he still was able to find that vertical turn that he just did right there. We saw on the screen, and that was a short in buckets, and timing was perfect, right on, like that was money. as we see right here. Check this out. Probably a wave before it came and made that wave a little bit more whitewashy. As we see right here, he's going to enter that, and what that does just makes it a little bit harder for you to get crisp. But still, his ability, he's so good and technical on that specific turn that he was able to get a good turn out of that section. And the heat's very wide open right now. You see John, he only has a couple of, like, his average is smaller than a 5, so he's not far out there. He's basically one turn away from being on the lead.
Now big roll in and a bottom turn from Miguel as he's up and out, as he's just getting started with Imai in the non-priority heat. Big performance we just witnessed from a surfer from WA. Jacob Wilcox is with AJ.
Jacob, congratulations. A milestone heat win for you here on the CT, your first in man-on-man. How did you get it done?
Yeah, that was fun. I don't know, I kind of got pretty lucky actually to get that 8 at the end. Leo was kind of looking at it and didn't end up going, so yeah, I don't know, sometimes that kind of goes your way, and I feel like the last heat I had a pipe, that kind of stuff didn't go my way, so it's funny how the sport works and how the ocean works and competing, but yeah, I was happy to get through that heat. It's that round's so hard, and yeah, I'm happy. Yeah.
A lot of comparisons made to this wave at Sunset to the ones that you grew up riding in Margaret River. How did that experience help you today?
Yeah, definitely some similarities. A big kind of fat right. So I don't know. It's really hard out there right now. There's so many waves, just like pushing down and you're just paddling the whole heat. It's just kind of looking for something that's just kind of straight and coming back at you. But yeah, I was actually kind of struggling out there, to tell you the truth. I just got lucky and got that one good wave, but. Yeah, I'm happy. Leo's such a great competitor, and we've had so many hits together as juniors. It was actually, when we were paddling out, he's like, oh, this is like old times. And I was like, yeah, it is. It's going to be a bit of fun. But yeah, I'm happy to get the win, and yeah.
Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round.
Cheers. Thank you.
Juniors final in Manly Beach. It was 1 foot. And Wilcox and Leo, they're not small guys. They're, pretty strong on their feet, especially Jacob. It's really cool to see how agile they were as juniors, and now look at him on the championship tour. Really solid performance there from Jacob Wilcox, even though he said he was struggling out there, and identifying a wave that Leo didn't want ended up costing Leo the heat. And sometimes you think about that, Jesse. I don't know what you did as a competitor. Can you really critique your wave selection in real time, or is it always in hindsight? As we see a little cave open up for John, of course, he gets the vision. Maybe his goal this year is to get barreled in every heat, no matter what the conditions look like, because so far, he's accomplished that.
Yes, definitely. I actually think it was a little hit mistake right there for him. If I'm not mistaken, he had priority. I was paying attention a little bit in the interview.
No, I think you're right, yeah.
So, yeah,
priority
that was
wave.
Kind of a small wave. I don't know how big of a score that's going to be. He might improve a little bit because that was a nice barrel, but as you see right here, the wave is quite smaller, quite a predictable barrel, like you could tell that he was going to come out, so that usually keeps the score away, and the waves just flatten out after that, and he's leaving the door open for David. See right here, coming from behind, just as good as you can do it, but obviously, but smaller wave on the smaller side of things, but let's see how it comes out.
As we now see Imai Kalani in the non-priority heat, just avoid the closeout shutting down. Imai said he loves Sunset Beach. Hasn't had the result he's hoping for yet, but he really enjoys this venue. Up and out is David Silva. Priority right back to John, and John will get a 5.6 for the barrel ride. And now back that with his 5, so still out in front, priority back. So if it was a mistake for leaving Jesse, he's got the lead and pole position again.
Yeah, he did improve. I didn't think that score was going to come as high as it did, but it was a tube ride, which is not easy to find out there today. So judges rewarding the barrel, so that's good for other opponents, other athletes to actually see that and notice that. But as much as I thought it might have been a mistake, David just went on a wave that had no wall, and he's back in priority, and he has the lead and increase, so he's sitting in a very good spot right now. Both like best scores of the heat, so now David is looking for not the biggest score, ever, but still, like for today, it's not easy to find an 5.87, and Miggy's up and ready.
Miguel Pupo, super stylish in his approach and got a little off balance on that big backside vertical turn. Came into the global spotlight at a really young age. There's this event at Lower Trestles, which might have been the defining moment of the Brazilian Storm. I'm trying to ask people who said that first, because it just whoever said Brazilian Storm, we've been running with it ever since. And there's a finals day. There's a lot of Brazilians left in the draw. You might have been in there too.
Yeah.
If I remember right, Thiago, Camaro, and there's quite a few.
Semifinals, me and Thiago. Sorry, me and Tanner. I lost to Tanner.
Oh, that's
Thiago
right.
lost to Miggy.
There's Miggy and Tanner Gudauskas in the final that day, and Miguel won on a very close decision. It was a defining moment in his career. And also for the Brazilian Storm. We'll continue that in just a moment because we've got Seth Moniz standing by with AJ.
Yeah, we're here with Seth Moniz coming in, getting the win against Gabriel Medina. We talked before about what it's like to go against Gabby, but how is Sunset, this wave, a great equalizer?
Yeah, man, this, it doesn't really matter who you have in your heat out here, especially on a day like this. So just knew I had to find like two good waves out there. And, I got that first wave off the back and just allowed me to kind of just freely catch waves underneath the guys. But, it was hard. I didn't really have much as a backup the whole heat until the end.
And so knowing that you needed a backup towards the end, how did you stay calm and make sure that you were ready for when that opportunity came?
I mean, I had plenty of time to get like a backup store, so I wasn't too worried. The waves are just, it's tough out there. Having priority doesn't necessarily mean much because you can get a lot of waves under the guys. So, yeah, I just had to kind of stand my marks and position myself well.
How do you get ready for the round of 16 now, knowing you're going to surf again today?
Yeah, I think I have a few hours, so I'll probably go home, take a nap, eat some breakfast, have a coffee. Yeah, go relax with the family.
Perfect. We'll see you then. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Seth Moniz loves just hanging out with his family. To really understand the meaning of Ohana, you just have to hang out with the Moniz crew, and they'll teach you all about it. They love each other so much, look after each other. And as we watch a roller coaster ride so far for David Silva, getting through some serious lumps and bumps on the takeoff, and he's left searching.
Yeah, Dave positioned himself on this heat mostly a little bit to the left towards the channel more. So he's getting these taller waves, but they're kind of getting fat, and what they do is just have a lot of backwash because there's so much water moving in the channel, which is unfortunately for him. I would have most likely seen him seated a little deeper and get those steeper waves, even if it's just one big section, because he can be deadly on those. And yeah, just maybe a little bit of lack of experience out at Sunset or something, because you see the opponents seating way deeper, even the ones without priority right now in the heat, which is Imai and Miguel. But yeah, John, on the other hand, is just taking advantage of that because he knows every inch of this lineup, and he's sitting in the right spot. Haven't found a proper wave yet, because once he do, he's probably gonna do some pretty critical turns.
Oh, certainly. Starting off number 2 in the world, runner-up in the final with Baron Mamiya at Pipeline. Doesn't want to leave the Hawaiian leg of the tour, which is the home leg of the tour, for himself without a major win. He had a fun free surf, as John would put it, at Waimea the other day when it was gigantic. There was whispers that the Eddy might be called on. Remember, John won the Eddy back in 2016. So he was out there with his brothers. There's a couple classic ones that he rode with Ivan, Billy Kemper. I think Billy said he was in a Florence sandwich on a bomb. It looked pretty scary that evening. But that's just in the middle of the waiting period at Sunset. He's grabbing big wave gums. John's actually spending a lot of time on working on equipment for safety and performance in large waves, as he's kind of turned into his own boss, with his own company and his own vision, which makes a lot of sense for his personality. And getting tangled up there, Imai going down.
Yeah, that was crazy. Like, this shows how much water is moving throughout those waves and how much backwash is going through. That was like, where else would that happen? There's not many spots that would happen. But just as I mentioned, I've noticed David just kind of got closer to them, He's actually sitting by John towards the channel a little bit more. So you don't want to be deeper than the guy in priority, because you might take off in a wave and he drops in on you, and then you're going to end up wasting time and losing priority. You're going to have to paddle back out. So he's just making a move now, maybe going a little deeper, and John's just letting him go. And it's like, hey, I'm going to sit here, make him do the decision first, and then for me to decide if I want to take that wave or not.
Down to 245 for Silva to try to create a giant upset, which he's done a few times in his career. Made one CT final, that was in Mexico, and got back past some huge names like Medina in that event a couple years back. But to beat John at any venue on the North Shore of Oahu would be headline news. And that's the opportunity you have to really look forward to when you see the name in the draw next to you, to know that if you end up on top, that's massive for your profile, for your confidence. David trying to see what he can do with this one, needing a 5.87 and just no room for moves. Ends up right out the back again.
Yeah, just another wave that it was going out to sea. You see John looked at it and was like, okay, this wave has no potential whatsoever. Didn't even paddle for. Yeah, I want to see that. I want to see him try and find that wave that really bends at him so he can explode and like do a solid turn. And John's just playing very smart heat, man, overall. Like, you expect John to, I mean, come out of the gates with fireworks usually on these conditions, but he's just getting the job done since the beginning, like getting waves, putting himself in opportunities, even though he didn't find a great opportunity yet, but he's just being very smart.
And it seems like positioning has really been haunting David Silva at the first two stops of the season.
Yes, and that's sometimes lack of experience, and John's up and riding.
John, big connection, and you can't hang on. Massive hack attempts on a pretty wild, powerful end section.
Yeah, these are not waves to position yourself, and it's very easy to get lost out there. So, like everyone said, even Jacob Wilkos, he got an 8 and a 5 point something, and he still said that he was lost out there. So it's very easy for that to happen. And here, John went through a huge bump on the bottom turn and kind of made him lose balance. Still regrouped and tried to hit that lip, but just was kind of out of balance, out of position. Just everywhere was happening at the same time.
John Peisel would be a great commentator. His banter is amazing. As we have Miguel Pupo still looking for something off the lip. Little air under his board, and he's down. So you see the turbulence continues to affect our athletes today. We're already into the countdown with John and David. And Silva does have priority.
That's the type of wave a goofy footer wants to get, you know, like the wave that bends at you and you can get vertical and critical. That was an amazing turn for Migi right there. Unfortunately, he fell on the second one, but Imai up and riding.
Imai will get this wave and set up just a kick out. Kinsella just ran out of room on the critical section. But good news for Imai and Miguel, as they still have over about 19:40 on the clock. Heats just come to a close with John and David Silva, and Florence will be sent to the round of 16, and David Silva will start his work and prep for Peniche, Portugal for the third stop of the season. John stays undefeated over Silva in his career as the day continues here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We'll bring in Kaipo and Felicity for the call right after this.
Let's check out the pulse, get you caught up what's happening today at Sunset Beach. Friendly fire between Cade Matson and Griffin Colapinto. Matson in control for most of the heat, down to the final 3 minutes. And Griffin Colapinto finds this one. Nice barrel here, but watch this turn coming on the barrel. Griff hangs on for a 9-point ride. He's into the round of 16. Yeah. Kanoe Igarashi, really 7.83 for that. A 5.67 backup. Igarashi disposes of Matthew McGillivray. McGillivray is going to leave Sunset with an equal 17. Leo Fioravanti would have been the favorite in his matchup against the rookie on tour, Jacob Wilcox. And Leo came out swinging, but Jacob on the backhand, going vert, explosive. Well done for the rookie, Jacob Wilcox. He's going to be on to the round of 16. That's the pulse. We got you caught up. Back to live action here, and another matchup out in the water here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We got Jordy Smith up against Samuel Pupo. Kuiper Guerrero along with Felicity Palmentier. Flick, we called it this morning. We saw it coming. Upsets in the water today just because of the varying conditions, the challenging conditions. But I've been liking the surf that I've been seeing from all the surfers, actually.
For sure. I mean, we've seen some big upsets. We've seen, just because today is such a test of your watermanship skills, it's just so big, it's lumpy, it's bumpy, there's a lot of whitewash to contend with, big sets, a lot of playing cat and mouse, trying to duck in to grab a wave when you can, and then you hope that you don't get those sets on the head. But yeah, we've seen a couple of big upsets already. Obviously, you've got to think that Leo was probably that favorite going into the heat with Jacob, and Jacob getting it done with that 8-point ride there just at the end. And in his post-it interview, I heard him say, I kind of got a little bit lucky, and it's sort, there is, obviously you've got to make your own luck, but on days like this, there's a high chance that there a lot more luck goes into it. There's a lot more variables that you can't control.
Yeah, let's just be clear, there's a luck factor out there. And looking to get lucky here, Imai Kalani DeVault, and not able to pull that down. He is trailing Miguel Pupo in the priority heat. Miguel's younger brother, Sammy, just started his heat against Jordy Smith. And we can see Imai on the paddle back out here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Jordy hit the water today. I feel like he had obviously he had that really big score yesterday. He had that 9.33. So I'm looking forward to seeing if he can sort of continue that momentum, knowing that today is just that bit more challenging. Is he going to be able to, still continue with that momentum even from pipe as well?
Yeah, so Imai scratching right now, looking to get on top of Miguel Pupo. Like we said, Sammy out in the water in his second season on the Championship Tour. But Miguel Pupo, look at this. It's his 100th career event. And it's been great to have Miggy around for so long. We look back, his best result, 2022. And that one's going to be one for the records books over there at the Outer Known Tahiti Pro. He was a champ there. He's in the lead right now in the priority heat. And we've been telling that story of brothers. We got two brothers, not against each other, but in the water at the same time. Live action here with Miguel Pupo. Fade off the bottom. Cuts through the boil there on the inside section. And Miguel is going to get a nice backup right behind his brother, younger brother, Samuel, just 23 years old, in the heat against Jordy Smith. So Miguel Pupo, with that wave flick, I think really is going to put a world of hurt on Imai Kalani DeVault. Here we go, Jordy Smith. The big South Africa with a layback slash. Jordy Smith, a former champ out here at Sunset Beach. He won here in 2016. He had a tremendous opening round heat where he scored a 9.33. That was the wave of the day yesterday. And he's always pretty reliable to put up big numbers here at Sunset Beach. Two-time world runner-up Flick, but he's on a great start this year already with a quarterfinal finish at Pipe, and he's looking strong here at Sunset.
For sure. I'm really interested to see if he can keep this momentum. You can see just right there, he's got that booty just on that 1 foot. So during a surf at Pipe in that first event of the year, he actually got a cut to his heel, or he's right in the arch, sorry. So really, I heard him talk about it yesterday. The stitches are out now, but it's in a really hard position. It's right in that arch bar. And he said, obviously in a wave like Sunset, you're really pushing as hard as you can. So it's just in that sort of hard position. But yeah, yesterday he was on a tear. I mean, that barrel he got, that 9.33, it just sort of kept on coming. And yeah, it was super impressive to watch.
Let's hear from the last heat winner, John Florence.
Kaipo, John, just reiterating what we've heard from competitors all morning long. The conditions are tricky out there. So for you, having so much experience here, how did you rely on that to pick the waves you wanted?
Yeah, I don't know. I guess my experience I just know it. I know it's tough out there, and I know it's going to be hard to find waves. And when it's like this, when those sets start coming through, it's just so much water washing through, and it kind of messes up the whole lineup for a pretty long time. And then so it takes a while for a good one to come through. And so and even picking waves out there is really hard right now because all the water is like moving off the reef. So by the time you stand up and you're doing your first turn, you're already like getting pushed off the reef. But yeah, I guess just living here and knowing that it was going to be that tough was a good one. But I don't know. I think it's like anyone's game right now because it's just nonstop waves coming through and not very good waves.
So knowing that and that you're going to surf again today in the round of 16, what do you take from this heat into that next round?
Yeah, I think just knowing it's tough and just kind of trying to keep a rhythm going out there and trying to be on good waves. It's just I kind of got a little more of an idea for the lineup for today, but I don't know. We'll see how it changes this afternoon. Hopefully the swell dies down a tiny bit.
All right, well, we'll see you then. Thanks.
Thanks.
Scratching into this one, and it's going to be Imai. Could be a comeback wave for the Maui boy. Nice snap there to finish. And that's probably going to be his best score so far. He needs a 5.67 to take the lead off of Miguel Pupo because Miguel just got a nice backup score of a 3-point ride.
Yeah, it was a nice wave from Imai. I actually got the chance to chat to Britt Merrick, which is obviously shaping Channel Island surfboards, and he said to me that Imai today was on a 6-7 sunset rook, and I thought that was pretty interesting because as you can see Britt on screen there, just taking it all in. But yeah, I had a chance to talk to him over the last couple of days, and something interesting that I picked up was that Barron is actually, yesterday he was riding the exact same board that he won just down the road at Pipeline, so that was the Pipe Rook, and yeah, he's obviously got sunset rooks, but he chose, you know what, I'm just going to keep on the Secret Sauce, the board that's winning. But today he's changed. He's still on a Pipe Rook, but opted for a 6-4 today. So gone up a little bit in size.
Yeah, and just to expand on that, Barron just got a new quiver of those Pipe Rooks that he likes, and built a scaled versions of them from a 6.0 to a 6.6. So he just got a whole brand new batch of that model. And of course, when we're talking about surfboards, because of computer-aided design and CNC cuts on these blanks, is that you can go ahead and do that. You find something that works, and you can replicate it fairly easy and scale them to different sizes. Talking about CI boards, here's a CI in action with Imai.
Yeah, that second section was a really difficult section to hit. As we break it down here, big carving maneuver there, and straight up through that boil. I mean, going up through, you could see that lump and bump on the face of the wave, and underneath there's a bit of reef that's making that water do that, and it's very, very difficult to go up and hit a section like that, but that's that 6-7 making easy work of it.
Wise choice, to have a longer rail line just to get around some of these bumps, and that 6-7 in today's kind of professional surfing world is a big board.
Well, I heard Griff say in his posted interview with AJ that originally he went out on a 6-6 this morning and caught a wave, and he was like, oh wow, I've got to change boards, I need that 6-8.
Here we go with Jordy. Up into the lip, glides down there, solid footing for Jordy Smith. A little bit more opportunity in front of him. A little snap into the whitewater. And Jordy just looking, again, reliable. And he's taking off with the early lead against Samuel Pupo.
For sure. I think also what was interesting to hear John say, and we've said, it's really difficult today. I mean, those conditions are really hard, but you got to wait a long time once those sets start rolling through for that lineup to, even itself out again, to become calm enough for a wave to properly stand up on the reef. You've got to wait quite a long time. And sometimes, as we break down this one here of Geordie, this one I really liked. He was just able to go straight up into the lip there, sort of a bit of a float. A little bit caught behind here, just trying to get to this second section, and finishes off with that carve. But yeah, I liked what John was saying. I mean, sometimes you could wait for that ocean to sort of dissipate, to become a bit more calm. As we see Miguel.
They're caught on the heels there for Miguel Pupo, and you could see that just it was trouble from the start. He will remain in the lead against Imai Kalani Devault. Imai 3.5 on his last wave. Imai now needing a 4.18 to turn the heat, and he's got 7 minutes to do so. You can see this skip out on the heel.
Yeah. I don't think this was an intentional spot that he wanted to be in. There's no doubt about that. That lip just broke right on his back. That wouldn't have tickled, that's for sure. Maybe a trip to the chiropractor later today after that one. I mean, it's just literally broke straight on his back, almost on his neck. I mean, that's... And in conditions like today, I mean, you come out of a surf and sometimes it almost feels like you've got sort of like a whiplash on your neck the next day. You try and turn your head and you're like, wow, okay, it feels like I've almost been in a car accident. I mean, these waves are packing some serious power today. And just with all that lump and bump as well, I mean, these guys, especially surfing twice today, I mean, they're really, really going to be feeling it. I mean, right now, I mean, this one's just almost closing out that whole channel. These caddies are just absolutely cocking it right now.
Yeah, I can tell you right now that all the surfers who are going to surf a couple rounds today will be sore tomorrow. There's pretty much safe to say that.
Oh, for sure. And I think you've just got to look too. I mean, look at how much white water there is. There is so much water moving. You can see it on that mid part of that screen. That water's moving in all different types of directions, right? But yeah, it's non-stop. These guys are just paddling and paddling, trying to reposition, and yeah, they're on the treadmill today with their arms.
Here we go with Geordie Smith. Foam on the face, no problem. Tucks into a white barrel, and Geordie not able to punch his way out of that. Previous score for Smith, he did improve upon his scoreline with a 4.83. So Geordie in the non-priority heat, staying nice and busy and slowly putting together numbers. I like the approach that Geordie Smith's taking in this overlapping heat format.
For sure. I think he's probably also noted that, that last heat that John won, I mean, that was more of a lower scoring heat. Originally, when we started today, we had a few big scores drop, but in the last sort of hour, things have gone a bit sleepy. Those score lines have been a little bit smaller, and 4.83, I mean, that's a great backup for today. Yeah.
Let's take a look at yesterday. Heat 11 of the opening round. Geordie Smith was up against Miguel Pupo and Sammy Pupo in this heat, and he found, where'd he go? There he is, a 9.33, highest wave of the day. What mastery.
Oh, it's unbelievable how long he was in this tube for and just how many sections he had to contend with. There were so many bits that just probably chandeliered in front of him, and he just kept pushing through. So yeah, 9.33, massive score, and just continuing with that momentum that he had in pipeline. He got that 5th place, and to me, it looks like he's also in sync in this heat. So it's going to be hard. Sammy's got his work cut out for him coming up against Geordie, that's for sure.
Yeah, a confident Jordan Michael Smith. And he's been doing it for a long time, 17 years on tour. We take a look at the event's top scores so far. Geordie Smith at the top of the list with that 9.33. We saw Griffin Colapinto escape out of the round of 32 in the last 3 minutes with that 9-point ride. Jacob Wilcox, we talked about that flick, 8.4 to take down Leo Fioravanti. And Matthew McGillivray, that 8.33, it's nice that it made the list, but it did not get Matty out of that heat.
No, the 8.33 was yesterday, I think. And
okay, gotcha.
Yeah. But, I mean, he would have loved that one today.
Today, yeah.
But, yeah, yesterday he looked really in sync. He still looked great today. He came up really short in his heat today. But, yeah, I mean, we've had some big scores. But I think today's kind of the day also you paddle out there, you could get 10s or you could get 2s, I mean, it's going to be hard to get a 10. But, I mean, you're going to get an excellent score if you can find that wave. But, I mean, right now we're seeing a very, two very low scoring heats. And I think that actually right now, around about now, is when this swell is actually supposed to sort of be at its, from about 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. at its biggest. So we're sort of past that now. So I think maybe to what John was saying, we're going to start to see it decrease a little bit and hopefully become a little bit more manageable for these guys this afternoon.
Yeah, well, you know something's up when John Florence wins his heat with 2 5s. That's just, I mean, we got to acknowledge the numbers that he's putting down right now, but maybe some greatness coming up here. Miguel Pupo hooking it off the top, gets air under his board right after that backhand re-entry. That was a dynamic single turn for Miggy.
That was a really, really beautiful, that was a beautiful turn. And visually it looked great. He threw so much spray. You can see he's really, really fired up. I even heard outside that someone was really getting excited about that. So must have looked good in real life as well.
Another look at it right here.
Here we go, taking off, really tall wave, really draws out this bottom turn straight up into the lip there, air drops down. So yeah, beautiful surfing from Miggy there, and needing that, he's gonna, I'm going to say he's probably gonna increase his lead here. That was a really beautiful turn, and going off yesterday, you know, guys getting big scores for just one turn, and knowing how hard it is out there today, just pivots, and the timing of that was really well done. Just the one turn, yeah, runs out in front of that convergent bit of whitewash.
6.33 is the number that he got for that big backhand Rio, and Miggy Pupo does extend his lead over Imai Default. There's all the judges' numbers. One judge went as high as a 7 on the spread there. Let's go to Strider out in the water. Strider.
Yeah, just sitting here. The Brazilians are psyching, obviously. That big slam by Miggy Pupo, that was just ridiculous. I mean, the timing, the precision, the air out of it, you know, and the excitement and the energy that he held coming out of it, you could tell he was feeling it. Everybody out here giving him the, you know, let's go, and you know, getting back out into the lineup. So really good energy out here in the channel. Sets are coming, it's closing out again. I mean, it looks like a whiteout out here. The 395 would be closed for sure on your way to Mammoth. There's so much water moving.
.40 seconds remaining, and Pupo has got this one basically in a headlock because Imai needs a 7.5, and not a lot of breathing room for Imai Kalani Devault right now, needing that big number. We haven't seen a number like that since Jacob Wilcox heat, so.
Yeah, it was quite some time ago, that one now. But here we go, up and riding, big wave.
And Jordy Smith wisely yields to Imai with priority in the priority heat. Needs a 7.5, needs to get busy, does a nice snap there. Wave really tapering off, so I don't know if that wave had the number in it, but at least he gave himself a chance.
Yeah, he had. Super passionate fan. Yeah, of course he had to roll the dice. However, it was super small, and you know, needing a 7.5, I mean, that's a big score right now, so definitely not going to be it.
No, does not get it. A 2.8, so Imai does not get the number. It is Miguel Pupo on to the round of 16. Now he can ride to the beach and cheer on his brother, Sammy, who's got his matchup against Jordy Smith still in the water. There's the numbers for you. 6.33, 4.67 did the trick for Miguel Pupo, and a ticket to the round of 16. We'll be back with more action when we return. Iago Dora and Rio Waida out in the water. Miggy Pupo looking good on the backhand. Sunset Beach, where we've had competitive surfing since 1976. And it keeps on going. Iago Dora up against Rio Waida. New heat in the water. Kuiper Girl, Felicity Palmentier on the call. Yeah, contest going on here since 1976. Barry Kanaiopuni, BK, won the Pro Classic Trials back here, one of my favorite Sunset surfers. Mark Warren, another good friend, won the Smirnoff Pro in 1976. Pretty cool history. Palmalu, it's this wave is forever, and this wave has hosted generations upon generations of surfers to meet the challenge of the thunderous water here at Sunset Beach, as you can see on your screen right now.
Oh yeah, I mean, that's a classic shot of just how hard this is, how much water there is to deal with. I mean, you've got 3 waves breaking right now. You can sort of see where you just see caddies just in that bottom right-hand corner of the screen, and where the surfers are right now, currently trying to position, and it actually looks like they might be getting mowed by this first one, but this second one maybe copping it on the head. So you can see that boil in the face of that wave just there. There's just so much to contend with. See if these guys are going to be... Here we go, we have a paddle.
On the paddle here, stalling off the bottom and whacking it on the oncoming section. That's going to be the first, well, that's actually going to be the 3rd wave for Rio Waida in the non-priority heat up against Iago Dora. So Rio looks like he's using really the tactic that Jordy Smith used in his heat, just off to a quick start, even in a non-priority situation. Rio, of course, making history as the first Indonesian surfer on the championship tour. And the 45 on the back of Rio's jersey represents 1945, where Indonesia earned its independence as a country. So a proud Indonesian in the way of Rio Waida.
Yeah, it's amazing to see him become that first Indonesian surfer on tour, because over the years, obviously, Indonesia's littered with so many great waves. It's just a beautiful destination, and there's been a lot of good surfers to come out of there, and you know, those tube specialists and just such perfect waves. But to finally see one on the world tour, on the world stage, is great. And I think last year, you know, it was awesome to see Rio just really dedicate his whole life to the tour, and he was like, you know what, I know that I have so much to learn. This is my first year on tour, and I'm actually going to stay away the whole way on tour the whole time. I'm not going to go home. I'm just going to spend extended periods of time at these waves, really try and get to know them, put in the time, and yeah, I'm proud of him. He's done really well.
This happened in the break flick. This was a 6-point ride for Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, so Sammy just, wow, that first turn, just so crisp there, really laying that board on rail. 2 turns in succession here as he flies around there. But yeah, those turns were really beautifully done. I mean, a 6-point ride is a great wave out here for today.
Well, that really tightened up the heat with Jordy Smith and Samuel Pupo right now. So Samuel, with priority, just needs a 2.7 to take the lead off of Jordy Smith. So after, you know, the first half, really Jordy dominating the heat in the non-priority section. Now that we're in the priority section, Samuel Pupo playing a smart game. And you can see the contrast right now. 6 waves ridden by Jordy Smith, only 2 waves ridden by Samuel Pupo.
For sure, two maybe different tactics, and it's hard to say like if that was, you know, Sammy's strategy or if he was being really selective. But I just think back to what John said, and obviously John has spent so much time here. He's from here, he grew up here, and him admitting it, just how hard it is here, goes to show with, you know, maybe it pays to be selective, to really wait for those waves.
We got Miguel walking up the beach, and we got Sammy surfing his heat. So brothers on the split screen there. Samuel Pupo with a cautious approach there, but actually a smart approach, even though it was cautious, because he has a fractional score in his scoreline. He just has a 0.37. He knows the numbers. He knows he just needs basically a 3-point ride to turn the heat. So it looks like, you know, a little bit of safety surfing maybe, Flick, but smart surfing at the same time.
For sure, and I think he would, wonder if he knows, you know, that his brother just got through that last heat, and his last wave, 6.33 for 1 turn, right? So I mean, he's only got that fractional score of 0.37. He's just trying to get rid of that with a 2.7. You know, you got to be thinking that's achievable in one turn. I mean, Miggy just got that one turn 6.33. So I think guys are definitely going to take note of what just happened in that last heat and probably really try and focus on just those one big maneuvers, knowing that could potentially be a backup score.
Waves coming through here, and yeah, that wave, I don't know if we're going to see it again, but that wave was pretty safely surfed, and that may be the problem. Actually, a 2.23 is what checked in for Sammy Pupo, so he did not get that 2.7, did not get that 3-point ride that he needed. So we talked about, you know, maybe it was smart, maybe it wasn't, but here's another look at it. There was some restraint on this wave.
For sure. I mean, I think the wave itself sort of let him down a little bit as well. I mean, it kind of probably did what John was talking about, but by the time he took off, this wave had already pushed so far out into the channel, and it's not really properly breaking on the reef, so it didn't really stand up, didn't really allow him to kind of get to those carving maneuvers like what we saw in that 6-point ride. So yeah, I mean, he definitely probably looked like he was safety surfing it, but I think the wave itself was letting him down a little bit as well.
Let's hear from Miguel Pupo. He's interested in what's going on with Sammy right now, but he's won his heat. Kind of in 2 mind frames right now, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, Miguel can't even keep his eyes off the water because, of course, Sammy's out there right now. So we'll get this interview done so you can root him on. I know that's really important to you, but here at Sunset is a wave that you've had some success on. One of your best results on tour last year. How much confidence does that give you coming into this competition?
Yeah, definitely it's nice to make a heat. You know, I know Pipe's my best event, and that was the event that I was probably counting on to be my good result here, and it didn't happen. So I shift my focus over here, and I have a really good board, so that helps a lot. You know, a Magic 6.6 from JS, and after that I was just relaxed, trying to keep my mind clear. You know, I'm an experienced guy, so I have to use that as my advantage. So I had to keep calm and just relax, surf, and trying to find the waves.
And you certainly did that, but today overlapping with Sammy out in the water. Yesterday you had to go against each other. Then you were his caddy. What has it been like just seeing Sammy in the water so much this event?
Yeah, just trying to help. You know, after I want to see myself success, but after me it's just Sammy, you know. And yeah, our heat was so hard. He made a few mistakes that I told him after the heat. You know, he gave up priority a few times, and I got my best wave. And right now, after that, we went to elimination round. I was yelling at him, trying to, you know, give him some boost. You know, I was telling him just to make things click. You know, sometimes things don't click, so you gotta make them click. So I was just yelling at him all the time during the elimination round, and I tried to yell at him right now, but I couldn't see him. I was just getting sets on the head all the time.
So hopefully you can just send it through that brotherly connection. Before we let you go watch his heat, em português, por favor, como você navegou as condições difíceis hoje?
O mar tá bem difícil, o mar tá bem grande e o swell tá meio bagunçado, então mais ou menos você não surfa contra o seu adversário e sim contra as ondas. Feliz de encontrar um 6 ali no meio da bateria quando ele tomou uma onda na cabeça, acabei levando um pouco de sorte, mas feliz de avançar pro próximo round. É isso aí, vamos pra cima.
Parabéns, você, then.
Thank you.
We just saw during that interview, Jordy Smith on a pretty good wave, maybe the best wave that he's surfed so far in his heat. And Jordy did this.
Yeah, this looked really, really nice to me. It was a really tall wave. You can see he's waiting for this section here, but wow, just really showcasing that power that Jordy has and why he has such a good relationship with this wave. Just 3 big, beautiful carving maneuvers, and wow, that score, I think it's got to be a big score. I mean, you can just see how much that rail is just buried right there. There's the score, 7.33. He has just made that job so much harder for Sammy Pupo. And I'm sure Miggy's probably watching this like, uh-oh, like, was there maybe a mistake there that maybe happened? And so it was really interesting to hear Miggy speak about, you know, what that dynamic was like in the water. And I was telling him and I was trying to coach him. But, yeah, I mean, wow. this wave of Geordie, 7.33, just beautifully surfed there and sort of showing that, that booty of his and that back foot really isn't phasing him.
No, he said, because the injured foot is on his back leg, his leash leg, he's able to cinch up that leash cuff over the booty. So typically a lot of times what's going to happen with booties is that the irritating thing is getting water flush through the booty. The fact that it's on his back leg, he said, now that he has his leash on there, it hasn't affected him at all. That last wave, 2 judges actually went 8 on that last wave. So 2 judges thought it was an excellent score. But Geordie Smith continues, as we talked about at the beginning of this heat, being just very, very reliable in his surfing out here at Sunset Beach.
Oh, for sure. And I think, Geordie being one of the biggest guys on tour, I think he's also the second oldest on tour, Kelly being in that first oldest spot. I mean, Geordie's got so much experience, so much experience, and especially out here where he's done so well before, and his surfing, to me, his stature, his, physically, he's just sort of, being able to match that power for power and sort of being able to really muscle your way through sections on days like today where it really is testing you. You got to be really strong on your board. Like, it's really playing into his wheelhouse for sure.
Yeah, and well, we're going to get some live action here as we have a whitewater roll in and a nice top turn for Rio Waida. Patient off the bottom. Nice carve off the top for the Indonesian surfer. So you could see him on that pulled up when we had that drone angle, that he was inside of everyone. Got a little chip shot into that thing. Non-priority. That's some great execution right there by Rio Waida.
Yeah, I love those couple of turns, and that wave really stood up really nicely, but it was interesting. It did stand up so much because it was quite a bit wider where he took off compared to everyone else. You can see 2 guys out the back. Rio's like, okay, this I can go this wave. They're nowhere near it. Fades that bottom turn and really just arcing through that first turn and gets one more in there too. So looking pretty silky smooth is Rio right now.
Usually on the menu at Sunset Beach, you got those faded bottom turns, and that's been going on since single fin days. I mentioned Barry Kanaopuni, one of my favorite Sunset Beach surfers. Uncle Barry was a master at fading those bottom turns, actually going left sometimes before committing to a rail. That was a nice start for the wave for Rio Waida. He was rewarded with a 6.33. So nice start, 3-point ride, 6.33. Iago Dora hasn't answered in the non-priority heat against Rio Waida.
Yeah, I think just to talk about that faded bottom turn a bit more, a wave like Sunset, when you take off, because of the raw power of this wave, you automatically have so much speed, right? Power is on tap. You don't have to create that yourself. So if anything, you're trying to wipe a little bit of speed off. That's why they do that tiny little fade. And yeah, it's really cool to watch these surfers still today utilizing that maneuver. It's pretty epic.
Yeah, and in the history of Sunset, we have such a great, on the men's side, we have such a great list of regular footers that use that whole bottom turn. We'll go through that list, but right now we just want to acknowledge Iago Dora, still waiting for his score in his 48th Championship Tour event, 6th year on the Championship Tour. Iago coming off of his best finish in those years, number 7 in the world at the end of 2023. Coming into this season, there was a lot of talk about, hey, when we talk about the Final 5, Iago Dora's been in the conversation. We'll see if he fulfills some of that speculation. He's got a 9th at Pipe so far. It's a nice start.
Yeah, it's a nice start. And, he was still in contention when it came down to Tahiti last year. I think it was Gabby, Iago, Leo were all still there in that conversation of, hey, like, if all the cards fall the right way, like, you could be in this Final 5 picture. And I think now with, Felipe obviously announcing that he's taking this year off, that opens up the door for people like Iago, who finished 7th in the world last year, that, is this going to be his chance where he does get that crack at that Final 5? And obviously, watching Jack Robbo, who, Iago's dad is obviously coaching, and watching Jack Robbo make it, he's probably even hungrier, knowing and being there supporting Jack and knowing what those emotions feel like.
Speaking of Iago, here he comes. Aims the board around that section, carves in the pocket there, right around the corner. The wave goes into the channel, so he's going to lean on that single car for his opening wave score. Sammy Pupo, long downturn here, aiming for the lip, bounces off the lip, and times it with a little bit of the reverb coming off the channel. Sammy needs a 6.17. The celebration of the channel tells me that he thinks that he got that number. What do you think, Flick?
That angle was a bit hard to tell for me because we kind of were looking at it, I think, a little bit more straight. A different angle, I might be able to give more of my own opinion, but I mean, he obviously added that little claim at the end there, just trying to squeeze whatever you can out of this score. He's feeling pretty good about it. But I don't know. I mean, 617. Here we go. Let's have another look. And taking off. Nice tall wave. Really waiting for this first turn. Goes to a carving maneuver here, but this second turn was the one that was pretty well timed and comes down with that lip. He likes it. He thinks he's definitely got the score. This is sort of the angle that I wanted to see. And just see that first carving maneuver. Just wanted to see how critical that turn was. And he really did hit the lip pretty hard there on that last turn. So you can understand why he got pretty excited about that. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't know where I sit for this one.
6.17. No indication as of yet from the judges. We're down to a minute. This one may be decided on the sand. We're going to find out. Judges taking a while to review tape before their final assignment of numbers here. We're under a minute, and Jordy Smith will not know whether he needs to respond or not because the news is not going to come to him. But I think Jordy right now is going to have to go under the assumption that he needs a score.
For sure, in this situation, I think you've just got to be thinking, okay, well, he took off and, you know, he could potentially have gotten that score. If there's a wave comes, I've got to go. I mean, well, why would you leave that to chance? I doubt, you know, with 30 seconds on the clock, Sammy isn't going to get another roll of the dice. So you can see Jordy sort of looking in and, you know, 22 seconds on the clock. Kind of looks like there's a couple of lines coming through too. So maybe we will get to see Jordy have one more roll of this dice here. I mean, this one might break on his head though. Definitely going to.
Yeah, so that's going to be it for Smith. And so it's really going to lean on that last wave for Sammy Pupo to decide. You can see him. He's trying. He spun on that thing in the whitewater, but he's not going to have a chance to respond. So it's going to all come down to last score for Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, you can really see Jordy just trying to really get through that previous section, but just super hard. I don't think that wave really eventuated into much anyway, but yeah, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, they're thinking about it.
Yeah. Taking him a while. And the number coming in under. It's going to be under. It's going to be Jordy Smith on to the round of 16. We can just do the math on that one. Doesn't matter what Judge 2 puts down. There you go, 5.33. So we're on for Jordy Smith. Samuel Pupo equals 17th out of Sunset. And Sammy's going to have to get busy on the next 3 stops. He's got 2 17ths coming out of Hawaii. As Rio Waida finishes up a wave there in the channel. Now switching into the priority portion of Rio and Yago's heat. And Yago with another wave too. Now they're in the priority phase of their heat. Jordy Smith on through. Taking a break. We'll be back. Stick around. Ethan Ewing versus Kelly Slater when we return.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
We got another heat in the water at Sunset, and it's a big one. Ethan Ewing up against Kelly Slater in the non-priority heat. So the clock's on between those two. They got 36 minutes on the clock. Kai Figueroa, Lucy Palmentier on the call. So this is going to be a challenge for Kelly Slater. Kelly has been very public in saying, hey, look, Sunset's not one of my favorite waves. Don't like competing out there that much. Ethan Ewing, on the other hand, has a really good track record out here at Sunset. Semifinals in 2022 and a quarterfinal finish last year for Ethan Ewing. During the break, it started with this.
Yeah, a little belly takeoff for Kelly here. And swooping away. That looks really groovy. Board looks really, really good under his feet there. Goes to hit that second section, but just goes down. And that wave coming through for Kelly, a 3-3-3.
So Slater on Slater Designs, the Firewire Factory, the collaboration for that board with Michael Wu. Mike Wu Designs out of Bali, Indonesia. Michael Shaper that started his shaping career here on Oahu, but then moved over to Indonesia about 20 years ago. And then Kelly's been picking his brain and getting some designs off of him. Here we go with Yago Dora. Dora spotting a place in the lip, just has to glide through there. Look at this, rear up, and Dora goes around that. So just a lot of chatter on that wave. Unfortunately, I was anticipating a big top turn for Yago, but looked like he couldn't find a place to place that turn.
For sure, it kind of looked like he was in two minds about where to put that first turn. And the wave was really difficult to surf because he was in two minds. By the time he got to where he wanted to place it, it was already in the channel, like the wave was already breaking off the reef. I mean, anytime you see those caddies in the shot, you know that they're super wide. And I mean, yeah, that wave really not standing up the way he wanted to. I mean, you really be able to see it here. Drops down the first section, trying to find that spot to put this first turn. Gets down this section here, it stands up a bit, but as he gets around this section, it's already ran off the reef, so you see that lumpy, bumpy water, caddies right there, Hawaiian Water Patrol right there, and yeah, you instantly know that he's really wide on that reef. So yeah, I think back to what you were saying, I mean, this will be an interesting heat for Kelly. We saw him yesterday speak pretty candidly about where his mindset's at, and especially with his hip and the surgery he's had. And when you think about these kind of waves and conditions we're presented with today and how challenging that is, it's going to be difficult, I think.
So feeling out a wave there, that was Ethan Ewing, who's up against Kelly. Yeah, I mean, but, you know, when we look at Slater, what hasn't he done? Okay, 31 years on the championship tour, 56 CT wins, 84 finals. He's won 834 heats. His numbers are outstanding. Rio Waida here in the live action with the lead over Yago Dora. Waida looking to better a 3.7 on this effort.
Yeah, that was a sort of smaller wave for Rio. I'm wondering if he will better that 3.37. But I'm liking the way he's looking. He is looking very connected and really good job finding that 6.33 in that when he was in that non-priority heat. But yeah, I think there's a lot to be said about Kelly. I mean, there's also what hasn't been said. I mean, here he is right now, up and riding.
Slater, just up and out. So still fishing for something out in the lineup, and that's been kind of the theme in a lot of these heats, especially in the non-priority portion, the first 20 minutes of your 40-minute heat. 11 on the jersey. Makes sense, because he's an 11-time world champ.
The absolute greatest of all time. It's incredible.
Youngest world champ to win a world title on the men's side, and oldest person to win a world title on the men's side. So really great bookending of careers. We take a look at the head-to-head matchups between Ethan Ewing and Kelly Slater. And they're pretty evenly matched up when we talk about Ethan and Kelly in those head-to-head matchups. They're right here. Ethan beat Kelly this year in the round of 32 at Pipeline. Last year, Ethan beat Kelly here at Sunset Beach in the round of 16. Kelly got the best of Ethan 2021 in the round of 32 at Pipeline. And way back in 17, Ethan's rookie season at Fiji. That was in the second round at Cloudbreak. So evenly matched is going to be the tiebreaker in this heat between these two.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting because, you know, Kelly did well yesterday. I mean, finding those couple of barrels, we'll get back to that in 1 second as we quick in and out there for Iago, just that wave just shutting down in front of him. But yeah, Kelly did really well yesterday, finding those couple of barrels. And I mean, on a day that yesterday was also very tricky.
Yeah.
And so I think, you know, obviously Kelly's so amazing, but he really did speak quite candidly yesterday and being honest about where he is and his mindset. So it'll be interesting to see how fired up he is in this heat and where his mind's at, knowing that today is a bit more challenging than yesterday.
Well, he actually mentioned, like, yesterday, he was pretty, to your point, that he's like, I don't know how much longer I'm going to do this. Yeah. And we don't hear that a lot from Kelly Slater. He seems just like ageless in his approach. Here we go. Waida, heat leader in the priority heat. Did not better his score on the last wave. We'll see if he betters that 3.7 backup score on that last effort. But he's just staying busy. Prone takeoff here. Getting caught up and punching out the back is Ethan Ewing.
Thought he was going to pull into that little chunky section for a second.
Yeah, I feel just because that prone takeoff, he just didn't have the speed. So yeah, he had to, and now he's going to have to bail his board and
my favorite,
swim for the bottom.
Bail.
It's back up, a leash test there, and looks like the leash held through. So Ewing still searching for just the start. 30 minutes, excuse me, 30 minutes still for Kelly Slater and Ethan Ewing out in the water. So really have not gotten going in their heat, but still plenty of time. Jordy Smith did it again. He's into the round of 16, AJ.
Yeah, he is, Kaipo. And this was a bit of a stressful heat for Jordy because you said you came all the way into the beach before confirming that you got the victory. Walk us through the last few minutes, seeing Sammy take off on that wave, and then learning that you got the win.
Yeah, it was. I saw him paddle in, and I was like, oh, it's right on that cuff. It's so hard out there to get the right wave. He obviously surfed it kind of middle of the range. And yeah, you're so far out there, you can't hear much. And then on the watch, when the next heat ticks over after the heat, you know, it's your heat done, so you don't know what's happened. And then it's just super stressful paddling in, not knowing whether to kind of be stoked or to be bummed. Lucked into a 7.33. Took a lot of opportunities in that heat, trying to find something that would kind of open up and let me do some turns. That was the first wave I've had in the last kind of week that I could really kind of lay into and get some good turns. The conditions have just been really wild and woolly, so kind of been hard to find them, but stoked to have found them right in the moment.
And with it being the first wave in about a week or so that you really felt like you could do those turns, how much confidence does that give you? Not only that you can find the wave, your foot is good, everything moving into the round of 16.
Yeah, it's a good feeling. Yeah, to know that I'm kind of gaining momentum, things are getting stronger, and look, the conditions are about as hard as they can get out there today. Really lining up and trying to catch the right wave is so difficult. I think making it really hard to compete. Yeah, you can luck into a good wave and get a barrel, or you can find one or two good turns, but on a competitive standpoint, it's really difficult.
Well, you navigated it well. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Thank you.
Slater here, stalling off the bottom. Little chatter on the face for Kelly, and this wave goes wide into the channel once again. So the interview coming out, my takeaway from Jordy's interview is that he's confirming what we've been talking about, Flick, is that there's luck today.
For sure.
Luck's going to be a factor out there in the lineup today. We've seen it with some of the upsets already, but everyone's in the same playing field. But it really is going to be about where you are on this playing field.
Yeah, it is. And, I mean, Geordie wasn't beating around the bush there. It is really, really difficult. And like he said, it's making it really hard to compete. This is exactly what he said. It's as hard as it gets out there today. And it's big, it's stormy, it's wild. I mean, there's big wash-throughs coming through. You think, you're trying to wait for those wash-throughs to stop. You've got to try and dart into position and hope that while there's sort of a break in that set, that there's actually one that's going to properly hit the reef before that next set comes. And, I mean, when you talk about strategy and competing, that makes it really hard to even talk or think about strategy when it's such a big playing field. I mean, you've got to be so far away from your competitor at certain times just because of the nature of today. So, yeah, it's really, really tricky. And like you said, Kibes, I think, we've obviously already seen a couple of upsets and potentially more to come.
Yeah, and another takeaway is just, you can't give up out there because it would be easy to kind of mentally get defeated with all the poundings, not being able to find a way. But we saw Griffin Colapinto turn his heat in the final couple of minutes. So you just got to stay positive, I feel, as a competitor, as we see Rio Waida on his 8th wave surfing out there. So Rio, he's in the lead over Yago Dora, and he's given himself every chance in the priority heat.
For sure, sort of maybe, taking a bit of that approach as what Geordie had. Geordie says, I just kept rolling the dice and just hoping that something would eventuate. And I think what you're saying, Kaipo, like the other side of the coin is that because it is so big and challenging, there's also opportunities and you never sort of count it out. And like you said, you could be, 2 minutes left in the heat, you need a score, but because of the nature of today, there's such a big playing field, you have that separation from your competitor. And I mean, Yago right now, he only needs a 5.21. I mean, we just saw Miguel get a 6.33 for one big backhand belt, and we know that that's completely within Yago's wheelhouse. I mean, his backhand's absolutely lethal, as we see a little Tertullian.
And we call them Honu in Hawaiian. They're turtles in the channel. There's Ethan Ewing on the face and slashing here. Nice layback hack there. Nice leverage in that turn from the surfer from North Stradbroke. Ewing, sharp as always on the rails. A couple of false starts, a couple of fractional scores to begin with, but now he finally put it together on a wave.
For sure, that first turn was very beautiful to watch. Just so swooping, just that trademark style of his is just so nice to watch. Arguably probably one of the best styles on tour. As we break it down here, and this first section just absolutely jamming it in the pocket there. Throws that back arm in the lip just so it's like sort of that bit of variation, that layback hack, and even these couple of little calves on the inside here, just really beautiful to watch. But that right there, that was a pretty hard maneuver to go for. It made it really, really critical. He probably identified that this wave was going to fatten out so quickly so he could put it all on the line here. Like, hey, okay, I might only get this one section. Let's really go to town here. And he absolutely did. I mean, he obviously got those two smaller calves afterwards, but I mean, knowing this wave was dissipating in size, he was like, okay, let's just put it all on the line.
Gets a 5.5 for this performance. So mid-range score, 5.5 just off of really weighed in on that one turn, but that's enough to give him the lead in his matchup against Kelly Slater.
Yeah, there was beautiful surfing, and if he gets the opportunity to do two turns, it's going to be pretty incredible.
Career at Sunset, you can see Ethan Ewing, a semi-final finish going down to Kanoa Igarashi in 2020, and in 2023, just last year, quarterfinal finish going down to Griffin Colapinto, Ethan Ewing. Ethan Ewing at Sunset with a heat-winning percentage of 70%. He's surfed 10 heats here. He's won 7 of the 10. So impressive numbers as we came into this heat with the matchup with Slater, really giving Ethan Ewing the advantage in that matchup. And it's so far playing out this way, but you can never count out an 11-time world champ. But we got to really turn our attention right now, Flick, to the priority heat, because it's under 3 minutes remaining. Yago Dora, like you said, one turn will do it for Yago for that 5.2.
For sure. One turn. I mean, one big backhand belt, one big section. I mean, time's ticking down. He's got 2 minutes 30 on the clock. And, I mean, obviously he'd love a wave with 2 opportunities on it. But hey, if that wave's going to offer you one big section, you can put it all on the line there. I mean, you've got to go for it, right? I mean, 2 minutes 20 on the clock, and I mean, it'd be really nice if Iago gets one more opportunity here. I reckon he probably will get another opportunity. It'd be pretty exciting. But bad news for him is that Rio has priority, but Ethan seemed to get a wave.
Ethan Ewing picks off this one from under the pack. And Ewing, just a nice series of cutbacks in the DHD. Always clean rail game. This wave gives him a little extra section on the inside, and Ewing capitalizes on that right before it hits the channel. So good heads up surfing by Ethan Ewing, kind of cruising through the beginning and then a nice exclamation at the finish.
Yeah, well, it's definitely going to improve on his 0.5 and sort of just like, you know, those guys in the priority heat, all they were sitting around him were like, no, we don't want this. He's like, okay, I'll go. Definitely it's going to improve on his 0.5, so not a bad decision. And to look at the boys out the back there.
Yeah, it's down to 120 for Iago up against Rio. Iago in the blue jersey there, and he's got priority. He's got waves on the horizon, so he's going to have a chance, Flick, but it's going to come down to the very end of this heat for the decision.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Iago's moving around in the water. Rio's got that priority, so right now it's going to be a little bit hard for Iago to make things happen, but I'm going to be hoping that there's a couple of waves in this set. It kind of looks like there's a few on the horizon with 44 seconds, just whether or not they're going to be there in time and if they're going to be too big and they're going to break on their head or what's going to happen here. So hopefully we'll get to see another roll of the dice. Both surfers would be interesting.
I feel that at some point in the final 2 minutes that priority switched on Iago and Rio. So I did want to point that out, that Iago had every chance, but something must have happened out there on a paddle because the priority switched. So to your point, that put him in a compromised situation because at 10 seconds now, Rio, all he has to do is do the block.
For sure. I mean, it's super difficult. It looks like there's one wave here, so we'll see what happens.
And that's going to be it. So we're going to lose Iago Dora and Rio Waida. There's Iago's camp there, his mom and his sister and his girlfriend. But Rio Waida is going to be advancing into the round of 16. As we take a look here at a new heat that has gotten underway. This is Liam O'Brien. He's going to be matched up against Kyle Ibelli in the non-priority heat. That heat just underway.
Whoa.
And the frustration, and you know, rightfully so, and frustration in the water with Iago Dora. There's the numbers there. 10-point heat total is enough for Rio Waida to move into the round of 16. We'll move into a break. We'll be back. Kyle Belly and Liam O'Brien in the water, along with Ethan Ewing and Kelly Slater.
There's those of us who really appreciate the history of surfing and like the roots and kind of like the way, like I love the way that the hierarchy worked in Hawaii. You know, when I was a kid growing up, I was like, okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Like there's those guys, I fit in here somewhere, you know, like, okay, like I could, you know, boom, boom. And it just was like, you kind of had to like respect it, and you had to respect those people. And it kind of just, everyone sort of like fell in line. And if you didn't, it was like, hey,
At the end of the day, a respectful lineup, you can't with that. It starts with respect. You have respect for the place you're at, the people you're with. And it's better for everybody in the long run.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Gosh, I could listen to Chris Malloy all day. Loving the Cold Beer Surf Club, hanging out with Connor Coffin. Chris Malloy was so amazing to watch in his career, still is today. He's got an amazing head on his shoulders, just great family man, cowboy. Really awesome surfer coming out of California. We've actually spent a long time over here, and Brett's kind of taking a little leaf out of Chris's book. The beard, the hair's growing out.
Yeah, the country boy vibe.
Exactly.
He's definitely more. He lives up there in Ohio, in that area, I think. So they're amongst it. You know, I'm in Huntington, so it's a little bit different.
I just enjoy how much all the Malloys really love their history. They really pay attention to it. They like passing on all the knowledge down to the next generation. They like capturing it in their amazing movies that they've shared with us over the years. It's so important for surf culture, and I think that's something that makes our sport so special. It's like you always want to know about what came before you, Jesse.
Yeah, and growing up watching them, it was always an inspiration. Such a great surfers. I grew up in the generation that you're watching all those tapes and surf movies, and back at home in Brazil, we get maybe one a year because they're all here in America and Australia. So whenever my cousin would come over here, travel, bring it back, and it's just cool to see them still living with surfing and surfing every day. And yeah.
Ethan Kelly, Priority Heat. Liam O'Brien, Kaiwa Belly just getting started, and just feeding off Chris and Connor's conversation about earning your spot in the lineup. We'll get back to that in a moment as Lobby, as they call him, Liam up and out, getting started with 35 minutes to go. Brett, you were aware of that, traveling the world at a very young age. You get any wave you want at Huntington. Probably. But
even now, it's tough. Drums forget about you quick.
But when you traveled the world, you had to kind of work your way in. Even if you had a big event coming up, you had to, kind of follow those unwritten rules.
For sure. I think that's in kind of what Connor and they were talking about, is like it's super important to respect the people that live there. You go there and yeah, you want to catch a lot of waves, you want to learn the break, but you can still learn the break kind of just by being out there. Oh, Kelly goes swan diving right there. But it's important to have that respect, to gain respect as well, and I think meeting the locals, and it takes time, it takes years to navigate these breaks and try, obviously you might get a conflict here and there just because, like you said, we're trying to catch waves, we're trying to practice, we're not trying to be bad people, but it's like you really want to give it your all. So that's the most important part, traveling around the world and the surf culture. It's a genuine deal. There is people that live there, and they live there, day in and day out. And we come in for 10 days, 2 weeks at a time, and really bring a lot of people with it. So
I think it's great advice too. Moving to a new area, if you move into a neighborhood that doesn't give you a spot into the lineup yet, you got to earn that as well. As we see a wild one there from Kaiwa Belly going down. Liam O'Brien still leading, got the 4.67 early as their heat's just getting started. I just love Kaiwa's connection with Sunset Beach since it had the championship tour return to this venue in the last 2 seasons. He's been effective in making 2 back-to-back finals days.
Yeah, he's incredibly experienced out here, and he's very good at putting himself in uncomfortable situations, as we just saw right there. He has an X factor. Like, he hits sections that are usually not hittable, and he most times sticks them. Wasn't the case scenario in this one, but yeah, you can't really predict what Kyle's gonna do.
Kaiwa Belly, the 5th place last year, losing to Toledo, who ended up going all the way, and then lost in the semifinals the year before, and that was the year that Baron Mamiya went all the way. Kaiwa's kind of had this amazing run the last couple of years, Brett, as we've seen him forever. But something changed when he thought he was off tour. Medina took half the year off, and all of a sudden the best results are happening now for Kyle. What have you seen?
Yeah, I think that comes with like a little pressure off. Obviously, he's confident. You know, he puts in the time. Whether he kind of flies under the radar too. So I think that helps with releasing the pressure. But then also like you said, his equipment's good. He's good in challenging waves, and to start the year off in these venues, I think that's super important to have that. And yeah, it's a bull riding fest out there right now. You look at Kelly went over the handlebars, and then Kyle went over the handlebars. So it's a little bit of a rodeo showdown at Sunset today.
Yeah, Ethan Ewing had a 6.6 at Pipeline, but talking to Darren Hanley, he has a 6.6 out there today, but his Sunset quiver heavier, actually more weight, 300 grams or a little more than half a pound, as you see that wipeout from Kelly.
There it is. And Jesse and Joe, like taking off a lot of times in the whitewash out here, you can get going so fast, and then right here he goes up into the lip, fins ditch, and then it's just, over the little bit leaning over the front foot and kind of down, and those waves rock you too.
Kind of like what Jesse was saying earlier. These guys are making it look a lot easier than it really is out there. There's so much water moving, a ton of energy going different directions as we have the goat up now. Kelly, big whip, controls it. Stretches this one out in front, fades the cutty, and will try to chip away at the lead that Ethan has on top of him. Kelly turning 52 on February 11th. Born and raised in Cocoa Beach, Florida, but was on the road at very young age, even coming to the North Shore of Oahu when he was just a little kid and coming from Florida. Back then he was talking about being afraid of big waves. There's a story Walter Cerny told me the other day where it was gigantic out here, and Elko was the only guy out there, and Kelly and his brother Sean were in the car going, "Are you kidding me? What are we doing today?" And Kelly just went from that and kind of looked at his fear and dealt with it, and obviously became one of the best guys when the ocean really lights up from every venue around the world. But he talks about that process of showing up here on the North Shore and going, okay, someday I'm going to have to figure out how to enjoy this and then dominate it as well, as we see last to Kelly, Jesse.
Yeah, just clean surfing for him right there, just on rail the whole time. Unfortunately, that wave didn't give him that second steeper bowl that you expect here at Sunset, and that's going to keep the score probably pretty short. And here Kyle just one turn wonder, kind of a short wave as well. But yeah, Kelly's actually looking good. Like, his board looks great, which usually for Sunset sometimes it's a little skippy, but this board looks very solid on his foot. He's cutting through the water very nice. It's just a matter of finding the right wave, and he's going to get a good score.
Let's catch up with Rio Waida with AJ.
Yeah, Joe, Rio coming in with the win here in the round of 32. I have seen you in the water pretty much every opportunity the last few days here at Sunset. After the comp yesterday, before the comp today, how did that help you?
Of course, I'm here in Hawaii, so I have to take any opportunity to learn and get better. So I think it's been rough for me. I think the pipe I lost early round, so as soon as I lost in that event, I just surf Sunset every day. Even it's small, even it's windy, even it's like no point to surf, but I just be out there and then try to learn the lineup. Today is rough, very hard condition, but I trust what I trust and I believe. I put in the work, so I'm proud of myself, and move forward. I will get better and keep learning.
And one of the things that we talked about is the inspiration that you draw from Patrick Mahomes, the Kansas City Chiefs quarterback, how he prepares, how he analyzes. How much do you feel like you apply that to your surfing and it helps you in a situation like this?
Yeah, of course. I was a big fan of Kansas City and Patrick Mahomes. I watched Netflix and, such inspiration. And then since last year, I was just big fan of him, and I was supporting him, and then he won the Super Bowl, so I was stoked and got really excited and pumped to compete in this event. And but it's not only him, but I watched so many documentaries, and because I love sports, that's the thing. So even if I wasn't surfing, I will compete with other things. I just love competing. I love sports, so. But yeah.
It's so fun to watch you compete. Congratulations on making it to the next round. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family back home?
Ya, terima kasih teman-teman dan yang dari Indonesia yang sudah dukung saya, dan round berikutnya akan bertanding lagi hari ini, jadi saya akan lebih semangat dan tetap dukung. Terima kasih.
It just makes you want to book a flight to Indonesia. Hearing that, it's obviously surfer's paradise where he comes from, and Rio Waida happy to be on tour full-time representing such a special nation in our surfing world. Rio's such a awesome competitor. I love where his headspace is at. It kind of reminds me of you, Brett. I mean, you love sports.
Yeah.
You know, you found a lot of inspiration when you were on tour looking at different disciplines.
Yeah, that really hit home just because that's kind of how I was or am growing up. You know, sports were my life. So whether it was surfing or anything else, here's Kelly on a bomb.
Kelly now with some speed. There's the wind-up. This clean wrap to get going. Speed shoving him down the line. He'll just chip one off the top quickly. Still chasing a 617.
Yeah, so like any kind of sport or moment or that competition where I could draw like, you know, energy from or learn, you know, I think there's a lot of variables in other sports that are similar to surfing, and the ups and the downs and how you deal with that. And I think, like Rio said, just falling in love with Mahomes and seeing how much he puts in and how much he cares about his teammates, and the expectation and in being able to calm the nerves. And Kyle right here did just that.
Beautiful tracks from Kyle Bentley, Jesse.
Yeah, what a way to find a sneaky wave under priority. Very clean. And also we see Kelly right here. A little bit flatter wave, unfortunately for him. It hit that like inside bowl in a weird angle once again, just not finding it. But he's looking good. But Kyle found a gem of a wave right there and really delivered. He looked very good on that wave. 2 big carves. Looked nice.
Brett, what position did your dad play in the NFL?
Safety.
Safety.
So defense.
Awesome.
Kind of defensive minded, but it's, yeah, like I wasn't born when he got to play, but I got to watch a lot of highlights and stuff. And he had a great career, you know. It's you just that kind of stuff, and you always want to impress your dad and your mom. And I think that's the cool part about competition is like carrying along your heritage, you know.
I remember just how cool it was watching your family when you went back-to-back with your U.S. Open titles, a special memory in your career. As we look at 5 on the clock, Ethan Ewing, 5-5, still leads over Kelly Slater. Kelly needed the 617. It was interesting, Jesse, how Kelly was kind of alluding to the idea of just questioning competition in his interview the other day. Obviously going through a pretty serious hip surgery around last September, and slowly getting himself back in the water. And even when we saw those early clips of him in that wave pool system overseas, you know, he said it was a lot really painful at the time just to get a couple waves. So this recovery has been probably taken much longer than Kelly would prefer.
Yes, I can only imagine, you know, like I've got hurt before a few times. You guys probably got hurt a few times as well, and it takes a lot for you to recover, and your mind as well, to get over the injury when you're 30s and he's over 50. So he can take his time. There's no problem. We'll be waiting for him here.
Hip replacements are very common in surfing, it seems, especially from the older guard, and sometimes it's like a new lease on life. When it goes well, you know, you'll run into guys like BL and, you know, Damien Hardman, and they're surfing better than ever. It just always depends how the recovery goes. As we now check out Liam O'Brien stepping into gear there. Nice little smash on the top of that wave, chasing a 3.61, representing Burleigh Heads in Australia. Really cool cat when it comes to just chatting with him, Brett, but also what he can accomplish in the water as well. What do you love about his performance?
He's a bit old school. He surfs anything. He was out here the other day on like a 10-6. He surfed Waimea with Callum. Like, I think that is something special, because a lot of guys were like, oh, probably not going to surf, just wait it out. And like, I think it's great. I think he's so well-rounded, and he's a quiet, humble kid. Seems like a very smart kid. I thought I overheard everyone saying he's going to doing college and stuff like that. So pretty darn cool to see. He's worked his butt off to get here, and now he's kind of proven himself, which is rad.
Really has, and gone through some tough injuries as well. He was about to make his rookie debut at Pipe, just a couple years back. Ends up hurting himself the morning of opening day and didn't need to lean on, wild card support. Ended up just putting himself back into 100% as quickly as he could. Attacked the Challenger Series and earned every bit of his success to be right back here.
Yeah, I actually watched that wave live that morning. It was a beautiful day. Waves were pretty big, and unfortunately for him, because imagine just putting all the work, like Brett said, and just on the big day, on the first day ever that he was going to be officially on tour, he get him hurt, and just how he was able to bounce back and keep his mind just positive and work and keep grinding.
Yeah,
and he's back here.
Imagine that, like the I don't know if it's frustration or the anger you would have, just like being right there and ready to go, and then kind of, not getting the opportunity right away to work your way back is there's something special about that persistence to being strong like that. I guess that's that kind of wise thing. You don't lose until you really give up. So he's back, and proud of him. It's pretty rad.
Yeah, had some success as well. My wild cards, when we went to Wajimuk or Rottnest Island in WA, I was able to make a big statement, showing up without a ton of experience, making finals day, working closely with legends like Jay Bottle Thompson, who had some great years on tour. I think Jay even got a 10 when you're on tour, Brett, at Jeffreys Bay. With now 1 minute on the clock, Kelly in trouble. Priority, he's got it, but needs a 6.17.
There's kind of some similarities between Bots and Liam, just with their style and the knock-kneed stance. I mean, Bots was a pretty big kid, but yeah, both powerhouses really nice on the rail, and Slater on the ropes, 6.17.
Yeah, big number for today with these challenging conditions. He does have priority, though. It's all about just getting into the right situation at the right time. Kelly's going to lean on this wave to try to turn this heat. Going for his carving three, and he gets it. That's one of his signature moves. That is incredibly challenging, especially in these kind of waves.
Hit the Val's bowl.
But is it enough to show the judges he's won this heat? His girlfriend Kalani loves it. We've seen him do that carving three. Big day at the U.S. Open. He got a 10 for it. Yeah, one of the hardest moves to pull off. We'll see how the judges react, Jesse.
I don't even know how to digest that. Like, as far as being technical and how difficult that turn actually is to do, mostly out here at Sunset, you got to go beyond vertical right there and maintain your momentum throughout the whole turn in order for you not to get stuck or catch a rear or anything and lean forward too much. I just really don't know how the judges are going to digest that one.
Brett, your opinion on that carving three?
Gosh, I don't know. I'm just kind of, obviously, I'm just glad. I guess in Kelly's position, when you're out there with less than a minute, you're like, just let me have a chance. And he got the chance. Like, and as a competitor, that's all you want. And he did. On that section, it's about as much as you could do. I don't know if there was enough pop on it, like to, sometimes he really whips that tail and like goes up and over, which is even way harder. So pretty rad though.
Yeah, one of those moments where you just kind of take a step back, because we haven't seen a maneuver like that today. You don't see that maneuver sometimes all season. It's very rare. He can execute it quite well, but was it a big enough version of the carving three to turn the heat on Ethan Ewing? The judge is still taking advantage of the replay, but still fun just to watch some Slater magic, on the buzzer and still performing for us.
Yeah, it's impressive too. And he's also over 50. Like, for him to be surfing the way he is right now and being that creative, like everyone's sticking to the same turns, like carves and snaps, and he's just so creative and always, making the most of everything he gets, opportunity, and sticking that one.
Hips look great.
He looked really good in that heat, I thought. I mean, the waves kind of let him down. Few really nice carves. The way he carves back into the bowl and bounces off it is like really smooth. And if there was a moment where you can, I mean, that's what everyone's looking for, that second turn, if it's there for you.
Well, Kelly with a big smile, breaking down the carving 3 and probably the decision to go for that maneuver as he passes his longtime friend Shane Dorian. Scores coming in, chasing a 6.17. Doesn't look like it'll be close on the first 2 signs of a score. But yeah, Shane's been up close and personal to that maneuver for probably the last 30 years or more.
He's had a couple himself, too, on the forehand. I remember in some of the videos. The backhand, too.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Even some smaller lefts, like hit and run by Taylor Steele.
Yeah.
Dorian would throw that down. Remember that movie?
Oh, I've millions of times. Momentum, all of those things.
Kelly and Shane, 2 big stars in the momentum generation. They were solid rivals in the water, too. They used to talk about traveling just to compete against each other, just them 2 on different slabs around the world.
I think the other 3 might have fell asleep. No, I'm just kidding. They're really thinking about it.
Yeah, I mean, Luli is the head judge. If you're ready, put your score in. If the other 3 judges need time, he'll give them more time. So this clock is over for Kelly and Ethan. Just a matter of the numbers still coming through. If it's taken this long, the judges are digesting that move just like we were. Just trying to place that in their scale. 4.93, not enough. Kelly Slater out in the round of 32. Tough loss there to Ethan Ewing. And Ethan continues to be one of the favorites to win this contest at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. And probably a big sigh of relief when the judges take that long. Pretty scary for the heat leader. For Ethan, he will move on with that silky smooth style into the round of 16. We're bringing Connor O'Leary and Eli Hanneman to the lineup right after this break. Your champion of the Walex US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
And everyone at home in Lahaina, this is for you. I know everyone's watching. Sorry I haven't got back to your messages, all of them, but I'm coming home.
Official surfing green, left to right, surfing green, 6.67, 6.67, left off the wide, 4.53, and official is start, and 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Check out the full edit of Eli Hanneman's run to the CT on Red Bull Surfing YouTube channel as we follow Kaiwi Belly into the inside wall. Big connection off the lip line that gave him a lot of speed, and looks like he's going for a board change. More waves on the way. Liam O'Brien in the priority heat with Kaiwi Belly. Nice wall that stretched out. There's that cool style from the Australian. Throwing that clean arc off the top. Good for one move. And we've got some scores to wait for. Brand new heat just getting started on a gorgeous Sunday. Connor O'Leary taking on Eli Hanneman. Eli, the rookie on tour. Connor O'Leary, vet these days. Former Rookie of the Year with big finals at Cloudbreak. Connor is definitely incentivized in a lot of ways to get past the cut, to get back to Cloudbreak once again, Jesse.
I know any goofy footer's dream is to surf Cloudbreak with no one out. And Connor's looking very good. That's probably his best start of the year since he's been on tour. And yeah, he's looking solid.
He's got a great sense of humor when it comes to competing at Sunset. You can tell it's not his favorite venue on tour, but he has had a lot of success, even a 9.43. When we just talk about individual wave scores in the past out here. So he knows he can really almost max out the scale. We'll see if he can keep that sense of humor through some rounds at this event. Chipping in on this one, Brett.
Look at this. Beautiful. He's got one of the best backhands. I think he's in attack mode most often, and that's when he's doing his best surfing, and he knows that. And even times we've chatted like through heats, I'm like, hey, just keep attacking, because and that's what he does, you know. And then here's Eli right here, both looking like nice little double ups, and it's the same for Eli, sure-footed, and you could see when he went up and hit it perfect, and his tail just started to fall away from him on the way down, and it's so hard to regain your balance.
And I was with you on that, Brett, because he typically can stay over his board. I mean, being so good in the air, that benefits you when you're coming off an air drop from a big section as well.
Totally, because that's just comfortable on being in the air and having no engagement with the water. It's just such a weird and new feeling for people that haven't done it. So him being an air specialist since he was 10 years old, doing backflips and all of that, makes you more comfortable to do those. So just right there in that situation, just kind of...
Eli's, he's smaller in stature, but man, does he surf big. He goes for it, and I think, that's pretty much what solidified his spot in Brazil at Saquarema. The waves were really big, solid waves, and he was doing humongous turns. Got his boy Cato on the tour by just kind of rolling through the draw. And I think these waves are obviously, it's a right, but similar to where you got to take those risks for the reward, and he's no stranger to going for it.
Eli also winning the U.S. Open last year over Crosby Colapinto, and kicked off that final with a crazy backhand full rotation that just looked like he had glue on his feet. There was no hesitation. I think he knew he was channeling a big day in his career as soon as he kicked off finals day. It just all came true that day in Southern California in front of his friends and family, and then finally solidified a spot on the championship tour, where we always talk about the expectations that can be on you when you're a superstar grommet. Eli's been managing that so well in his career. When it comes to Sunset, Eli was saying the other day how it might be interesting as a surfer from Hawaii, like not having an instant connection with this wave, but he's kind of looking at that and putting in a lot of time to really grow in this connection, and hoping that it really comes into one of his favorite destinations on the North Shore. Jesse?
Yeah, impressive the scores too that came here. That's a very gnarly heat we have in our hands right now with Kyan and Liam. They're just going back to back non-stop, getting good scores. And let's see how this is going to plan out.
Well, we just lost Kelly Slater from the draw because Ethan Ewing still in form. Ewing is with AJ.
Ethan, we've heard about how challenging the conditions are. You had a rematch that was also challenging, going up against Kelly, same way as you did at Pipe. Walk me through what you had to do to get ready for today.
Yeah, it was, as soon as I saw the rematch, I was pretty excited, but also super nervous because he just pulls stuff out of his hat pretty easy, and he's the GOAT. So super nerve-wracking, but just trying to deal with Sunset. That was one of the hardest sessions I've had out there. So moving on now.
Speaking of pulling things out of his hat, carving 360 to end that heat, what is going through your mind as you watch him pull that off, come up the beach, and are waiting for the score?
Yeah, they took a while with the score, and I wasn't exactly sure what the score that he needed. And I saw it from behind, and I was, super stressed out. And he does those sort of things, so, not surprised, but, I was happy to go up against him again. He's a legend, so, yeah.
Well, and you are working on your own legacy here at Sunset. What do you learn in this round of 32? Carry it on to the round of 16.
Just low expectations. There's you can get stuck out there looking for the perfect wave, but there's not many out there. So just just keep the ball rolling, and yeah, looking forward to the next round.
Congratulations, Ethan.
Perfect. Thanks, AJ.
Ethan, understanding the opportunity of getting to surf with the GOAT at this point of Kelly's career and his career. What about you, Jesse? Any big moments with Kelly in your career on the CT or in any other events, or did you guys avoid each other in the draw?
On the CT, we avoided each other. I don't recall ever surfing against him, but we did have a few events that we surfed in Hawaii. We had an event in heat in Haleiwa and a heat out at Sunset as well. He's usually, looks like someone Liam O'Brien provided.
There we go, Liam stepping into gear, beautiful speed, right on the takeoff. Some foam on the face here, but he will throw in a tight power jam. And that thing will gobble him up as he's trying to ride away.
We got Connor right here too. Looks like a nice wave. Wow.
Crispy connection for O'Leary. And now anticipating another big vert. He will just show the judges he still had control riding out of that last vertical hack. And he'll get rid of his 0.9 as that non-priority heat is starting to build, and Connor's building on his reputation on tour. This is his 51st appearance at the championship tour level. What about for you, Brett? Versus Kelly. Well, geez, how's this bomb? Setting up for Kaio up and out. Any memorable
I had some great
moments?
matches, actually. I beat him in Portugal. It was the round 2 or 3, and I had a really good heat. And the waves weren't like pumping. It was more like strategic, like more ripping, like turns and stuff. And he did a couple big airs that just missed. And I remember he was so pissed at me because I played the priority game really well. And he was like, "What are you like? You just, he actually." Don't take this offensive, but he called me, "Are you Brazilian now?" And I'm like, "I'm doing exactly like what you would tell me to do." It was pretty classic. It was almost like it rattled me for a while, but I'm like, I did everything right. When you do everything right, you're like, I felt great about my heat.
It sounds like a compliment to me.
I know, and that's how I took it. I'm like, you know what? Screw it. Like, if he were my coach, he would have told me to do the same darn thing. So. Well,
he's that competitive.
Oh.
So I had my heat in Haleiwa, and he beat me. So he came and talked to me after, and then I beat him here the next event at Sunset, and I passed by him. He didn't even look at me. He was so bummed. That's how competitive he is.
Kaio now up through the roof and lands that airdrop out of the sky. Well played on that opening turn into a wrap. Styles his way through that kind of lean back shoulder drop. Put something extra on that end section, chasing a 6.61 to get the lead off Liam O'Brien. Is he going to come close, Brett?
So Liam took the lead 7.6.
7.6, where he had that finish right on the closeout. So that was a meaty score.
I got to see it again. I don't like to, I feel like you don't want to, you got to analyze the waves. Like if you're a judge, you want to see it again, but sometimes I think it's got to be that natural gut instinct. First turn was big, but then to me it kind of went, it like breathed, the wave breathed when he did the turn, and then it went pretty flat.
So judges throwing in some scores now for last of Kaio Belli. We'll give you the update in a moment. Waiting for last of Connor O'Leary as well, where Connor had a couple of nice backhand turns, still leading in the heat over Eli Hanneman. But Eli so focused. His house is kind of similar to the Red Bull Athlete Zone. He's got also like the ice bath, sauna treatment. Can prepare himself really well for this venue. He's definitely lives the closest to Sunset Beach out of most people on tour. And gosh, putting in so many reps. His caption game is really good too on Instagram. Tells a great story. You can kind of tell where his mind and his heart is at all times. Looking strong is Eli, but this one's going to shoulder off very quickly. Hoping for the inside track. A little bit of a grower there and a big fin throw. Talk about progression and some excitement on that end section, Jesse.
That was crazy board control right there. It's so hard to do that on the lip out here at Sunset. I know the wave was pretty small for what we got in options today, but the board control and how critical that section is in the end. You see most people just trying to do floaters or just hitting it sideways and falling, and he was able to actually put the board all the way around, get the fins disengaged and connect again. That was yeah, that was an amazing turn from him.
Awesome. Love the progression from Eli Hanneman. Looking really solid on a finish. Section wasn't gigantic, but judges should love that maneuver.
Yeah, no, here's the replay. He's deeper underneath everyone, non-priority heat, so wraps it back, and then he kind of fades right into the whitewash right here, bottom turn, and then Jesse said, clicks it up and over. You could easily fall off the way the wave kind of goes flat. There, it feels like a 10-foot wave right there, but it looks a bit smaller, but to kick the fins and like poke the nose, yeah, that was pretty technical.
Love that timing from Eli Hanneman to earn every bit of that maneuver. Scores will be coming in from that last approach from Connor O'Leary as well. Connor's been waiting for his number to update. Remember, he had a 0.9 to get rid of. So with all the action we've been having, judges, obviously their priority is to watch each and every wave. Situation's been taking a while to update as Kyle just kicks out of his now 10th wave ridden in this matchup with Liam O'Brien. So Jesse, how does that work when you kind of know the judges have their hands full? A lot of wave action, a lot of activity where you might not be able to rely on a situation update.
Yeah, it's tricky because sometimes it's very important. Mostly, like if you're sitting in the situation where Kyle is right now, he's losing and only got 1:20 left. Like, you want to know exactly what's going on. I think on their heat, they already have the updates in this situation, but sometimes you just got to go with your guts and try and surf and not think about what's going around you and outside, things that you don't have control on. And yeah, that's basically it.
Entering the final minute, scores now in now. Connor out front. His last wave, the 5.5, leads over Hanneman, but the priority heat coming down to 55 seconds. Kayo under priority of Liam, and now that switches back to Kayo on that paddle. Ibelli now chasing a 6.61 to keep his reputation solid at Sunset, making back-to-back finals days. Kyle going after the score now, wrapping cut back, and he could tell he was hoping for a bit more on that one, Brett.
Yeah, it looked like it might have that line, but it's such a, I mean, they're pretty far over into the bowl, so it's kind of every 15th wave's good. I feel like if you can get a little bit deeper and try, it's risky because you can get steamrolled, but there's waves a little bit deeper that may allow them a turn or two more, and that's what's going to be the difference from a 4.3 to a 7.3. And we saw Jordy get one like that where he was able to carve on the open face and clean.
Well, tough one for Kayo Ibelli and a tough start for what he's been enjoying the last 2 consecutive seasons where he's had big results at Pipe and Sunset. He'll have to recover in Portugal as he's knocked out by Liam O'Brien. O'Brien, the 7.6, made that big lead change and ends up finding his way into the round of 16. Well done. Now priority will be with Connor O'Leary and Eli Hanneman. We'll also bring in Ryan Callanan and Brody Sale as the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach continues. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and we'll be right back. Love opening up the WSL Vault. We go back to 2002. This is when Andy Irons was able to win his very first world title. Back then, Sunset was the second to last event of the season, leading into Pipeline. This time it was against Luke Egan in the title race. Luke was in the running. After Andy got knocked out, he had an interference call against Lee Winkler. He had to watch from the beach all stressed out. Luke needed a 7-something to keep the title race to Pipe. Didn't find it. Andy crowned world champ, but a young surfer from the Gold Coast of Australia, a future world champion. Joel Parkinson was 21 at the time. Won his very first event of his career in Hawaii, and that meant the world to him. Had a couple of big nines when he kicked off the day, and he kind of thought his luck would stop then, but it just kept on going. And this relationship with Joel and Sunset would continue for decades. One of the best of all time when it comes to competing in Haleiwa, Sunset, and Pipeline. And it was a big day. He was very excited on the podium to say he was going to party with Andy that night. He had a good reason to celebrate since he picked up a big win. Joel had won the season opener that year in 2002. So at 21, it was almost a year where he went all the way to his first world title. We always talk about prodigies and phenoms, and Joel certainly was one of them back then, and now a legend of the sport today.
Yeah, definitely. And one of the best out here ever. Like just the way he was connected to this wave and how his surfing fit this wave so well. Just big open canvas, and he was just one of the best rail game surfers ever to stand up on a board.
That's the best generation. I don't know. I just admired Joel, Andy, Mick, Kelly. That whole, obviously Kelly was even a little bit before them, but that time was just iconic. Like that's all I really remember. And like what he was doing out here was just, it was like he made it look like more of a playground, taking off deep. Like that one wave, it had that northwest in it. He already had chipped in and he kind of carved down, and it just, I don't know. The surfing was just iconic. I miss it. I mean, not that it's changed a little bit.
It's good to be nostalgic, but I'm with you. That era was, gosh, incredible. I think you were at a good age for it too, Brett, where you really got to enjoy it. I mean, you were hot coming out of California. There were some comparables to like maybe a California answer to the Parco style for yourself, Brett. And I think all those big names, all future world titles were kind of at bay because of the Andy domination, you know, and then the Kelly, and then Mick got in the mix with Joel later, and Taj is in there as well. It's just, there were so many contenders. Back, you know, kind of when you focused on the 80s, it only seemed like a few guys that were actually winning events consistently at that time, and just surfing got better and better, like it still is today, Jesse.
Yeah, I'm with you. I grew up watching all those movies, and it's nostalgic, but still, like, it seems like the surfing that was done was just as good as anything that you see it out there today. Obviously, way more progression today, but the rail game was impeccable.
Taj was my favorite.
Wow.
I feel like, obviously he didn't win a title, but he's like he was the people's champ, you know, and I think he just was like the core surfer, like even till today, like he just wants to surf, you know, and like a lot of guys started training, and he did even towards the back end, but was just always like so surf focused. And I think that was pretty rad about, you know, Taj, and just seeing him around. Like he was always a big idol of mine, and just the way he surfed, so raw and like aggressive. He had a lot of aggression in his surfing too.
Oh, so exciting as we watch live Eli Hanneman into a fun-looking wedge. He's actually trying to build more speed to attack that oncoming section, and he'll step off down to the channel as he just kind of almost looked like he was shrugging, going, "Golly, what do I need to do out here?"
I think his approach on the wave is not bad. Like he's doing actually great. That turn that he got, the 3.33, was probably one of the most technical turns we've seen it. But the problem is just the power and the size of wave. It's not matching what other athletes are actually getting out there. So he needs something chunkier, something bigger to really do those turns and get an exclamation point.
And that's competitive surfing right there, and especially at Sunset. But it always comes down to like I don't know. I tell sometimes the Groms, I'm like, you are what you ride, in a sense. When it's like super competitive, like if you ride crappy waves, you might get crappy scores, you know. So not necessarily like these are bad waves. I mean, it's just for what Connor has. They're doing comparisons, and that's what competitive surfing is.
This was the choice for Eli, hitting that section, and then kind of just looked at the channel and said, "What about that one, Gally?" And he might still be kind of digesting that radical turn he did, only being in that 3 range. That might be kind of hard to really digest when it felt really good to him.
I'm sure it felt amazing, but at the same time, like he's competing his whole life. He has an idea that why that score didn't go that high. Because you question yourself, oh, is this going to be on the 5-point, 6-point range? And then when it comes at a 3.33, you're like, why was that score was that low? And then you start to ask yourself, and then he can probably realize the wave was smaller, so just need to change the approach because the surfing is there.
12 minutes on the clock. I always love when AJ talks to goats. Take it away, AJ.
Kelly, what a cool way to watch you take on Sunset today. I want to start with that carving 360 to end the heat. How'd you decide to do it? How'd it feel? Give me everything.
No, it's just really, really tough out there. Had I not fallen on my first wave, I probably would have won the heat. I got a nice sort of first turn, and then I delayed my bottom turn because I was really trying to like hold and sustain that bottom turn and get a big carve. By the time I got up there, it was getting steep, and I realized that I was at too steep an angle I needed to kind of glance off it when it was that steep, and I knew that was a big mistake. It was only the first 2 minutes, maybe, minute or two, and I would have had a great start. Then I could have been a lot more sort of selective and patient, but I kept trying to get waves, and they wouldn't line up and give me anything, and I knew it would come down to one last wave, and then I kind of faked Ethan into priority, but I would have gone the wave, but he had to go. And then I said, okay, I got 1 minute to work with. If it's meant to be, it'll be. And that wave popped up, and I'm like, no way, I got it. Like, I got the chance, you know? And then I came off the bottom. It was kind of running off on me, and I thought the only thing I can do, I can't really hit it from that angle. I have to come around it. So anyways, so Shane Horan always said the carving 3 was meant for Sunset Beach, so that was an ode to Shane.
There you go, and what an honor to do it and pull it off the way you did. Big smile on your face today. How was your heat just personally?
Oh, I'm actually just happy I don't have to go back out there today. It's really tough out there. Good on anyone who puts a good heat together out there, because it's hard to be selective, because you gotta kind of take anything that really shows its face to you. And if you can get 2 turns off, you've mastered it. 3 turns today would be like a 10, basically. And it's just tough. Yesterday you could see those barrels kind of setting up. Today they don't look like they're doing it. I think there's been 1 or 2, but yesterday it was sort of obvious. But all this energy today, it's kind of overwhelming Sunset, especially with this east in the angle. And yeah, I don't know. I was just out there kind of just trying to stay in the moment and to go just hope and pray that something would come my way and the energy would turn around, but didn't go for me today. It's all good.
Well, the carving 360 was still pretty fun. Thanks, Kelly.
All right, thanks.
Always great to hear from Kelly, and great spirits, and big shout out to Shane Horan for that big carving 3 as we have the wind up from Ryan Callanan. Off the bottom again. How was that transition? Vertical. Right on the money. He felt that one. 5.0 start for R. Callan. Looking like another great number, Jesse.
Yeah, just the approach, the technical aspects that Ryan has, it kind of is going to dictate this score. Like, it was beautiful wave rhythm, very critical, on rail the whole time, and just looks solid, like no wobbles, nothing, just clean, great surfing.
49th event for Arcal. 2 big finals, has come close to winning a major event, and he's grown into such a powerful athlete. Brett, what'd you see here?
I saw maybe a little backside advantage on this wave.
Oh, I like it.
I think, I don't know frontside if you would have got as major of a maneuver on that second turn on the bowl. You can get up a little bit. He did really good there, carve down and then set it up, and he goes vertical on the back end. And I was just going to ask you, Joe, like, how many goofy footers have won out here?
Gosh, great question.
I always wonder, and even you, Jesse, like, do you think, I mean, I don't know if, like, consistently, I think there's advantages to being backside everywhere just with the tightness that you can get, but Sunset obviously it's so open. Like usually forehand seems good, and especially for the barrel.
I think I was mentioning actually yesterday that if there's a good conditions for goofy footers out here at Sunset, this is the condition.
Like this,
when you have that northeast, but that is not really barreling, you're just able to get vertical like that. No way in your front side you'll be able to get that vertical and steep, because you wouldn't be able to bring your board under your feet again. It would just be kind of far from the board. So right there is a huge advantage. And you just got to be smart with wave selection when you're surfing your backhand. It's a specific wave that you need to get. And yeah, he took advantage of that section.
Just going back in history, this has been a CT upgrade again in 2022, but back into the World Cups that we've had, CJ Hobgood, 2008, was able to get a win out here, representing the Goofy Foot. So even just looking at the history just in recent times, 2008's a long time ago. Ryan Callanan, 617. He's got a pair of those in first now over Brody Sale. Derek Ho had great wins out here back in 1984. Picked up a great title, but yeah, like you're mentioning, it is very rare, for the backsiders to really end up on top of this venue, and that's kind of been going on since day one.
Yeah, it's just, I think once there's barrels, it gets very tricky because there's a lot of lump, very irregular barrel out here with the backwashes. But if it's just strictly turns, like you're on your backhand, you're able to pivot from your back foot a little bit more and get more vertical. And that's very critical, So if you can take advantage of that, and those two surfers that we're seeing right now in different heats, they're amazing at doing that. Like you said, like Connor's very good at being critical.
Brody Sale from the Big Island. First wild card call up, and he'll get a bit tangled up and into a nasty section.
Oof.
For Brody Sale as he's trying to get in the heat with Arcal. He was happy to get on the glass yesterday. Big performance when you're a wild card, getting the call up, turning into a win, but he's definitely familiar with wild sunset. Today, probably one of the wildest that he's had to deal with a jersey on, as we'll now catch up with Liam O'Brien with AJ.
Liam, on to the round of 16, but it took everything you had in the final minutes of this heat. How did you keep your cool with Kaio in control of much of that and be ready for those final opportunities?
Yeah, it was a bit of a stressful one. Kai is such a good competitor. He's always going to put some good scores on the board. So I don't know. I actually couldn't hear too much, so I didn't really know what was going on. I just knew I needed just a good-looking wave, really. So I went and sat a little further out and just sort of tried to wait until one of those sorts of waves came, and luckily one came through for me.
And walk me through your 7 in particular. As you're taking off on the wave, how are you reading what it's offering next and figuring out how you can utilize it to the best of its abilities?
Yeah, I mean, out here it's pretty tricky to read the wave. I was pretty much just trying to hit each section, pretty much. I was just trying to attack the first section, and then if there was another one, then do the same and not worry too much about getting down the line. But yeah, that wave was a pretty good wave. I kind of was a bit off balance, but yeah, managed to hang on and get the completion.
Completion and on to the round of 16, which is coming up quick. I know it's a lot of paddling out there. How do you get ready for the next round?
Yeah, I'll probably just go and relax for a bit and come back down, watch a few heats, and hopefully it's pretty similar and it's a similar plan, but yeah, we'll see what we get in the other.
Sounds good. See you then.
Cheers.
Liam moving on, looking great here at Sunset. Big scores in the last heat as we fall off with Connor O'Leary there on the shoulder. Connor still leading in the heat with Eli Hanneman as they're down to 4 minutes to go. And Callanan leading over Brody Sale as we stand by for the numbers. I was thinking about goofy footers out here, and then when I mentioned CJ winning, I remember a final, I think it's when Zeke won in 2013. Do you remember Damien? He got barreled going left. Do you guys remember that final at all?
Yeah.
It was pretty radical. And he kind of went off in the distance. I don't know if it was out of view, but that was a very close one for Damo because it was just so random. A left kind of taking him the other way. As we check this wave out again, Jesse.
Yeah, and just as we mentioned right here, see how easy it is for him to actually bring the board under his chest, and that's the advantage the backhand has. Great turn right there for him, very critical. Probably not going to better his score because he's already sitting with two pretty decent scores, a 6 and a 5.5, but yeah, good effort there for him.
So Connor's still chipping away. Remember, O'Leary had a huge start at Pipeline, the best of his career, finishing in the semifinals. Got past Ethan Ewing the morning of the finals when it was pretty serious out there. Had a 6.5 at backdoor, but that thing was thick. And especially for a backhand approach, he locked into what looked like a dark cave. We're impressed with that start for Connor, knowing that he's had some ups and downs of staying on tour. Definitely happy to get going in that top 5 scenario.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, and depending on what happens here, he's looking good. I think that's a blessing of a start, and he's obviously performing and competing really well. I think these, sometimes you get in your head and you're like, oh, I'm not having these crazy, high scoring heats, but a lot of the times to get there, you just have to compete well and make sure you're in every heat, because he had a couple really tight heats at Pipe and he came in and he was always a little bit down. But those are the heats that you get through, and the next thing you know, you're in that final 5 battle going in the back half of the year. So I like his chances this year. He seems confident, and he's got a crazy backhand. He can ride the barrel good on the forehand. So good recipe on tour.
Yeah, you realize how long these guys have been at it as you see Connor's name equal third with Gentile, losing in the semis at the first stop at Pipe. But he talks about the juniors that he had to grow up with, from Jake Sylvester, Wade Carmichael, Matt Banting, even Arcow, who's in the water in the non-priority heat. He puts it in his words that he was just trying to keep up with those guys. And sometimes it's the people that are right behind the all-stars end up just emerging and almost like a late bloomer, were the ones that could continue on with a lot of longevity in their career.
Yeah, you can name so many of those. Whoa, that was a sketchy wipeout from Ryan right there. Whew. Over the falls. Yeah, but definitely there's so many names. One that comes up to my mind as well is Italo. He was never really on the spotlight, He was always kind of grinding on the side. No one would talk about him, and all of a sudden in 3 months, he qualified in the QS.
He was winning everything.
Everything.
I was like down in Cabo one time, and I'm like, who is this kid? Doing, spinning around. Next thing you know, he's on tour. We're at Cascais. She's floating 10-foot sections. I'm like, all right.
That was exactly
that wave of you guys was like, holy crap, just took over the world.
Yeah, we kind of were diving into the Brazilian Storm, and I think kind of what you're alluding to is Italo wasn't the name that was really popping out at the time. Jadson was telling us about him because he had a close relationship with him. He kept saying, hey, I'm telling you, this guy Italo's coming. But Jesse, you were a part of that, from that lowers final, Miguel, Tanner Gudauskas, but the round of 16, I think 12 were Brazilians at the time, and it definitely was the start of a big takeover. Now looking at all the world titles that we've had since Medina in 2014, now a 3-time world champ, then to Felipe, 2-time world champ, Italo getting one, De Souza, now a coach, had one in 2015. As we have Eli riding this wave into a heavy section, he's forced to straighten out. Eli really was motivated to perform here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, but it's all about Connor O'Leary hanging on to his lead out front in some wild conditions. Even tracking that last wave, sometimes you can't even mind surf a line.
Someone was in there.
There was someone in that barrel.
I swear someone packed that thing.
I'm
pretty sure.
Yeah, there was. I think
someone was in it.
We'll find out who that was in just a moment.
Got the vision. That's all you're looking for. It's probably Barron.
Oh, it was Barron. There we go. Bright yellow jersey, world #1. He's already trying to kick off his heat with Federico Moraes. Of course it was Barron.
Yeah. If there's a barrel Barron, you'll find him in there.
Exactly. Well, Brad, always fun talking surf with you.
Pleasure, guys.
Yeah.
Hope to see you again soon.
Might have to take this on the road.
Yeah.
You never know, right?
I love surfing.
We can tell. We love it. We're all benefiting from it. Thanks for being with us. Hurley Pro Sunset Beach continues. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call right after this.
Looking back. Lexus Pike Pro, Baron Mamiya. Look at this. Spit out of the beast. A 10-point ride. Not just a 10, a perfect 10. 5 judges unanimous for this. What a barrel. Free surf, that would have been crazy in competition. That's insane, Flick.
Oh, it was incredible. I kind of looked away for a second. I was like, whoa, he's way too deep on this thing. I don't think he's coming out. And then all of a sudden he flew out after the spit, which is just looks visually so good. And yeah, really, really impressive stuff.
Well, now we got Baron Mamiya. He survived the elimination round yesterday, so that was a test for the yellow leader jersey, and he got into this round of 32 where he's going to be faced up against Kikas Frederico Moraes, the pride of Cascais, Portugal. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, Felicity Palmentier here in the set. Thank you for joining us. It's a monster day today at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We were greeted by just a big jumbo ocean. Things are calming down right now at Paumalu at Sunset Beach, and we're going to look up for some increased performances here as we cut to Kikas Frederico Moraes swooping through that cutback and catches a rail, unfortunately, in the channel there.
Yeah, that was really, really difficult wave to surf. It kind of looked like that wave was going to stand up and he was really going to be able to hit that last little section there, but yeah, that bottom just dropped out from underneath him, and yeah, sort of just trying to tame that Viking Bull as that wave really was. But it's a great matchup, this one. Baron v. Fred.
Yeah, there you go. Finished 6th on the Challenger Series last year to qualify for this year's 2024 tour. Frederico has been on and off, you know, the championship tour, so he's had to battle back through those qualifying series a couple of times in his career to be here in his 6th season on the CT. Here's the replay. Oh. Nearly takes off Baron's feet right there.
Yes, that was cutting it real fine. Really just did that turn right over Baron's feet, goes straight up into that second section there, and wow, that was really close. Take that. Waha! And then straight up into this second section here, you could just see just cannonballs out of that. That bottom just dropped out from underneath him, and he caught that rail on the way down. So it was a close call for Baron. Watch out, mate. Fred's coming for you. He's coming for your feet.
Yeah, well, surfing is actually supposed to be a non-contact sport. So we'll keep it there. The priority heat right now with Ryan Callanan, Brody Sale. Ryan Callanan in the lead over the Big Island, the Banyans boy, Brody Sale. There we got Baron Mamiya. 2nd career championship tour win. Of course, he won out here at Sunset in 2022 as a wild card. That was a great story there for Mamiya. 88 on his jersey, representing the 808 area code. You can call that all day long. You would get someone in the island somewhere. But it was nice, Baron, you know, having to get through that elimination round. In that elimination round, as of note, this is almost like a rematch. It was a 3-man heat with Kai Lenny, Frederico Moraes, and Baron. But Baron beat Frederico in that elimination round heat. So they're rematched again here. And so you would have to think that mentally Baron probably has the upper hand. Statistically, Flick, Baron does. A 78% heat winning percentage here at Sunset Beach. He surfed 9 heats in so far as CTs here and has won 7 of those 9 heats.
Yeah, I mean, that's an impressive start. Coming off the win at Pipeline as well, just in such good form. And then obviously he's already won out here before in 2022 as a wild card. So he's got so much experience, and yeah, you've got to be thinking he's the favorite 100%.
Omerito gozaimashita. Connor O'Leary with a win and a ticket into the round of 16, AJ.
Yeah, Kaipo, a hard-fought ticket to the round of 16, because Connor, you came in telling me it's not just the winds or the waves, it's the wind. It was a thrashing a little bit out there. How'd you make it through?
Yeah, I think I spent most of my time out there underwater. But no, it's tricky, but there's definitely some diamonds in the rough, and you know, for me it was all just about trying to find some clean water, and if I could do 1, great. If I could do 2, that's phenomenal. So yeah, that was kind of the game plan, and for me, you know, the size of the wave didn't really matter. It was more the cleanliness of the wave face, and yeah, I was managed to get 2 at the start. I feel like there was kind of a bit more of like a settled lineup out there at the start, and Liam and Kai were kind of catching waves as well, so it was kind of easy for us to get a few waves under priority, and yeah, and then at the end, there was pretty much just closeout sets for the rest of our priority heat. So good for me, I guess.
Get the work done early. And for you, how much time have you put in, or how much has the time you put in here at Sunset paid off in a situation like today?
Yeah, I feel like I've had such a mixed amount of results here. You know, I got last here last year, and when the Triple Crown was on, I was kind of, yeah, the results were up and down. But I mean, we don't really surf it like this very often. You know, big, stormy, and short period and lumpy. So for me, it was just more about just trying to adapt to the conditions and keeping it really simple. I think last year, I tried to overcomplicate a lot of things and tried to find a wave that I was never going to find in 30 minutes. And yeah, it's just simplifying a lot out there, and it worked just then, so that's good.
I would say it did. So we'll see you in the round of 16. Before we let you go, is there anything you want to say to friends and fans in Japan?
Yeah, I mean, 日本のファン、今日、ファン、岸で見て、応援してとてもありがとうございました。結構難しいとなったので、でも、通ってとても嬉しいです。次、もっと頑張って、もっといい波を乗って、集中して応援よろしくお願いします。And yeah, to my Aussie fans at home, thanks so much for the support always, and cheering us on and yelling at me behind the TV screen. And yeah, I mean, to all the Allura board riders guys at home, thanks heaps as well for all your support since I was a kid. And yeah, we keep going, we keep grinding through and keep my head down and moving forward.
Thanks.
There you go. 3 languages. Federico Moraes here, carving through this inside section and up and down there for the pride of Cascais. So nice wave there. Right behind him, Baron Mamiya. Slashing on the open face there on the CI and showing control with that attempted foam climb, but goes down. So yeah, Conor O'Leary with 3 languages there. It is Mahina Olelo Hawaii's Hawaiian language month, so I got a couple words. Like, we're gonna start one is kapakahi. Kapakahi is when things are mixed up, a little bit like the swell today, kapakahi. And then the other word in Hawaiian is kapulu. Kapulu is like messy, something that's messy. So
nice.
We're having a good time.
Kapulu.
Kapulu, yeah.
Kapulu.
So we saw that exchange. They were waiting for the scores for Baron Mamiya, Federico Moraes. Ryan Callahan with the advantage over Brody Sale. We saw Brody Sale get a wave during that break, and this is the wave again. This was a 5-point ride, Flick.
Yeah, you can tell he's just definitely on that bigger board there, but it's looking really smooth. Just the way he pivoted off that back foot as he came out of that first carving maneuver. So 2 nice turns there for Brody, and that wave coming in at a 5-point ride, so definitely helping his cause. This was Federico setting up this first turn and then really eyeing up this second one, and that was a really difficult section to hit. He timed it really well, you could see, and then out the back behind him, I don't think we saw this first turn. Oh, that was that first turn from Baron. Fades it back here, looking for this second section. Kind of just lost control there as he tried to pivot on that board at the bottom of the wave, but you could see that that wave ran really quickly out to the channel, went really deep, went really lumpy and bumpy. But yeah, I mean, right now you look at the screen, that's the most calm I've actually seen the ocean.
Things are shaping up, actually, after we went through that Hawaiian language. So things are shaping up. The swell, we're on the backside of the swell. The winds are behaving themselves. The scores are in for Baron Mamiya, 2.93 for last for Baron. That's big lip glide for Federico Moraes earned him a 5.83. So advantage to Federico. Federico with priority in the non-priority heat. And he's hearing the numbers right now from our on-site announcers. There's a spread from all of our judges, Flick.
Yeah, 3 judges throwing a 6 there, a couple of 5.5s, obviously drop that high and low, and you get that 5.83. And I mean, that's serving Fred really, really well right now. He's obviously out in the lead. Baron's only got a couple of 2s under his belt. And I mean, there's still 28 minutes on the clock for these guys, though. They're in the non-priority heat. But for Fred right now, 5.83 in the non-priority heat, that's a great score. And you've got to be thinking that that's definitely going to be looking like a backup.
Yeah, it's a nice start. Turning our attention to the priority heat, the scorebook on the top of your screen there. Ryan Callahan in the lead over Brody Sale, but Brody has reeled Ryan in just a little bit with that 5-point ride. Brody needing a 7.34 to turn the heat at this point. And amazing with the amount of variety of numbers that 5 judges can throw, that Ryan Callahan actually has 2 identical wave scores at 6.17 and did it again, but with completely different math.
Yeah, it's funny how that works. I mean, if you look at the score spread, you know, just 2 different ways to get that 617. But yeah, Ryan's backhand just proving really strong. And I think I was just listening to Jesse and Joe and Brett when they were all talking about, you know, just a goofy foot approach today compared to the natural foot approach, and how today that could actually work in your favor being a goofy out here, just really trying to identify those one big turn sections and being able to go more vertical than maybe, you know, those certain sections that you can't when you're on your forehand out here.
Yeah, let's talk about some goofy foots that have won out here. Tom Carroll's won. Barton Lynch, a great goofy foot, has won. Derek Ho's a goofy foot that has won a couple times out here. Michael Ramalzi won here in 1997. He also won the Triple Crown, I believe, that year. And the last goofy foot to win out here would be 2008 with C.J. Hobgood. Mm-hmm. So there are a few goofies that have done it. Could we see a new trend this year? Maybe. We got some goofies advancing through their heats.
For sure. I mean, Connor just in that last heat as well, advancing through. I mean, his backhand's looking really strong. I mean, Jacob Wilcox got through this morning as well against Leo. He scored that, I think it was an 8.4 in his earlier heat today. So looking really, really sharp. And yeah, but it feels good for Jacob to win that heat this morning.
Yeah. I got to do this. I also got to acknowledge 1976 Rory, the dog Russell, won out here. I definitely would. Got to acknowledge Uncle Rory, Uncle Dog right there, one of the OGs of Lightning Bolt. Jim Banks, another goofy foot. I just wanted to get everyone on our list.
That's very
Did
good.
I get everyone? Yeah, I think so.
So you didn't get in trouble.
We want to acknowledge all of the people in the Goofy Foot Union that have tamed Sunset.
We're goofies ourselves.
Us, of course. Aptly named. 5 minutes remaining with Ryan Callahan. Heat control. He's got priority. He's got the lead. He just needs to hold Brody's sail away for another 5 minutes, and he will be on into the round of 16. Nice thing about today, consistency's been there. maybe not quality sometimes, but there has been a lot of waves. You can see that short period swell, how close these waves are actually together when the surfers are talking about the jumbled mix of swell and the shorter period. And that equals what you're seeing right now, a lot of duck diving.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Connor even made the joke, you know, I spent more time underwater in that heat than doing anything else, as we see Brody.
Here comes Brody, fades that one, but that wave does not offer any opportunity for the Banyans local.
Yeah, there's a lot of motion in this ocean today. You can see Brody still needing that 7.34 and 4 minutes on the clock. And Ryan's got priority, so definitely going to be a bit hard, but we've seen it happen today. We've seen people flip the heat in the last minute. I mean, I cast my thoughts back to that first heat in the morning. You know, Cade had Griff on the ropes, and then all of a sudden, you know, Griff got that one underneath priority and turned in an iron. So today is the day that it is possible to do things like that, just because there's so much water moving, there's opportunities everywhere, and it's sort of not over until that horn really blows. As you can see, there's Ryan out the back with priority. And Fred also, but in that non-priority heat, so he's going to have to give way to Ryan.
Here we go. Frederico picks this one up. Layback on the oncoming section, so getting some work done in the non-priority part of his heat, and maybe stunning Baron Mamiya right now, because when we looked at the numbers coming into this heat, Baron would have been the favorite. Here comes Arcal defending his lead. Nice long carve off the top for Ryan Callahan. Nice shorter arced snap. Winds up here, lip glide, backhand, floater. That was high risk, and hopefully he gets rewarded for that one. That was the way to finish off a wave.
Yeah, that was really, really well done. And sort of to Connor's point from that post-heat interview, I mean, but it's not necessarily about the biggest waves today, but if you can find a smaller wave with that cleaner face, which is exactly what Ryan did. Fred got that first one Ryan was looking at it, but obviously Fred had to. Ryan didn't go, so Fred took it. That was the first wave of the set. Second one came through. Ryan decided to go, and it was much more clean. It was much more groomed, and yeah, put away 3 turns.
So waiting for the score for Ryan Callanan. See if he increases his lead over Brody Sale. Sale with priority over the whole pack right now. 2 minutes to go. Waves on the horizon. Opportunity for Brody Sale, but he cannot feel comfortable on what he needs. His requirement could go up when this next score drops for Ryan Callanan.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see where they go with this one. I personally really loved it. That second turn, the way he coiled up, he was able to get, it was really, really well timed. He threw a lot of spray. And then the third maneuver, sort of giving that little bit of variation as well, kind of going up almost for a snap, but then changing his mind halfway through and ending up with a floater maneuver. As we see Brody having a look.
Here comes Brody. Sale picks his spot, and oh no, but not a good wave. So he's got 90 seconds to reset right now. Score still waiting for Ryan Callanan to set that heat down to just over a minute on the clock. And a 5.7 comes in for Ryan Callanan. Does not change the situation. Brody Sale still needing a 7.34. His requirement did not change. The time changed and priority changed, unfortunately, for Brody. So priority error for Brody Sale taking that wave and not giving him a chance.
For sure, for sure. And I mean, right now, I don't see that many sets coming through, and it's going to be pretty hard. I mean, with 56 seconds on the clock, I mean, you've got to be thinking Ryan with so much experience right now, he's going to be coming right on down, sitting really close to Brody, and probably not going to give him an inch right now. Couple of little lines coming through.
Here we go with Ryan. Arcal uses his priority, and that will not change the situation. 30 seconds remaining. An opportunity for Brody Sale. If he can find the wave, here he goes. Brody Sale giving himself a chance, and that wave does not give him the opportunity. So the wild card will be eliminated from competition, and Ryan Callanan will be moving on to the round of 16. We'll see Arcal again this afternoon in that round of 16. Well-served heat for Callanan. There's the numbers, 12.34. There's enough for Ryan Callanan to move on to the round of 16. We got more on the way here at Sunset Beach. Coming up next, Italo Ferreira, Crosby Colapinto will be matched up. Ryan Callanan, backhand, got him into the round of 16. Let's get you caught up. It's the Pulse. Some of the key moments from today. We started off this morning, friendly fire for the San Clemente squad. Cade Matson, the rookie on tour, had Griffin Colapinto up against the ropes for the majority of their matchup this morning in big, messy Sunset. But then, Griffin found this. Under priority, a 9-point ride, a barrel, and then this turn to finish off. Talk about a strong stance. Griffin Colapinto onto the round of 16. Leo Fioravanti matched up against the rookie Jacob Wilcox. Fioravanti in the driver's seat, controlling the heat with a 7.5 on his second wave, but then Western Australia's Jacob Wilcox unleashed on the backhand, 8.5, and Wilcox onto the round of 16. This was a matchup here. Ethan Ewing, vicious, lethal on rail. It's a low-scoring affair between Ethan Ewing and 11-time world champ Kelly Slater. Slater goes with the carving 360 right at the end of the heat. Score wasn't enough for Slater. It's going to be Ethan Ewing moving on into the round of 16. Now you're caught up with the pulse. Back to live action here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, where we have another matchup in the water, a goofy versus regular matchup. This time 2019 world champ Italo Ferreira coming up against a San Clemente rookie Crosby Colapinto, heat 14 of this round of 32. Piper Girl along with Felicity Palmatier on the call here. I like this one.
Yeah, so do I. I feel like both of these guys are super fired up too. Italo, I like that we're going to have the contrast. We're going to have the goofy be the regular foot. And, I mean, it's so hard to say, I mean, who would have the advantage here? Obviously, you go with Italo with more experience and a world title. But from what I saw with Crosby at Pipe, to me, I feel like he's just really enjoying himself. He put in a pretty good show at Pipe, had a couple of really beautiful moments, and right now it's just going to be a full test of who can be in the right position when those sort of cleaner faced waves come through.
Yeah, this is going to be our second look at Crosby surfing at Sunset in a CT. In his opening round, he got second place to advance into this round of 32 behind Jack Robinson. So, yeah, it's kind of new eyes and new expectations. Oh, under lip takeoff there. And that looked like that was Italo Ferreira going down in the non-priority heat.
Yeah, that was a really, really awkward takeoff. It looked like he was just way too far underneath it, just got caught and kind of was under there for a while. Looking a bit frustrated, I think, actually, to tell the truth.
Yeah. Italo Ferreira, bravo, he used to have painted on the bottom of his board, and that's like kind of like a slang for like you're the boss, you're a bad man, you're not to be messed with, and he's not to be messed with. He's a 2019 world champ. 2021 finished third in the world. 2022 he finished second in the world. So when you talk about final five contenders right at the beginning of the season, you got to talk about people like Italo Ferreira. However, 17th at Pipe, he already has a throwaway result.
For sure. And going into the rest, I mean, he knows this. As we said, we'll get back to that point in a second. Looks like Barron's having a look.
Baron Mamiya emerges from the whitewater into a carve. Steady on the bottom, hacking on the top, a little extra push on the tail there for Mamiya. He's trailing Frederico Moraes. He needs a 7-point ride to take the lead off of the Portuguese surfer. Kikas going down the line, searing carves, and Frederico Moraes, that's what he's known to do. He has that big front hand swoop that he's able to turn to every single time. We saw him, you know, in success making a final in J-Bay in 2017, using that turn right there. Richard Dog Marsh giving him some instructions on the paddle back out. So another great wave for Frederico Moraes.
Yeah, that last turn for me when I watched that felt really good. That looked really good. As we see Crosby
Colapinto just with a carve there to start off his heat against Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, that two-turn combo from Fred, that was really, really nicely done. First big swooping maneuver and then straight back up into lip. I mean, you couldn't get any more critical than what he did. And vertical as well, is sort of mixing up that approach just from that carving maneuver straight into a vertical hit. So looks like that's going to be a pretty decent score. As we take a look at Barron's wave first, and that was, look at that whitewash takeoff, that super hard takeoff to do. It's that first swooping maneuver, a little bit of a fade. Jams it in the pocket with that little layback hack, and he's on out of there. This is the wave that really impressed me, and this big swooping carving maneuver, he just threw so much spray, and then this wave really stood up and he was able to go straight up into that lip. You can tell that he is so pumped up with that. So you look at this wave, this angle from the water, just see how critical that was from that shot there.
Oh, you can really dissect it in slow motion, Flick.
Yeah, you can. You can see how much he used his back arm there really to pivot really hard off the bottom. And that allowed him to get so tight there up into the lip and come straight on back down. So really mixing things up, not just that carving maneuver, but straight up into the lip. And yeah, he absolutely loves it. Love to see the emotion. Obviously, Barron coming into this heat, number 1 seed, and Fred obviously got a big task on his hands. So this is Crosby just getting a little bit of work done here. This is his opening wave, and he's up on and out of there because that wave wasn't probably what he expected it was going to be.
So really to set the heat in our priority heat, we're still waiting for Federico and his last score. Last score for Barron Mamiya, that was a 5.5. So if Barron's is a 5.5, you would expect for Federico's number to be north of that or more than that.
Sure.
And it's pretty easy to predict. It actually went excellent. Here we go. A flat 8 comes in for Federico Moraes. So Moraes, who would you thought would have been the underdog, and is the underdog in this heat in reality, I mean, Barron's won out here, is off to a great start right now.
Yeah, that is sensational, and I was sort of mentioning that before. I mean, Barron's the favourite in this heat, obviously. He's wearing that yellow jersey right now. He's fresh off a win at Pipe, where he also got a 10 in the final. He's won out here before in 2022. He has grown up surfing this wave and knows it so well. So, I mean, this is going to be feeling really good for Fred right now, and I mean, Barron sort of now chasing this 8.33, which is a big ask, but it's definitely within his wheelhouse.
It is within his wheelhouse. Let's get to our last heat winner, Ryan Callahan, with AJ McCord.
Yeah, Kaipo, Arcal, you came in and it was really door to door. You figured out what you wanted to do. You got some solid scores early. How did you do that?
Yeah, I mean, it's tricky on your backside out there, but I feel like if you can just find a steep face and kind of get a big turn in, you know, they weren't big scores, but a couple of 6s is pretty good on a challenging day like this. So I just kind of had my plan to just start rolling and try and just get 1 turns. And yeah, I did that in the start, and then I just sat for the rest of it and couldn't better. But it's always good to get a heat win. I've always found it really challenging here, and I've been staying with Brody at the Billabong house for the last 6 weeks or so. So to have a heat with him in his first CT was pretty special to me.
That's awesome. And you talked about just how tricky it is here at Sunset. For you in particular, already locked in your best result here at Sunset by moving on to the round of 16. How do you get ready for it?
Same prep, I guess. I've got Connor, who's in the same camp as me and one of my good friends. So it'll be a real fun heat. It was actually out there. It was me, Connor and Fred all surfing together, and we're all part of Dog's crew. So it was pretty cool moment to have all those heats collide and conjoin, and have Dog in the channel yelling at us.
Well, you'll get him yelling at you yet again. We'll see you then.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Yeah. The dog's getting a bath today. He's been out there for a couple hours, Flick. Richard Dog Marsh.
Yeah, yep. He's definitely earning those dollars right now. I mean, it's hard work out there if you're a caddy right now.
Yeah, but you know what? When he comes to the beach, you get some treats, too.
Yeah, this Red Bull Athlete Zone is very, very good. But there's Richard Dog
There's the mongrel right there.
Yeah, no, he's a great guy and a ton of experience, a ton of knowledge, and yeah, like Ryan said, really cool moment to have Connor himself and Fred sort of in the water all at the same time with yelling at them all and getting super passionate and involved. So I'm sure he's really fired up after that last number that just dropped for Fred.
Yeah. He's a wild coach. He carries around these notebooks where he writes everything down in it. He diaries like every moment of every heat when he's on the beach. Of course, he can't do that in the water, but I mean, he's one of the best in the biz. Check this out. This is the 8-point ride for Federico Moraes.
Yeah, this big carving maneuver here, and just goes to set up that second turn there.
Actually, that's a miscue. This is a 5-point backup that we're just seeing again, and the reaction from Dog Marsh.
Yeah, so that one obviously not factoring into his top 2, but it's just really, really good surfing and just demonstrating how much of a good read he has on this and wave selection. I mean, that's what it's coming down to today, to be able to identify, you know, those clean-faced waves and the ones that are going to let you get some work done.
Well, for Barron Mamiya, you can see the yellow jersey there. He wants to hang on to that yellow jersey, and he does not want to change his wardrobe. He's got priority. He's got a little over 7 minutes. He needs an 8.33. It's go time for the young Hawaiian surfer.
For sure, it is. And I mean, there's pressure on his shoulders knowing that, you know, John has already advanced through, and knowing if he doesn't advance through this, then he's, you know, going to lose this yellow jersey, right? So I don't know if he's thinking about this right now. I think he's probably just trying to stay as present as possible. Well, I mean, we both totally know that he's more than capable of this. There's still 7 minutes on the clock. He's out there with priority. He's just got to sort of rely on the fact that he knows this wave so well, trust in himself, his instincts, all the time that he spent out here, and just hoping the ocean cooperates a little bit as we see sort of a break in the set. And I mean, right now, this is what Connor was sort of mentioning in his post-set interview. You got to kind of wait. I think it was Connor. You got to kind of wait for these moments like this, and then hope. I think it was actually John. Hope that in this moment of quietness in the ocean, that those ones are really going to stand up and hit the reef properly right now before that next set comes and washes you through.
Right. So letting the water have a chance to settle right now so that you can get a clean wave face. That's what Baron Mamiya is hoping for. Waves capping out the back there. And it's just one of those things, you know, with priority, it can be a double-edged sword where you're going to hang on, maybe be too selective. But I guess in this case, like, I mean, it's not a mid-range score. You know, there's no reason to go at all unless it looks like a long wall and a lot of opportunity.
For sure, for sure. I think you really want one of those ones that's definitely, you know, it's definitely going to hit the reef. And Baron's more than anyone going to be able to identify that, right? So almost looking for one of those ones that sort of doubles up a little bit too, has a little bit more of a bowl to it. So, I mean, an 8.33 is a big score for today, and the more this time ticks down, the less opportunity he's going to have to get this work done.
Yeah, and I would add that in a normal long period sunset day where there's the defined waves and defined sections for local knowledge to come into play, that's going to be really valuable. Today with this mixed swell, we talked about it earlier today, there's still that luck factor. I mean, we got 5.5 minutes. There may not have a wave that may not come in that has an 8 on it.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, there might be, there might not be. We don't have that crystal ball, but I mean, it's highly likely that there could just be sets coming through and stomping through that lineup and cleaning them up. I mean, Connor said that he spent half the time of his heat underneath the water, and you know, and Ryan said as well, you know, in his post interview, he was lucky he got that work done originally in his non-priority heat because the rest of the heat was just kind of, you know, big closeouts.
As we see on the inside here, lining up, Crosby Colapinto in the non-priority heat. Crosby underlip. Oh my goodness, that was not pretty.
No, that ball was like super close to his head too when he went down. That just, wow, really dropped out from underneath him, but seems to look like he...
Oh, looks like he's okay. That was the trap door in the haunted house.
Yeah. That's exactly what that looked like.
He is strolling through a wave and didn't see that coming. Let's look at this again.
Yeah, the bottom of this wave just completely dropped out from underneath him and just sort of jumping off his board here, deciding to eject out of that situation. And, oh, wow, lip just landing straight on his head there. Just 2 bits of converging white water, and that was his board just coming straight back down. Wow. I mean, that section on the inside there, I mean, you can get absolutely drilled. I've definitely spent my fair share of time underwater there, and it'll rip you for a long time underwater too. You'll travel some sort of distance as well.
Oh yeah. I mean, we've seen surfers get their jerseys ripped off mid-heat over here. And just to show you the kind of the violent shaking that sunset can give you sometimes. By the time the surfer comes up, that jersey's long gone. It's just a gift to the ocean. And that usually happens in that section in there where you know, at that angle, things can just bottom out. 3 minutes remaining for Baron Mamiya, needs the 8.33. He's been patient out the back. He's been hoping. And he actually needs Paumalu to give him a makana, a gift at this time. Here he goes, looking at that one. That one's not going to do. Meanwhile, Italo says, I'll go. I'm in the non-priority heat. Even Italo says, nah.
Yeah, that one just kind of sneaking through, but maybe this second one might have a little bit more to it. Baron's definitely interested. decides not to go that one.
Yeah, and down to 2 minutes and 30 seconds now. He's really only going to have one chance, given, you know, the length of ride and the paddle back out. Is this it? Here he goes. Mamiya's going to have to surf his heart out. Goes in the barrel, travels through this one, and no exit. Shocking affair for Baron Mamiya, and brilliant surfing from Federico Moraes with that 8-point ride.
Yeah, I mean, it was a good attempt, and he had to go for it, right, with 2 minutes on the clock. It actually does look like the ocean's a little bit quiet right now, too, so sort of he had to roll the dice there, pulled into that barrel. I actually thought for a second he might sneak out of that one, just considering the heroics that were done just down the road at Pipe, but yeah, that one just clamping on the end there, not giving him an exit at all. But yeah, Fred went to town.
Yeah.
He absolutely went to town and really capitalized on that 8-point ride. Surfed it so well and just showing variety too. I mean, that first move was that big carving maneuver on that 8-point ride, and then really pivoting hard off the bottom and making that second turn really tight and critical in the pocket.
Well, for the head-to-head matchups between Baron Mamiya and Federico Moraes, if it continues the way it is right now, they're going to be even. Baron beat Federico in the round of 32 at Pipeline, and this was a payback for Federico Moraes if he is able to come out of this heat successful. Still got a minute on the clock. And we got Italo Ferreira. Long carve, cut back right into the pocket there, Ferreira. Just a couple of carves on the Timmy Patterson surfboard. In the non-priority heat, he'll get his best wave score there. He's been pretty quiet in the first half of this heat, as has Crosby Colapinto been. So Italo Ferreira and Crosby Colapinto, they're going to have a 20-minute heat. We're 35 seconds, I'm sorry, away from Federico Moraes advancing into the round of 16.
Yeah, as you can see, this actually quite a big set starting to roll through the lineup. Kind of wonder where Baron is in relation to Fred. How far, because we know that Baron took off on that wave. I wonder if there's a little bit of distance. I just saw him duck dive that wave there.
Yeah, looks like he might be too far in. Maybe this one backs off. And Baron's just, this is unfortunate. Yeah, this is not an 833. There's nothing doing here. So a ride in for Baron Mamiya.
Wow, that's really tough. It's really tough, but I mean, really, really great surfing from Fred, and awesome that he was able to capitalize on that. And it's going to feel amazing for him and confidence going forward, knowing that he got the win there.
So a dejected Baron Mamiya on the paddle in, eliminated equal 17th from Sunset after a win at Pipeline. Federico Moraes went excellent with that 8-point ride. Moraes on his way in and on his way to the round of 16.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL, by Eventbrite. On or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Pacifico. Live life anchors up.
Welcome back to the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, stop 2 on on the World Surf League Championship Tour. We're in the men's round of 32. Another matchup out on the water. Ian Gentile up against San Diego's Jake Marshall. Clock's on, and their 40-minute heat has started. They're in the non-priority portion of their heat. Typo Guerrero along with Felicity Palmentier on the call here. And now switching into the priority heat with no big numbers up. Crosby Colapinto up against Italo Ferreira. They're down to 17 minutes in their matchup.
Yeah, they've got a 17-minute heat on their hands right now with no sort of substantial scores whatsoever. So, I mean, you've got to be thinking that they're going to want to start getting moving pretty quickly. I mean, they're obviously in this priority heat. They've got the choice of waves. But, yeah, I mean, it's just been... I mean, the whole story for today is it's been very, very tough. I mean, everyone's coming in and saying all these guys have been surfing Sunset this whole week, or even the lead up, even before that, and they said it's been nothing like the last 2 days. So, sort of, as we see, Italo
Ferreira delays that bomb turn, tugs on the rail on the way up. Nice hook on the backhand for Italo Ferreira. Smooth roundhouse cutback back into the whitewater. Looks for a little bit more on the inside. Lip glide. Gets a little airborne on the way down and goes complete. Great performance by Italo. Fans like it.
For sure. I mean, straight away, that's it's one of the better waves in that heat so far. Crosby's locked in a 5.83, so we'll see where the judges go on that one. But yeah, you could just see that. I think Italo was maybe, safety surfing that one a little bit, knowing that, okay, I need to at least get one score on the board here. This could potentially be a backup. I think you could really see it on that second turn that he went for. Just like it was very, very controlled, and he knew that, hey, I've got to make this count.
Here comes Crosby. Carve to start. Make it 2. So just a series of cutbacks so far. Wants a little bit more on the inside. Is not going to get it. Crosby Colapinto on the paddle back out. 66 on the back of Crosby Colapinto's jersey. And why? Because it is his brother's number. Griffin has 99, so Crosby thought, why not invert that? And I'll go with 66.
Yeah, that's very, very, very cool. Yeah, I love that these two are on tour together. And here we go. We'll have a look at this replay. And Italo just grabbing that rail actually on that first bottom turn, which is really cool. I absolutely love to see that, especially Goofy Footers doing it. It's really cool. But yeah, I just feel like he just knew that this was potentially going to be his backup score. No, with only 14 and a half minutes left on this clock, he knew he had to make, he wasn't going to risk anything too extreme, because this is potentially going to be his backup. Judges still waiting to lock that score in.
Yeah, judges still brooding over a couple of scores, both for Crosby as well as Italo. And sets continue to hit the reef out here, stack in this short period. You can see the surfers just get lost in the trough. Gone from vision as they're paddling back out. Score in, last for Italo, a 5.17. So not enough to put Italo into the lead over Crosby Colapinto. Still waiting for score for Crosby. Comes in a 3-point ride, and Crosby does better his situation, but it's a tight heat between Italo Ferreira and Crosby Colapinto. A 3.67 will take Italo to the lead. Ian Gentile snaps off the top and puts it down right there. Nice little setup turn, really aiming for the target on that second turn, as we see Jake Marshall with a couple smooth carves, and Marshall has to ditch the board there, pushes it away.
Wow. Ian, here we go, more live action.
Italo Ferreira, remember, Italo just needed 3.67 and kind of got ahead of himself there and went down, poking the nose.
Yeah, for sure. I think Ian was really interesting. He actually took off. Wow, there's so many waves being caught right now.
Here comes Crosby. Rail grab. Top turn. Another beautiful arc swinging all the way around, but gets engulfed in that inside section. Beating's going down.
Yeah, so they are all getting hammered. I think if he would have held on to that last turn, I think he was on his way definitely to a really good score. I really love that he grabbed that rail in that first carving maneuver. So yeah, he would be a bit spewing that he didn't make that second one. But where Ian took off on his wave, back to that first wave that we saw, he was actually right in underneath and actually quite far in. That wave just stood up so beautifully for him, and he really put it all on the line on that first turn. That's just, out of all those waves that we just caught, that one obviously stood out the most to me. This is that wave. You could see he's scratching into it. He definitely saw that there was something down the line here. Big carving maneuver here, but this is the one that really grabbed my attention. Came down with the lip there, with that explosion. That's really not an easy thing to do. And this was Crosby. Beautiful touch of the rail there, straight back up into that second section. And just, got to think, maybe if he went, it was really, really hard, but if he could have got up there just a little bit earlier, come back down in front of that explosion, maybe would have been on his way to sort of bettering his position.
Well, bettering his position in this event, moving to around the 16, Federico Moraes, the pride of Cascais. Let's hear from Federico. He's with AJ McCord.
Yeah, thanks, Kaipo. Federico, so much fun to watch you in that heat. That 8 in particular, you told me before we started, it's so tricky to know which is going to be a good wave, which is going to be an average wave. What did you see on that one?
I just saw a wall, really. It's really hard because there's a lot of water moving and you're kind of lost in the middle of the ocean. So between the whitewash and big walls, it's hard to find that one. But yeah, stoked. I found it yesterday. I was telling Doug after the elimination round, I was just like, I just want to give myself a chance to surf a good wave out there. And I guess that 8-point ride was it.
I guess so, and it's been a few years since we've seen you back on the championship tour. What have you worked on in those last few years to be ready for the moments like that when they come?
The preparation is key, you know, like after falling off in 2022, I had my doubts if I still wanted to grind it out on the challengers, but at the end of the day, surfing is my passion and competitive surfing is my passion as well. So I was like, yeah, let's put in the work. Just being grateful for what we have and enjoy every moment. That's what I learned, and just embrace all the hard work and all the steps you gotta take. So yeah, that's about it.
All that hard work paying off today. And now em português para a sua família em Portugal. Hoje foi a sua primeira vitória em uma bateria aqui em Hawaii. O que você fez para vencer?
Antes de mais, muito obrigado a todos pelo apoio, têm sido incríveis. Próxima etapa em Peniche, mal posso esperar. Mas agora focado aqui em Sunset. Foi muito difícil. O Baron é um surfista muito difícil, conhece muito bem esta onda, ou seja, não deu para descansar até ao fim. Mas pronto, consegui 2 boas notas, segurar e agora próximo round.
Parabéns, we'll see you in the next round.
Obrigado, thank you.
Federico Moraes making it 3 in a row for Richard Dog Marsh, the coach out on the water. He saw his surfer Connor O'Leary win his round of 32 heat. He saw his surfer Ryan Calnan win his round of 32 heat, and now he's just seen Federico Moraes win his round of 32 heat. So give the dog a treat when he gets to the beach. He's been working really, really hard. Meanwhile, through that interview, we finally got the number 4 Ian Gentile, and there it is, a 7.5 flick. I think that's well earned.
Oh, that was sensational. I thought he surfed it so well, and he was sitting so much further in from these guys when he took off on that wave, and he had to scratch really hard to get into it. He sort of could obviously see what Fred was talking about. And anything that has that wall, you want to go it, because these waves are, stretching out to that channel, then they break off the reef, and before you know it, it's getting fat really quickly. So Ian identifying that, scratching hard, and really converting, and also in the non-priority heat.
Yeah, highest score in the water right now for this. This is the 7.5.
This turn right there, that was absolute money. It was so well done. And I love the way he surfs, and I think I've already said it before. He's got a really different style. It's a really vintage style, and it's really pleasing on the eye.
Yeah, it's pretty upright, and at times it can be kind of swivelly, but he gets that accentuation through a lot of his turns when you really don't expect that to happen. So I think that's really the impact that Ian Gentile's surfing makes upon yourself. We know the story about Ian Gentile, 14-year-old phenomena, all the eyes on the surf industry on him, big expectations, stepped away from competitive surfing for a while before he kind of had that renewed energy within himself to get after it. And get after it he did. 2023 a Rookie of the Year, and another year on the championship tour, and looking pretty good in the non-priority heats so far.
For sure, and you got to probably think that he's continuing with that momentum from Pipe with the third place finish there, which was really, really good for him. He obviously had that matchup with Imai, another Maui boy, in that quarterfinal, and said that that was a really, really special moment for those two guys. And yeah, finishing it with a third and continuing clearly with that momentum here.
So the conversation now turns to our priority heat, where Crosby Colapinto has a slight lead over Italo Ferreira. Ferreira with priority. So Italo, he's got a high heat IQ. He's a former world champ. He's looking to turn this heat right now.
For sure, and you've got to be thinking that, I mean, if you're a betting person, you got to put your odds on Italo right now with 6.5 minutes on the clock and priority. He needs a 3.87. It's totally achievable. One thing to know is that Crosby actually improved on his situation, even though he did fall on that second maneuver and didn't ride out in front. He actually, ever so slightly, by 0.2 point improved on that. So I thought that was pretty interesting. But right now, nervous times because, I mean, we're 6 minutes on the clock. I'm thinking both guys are going to get another roll of the dice here, just with this consistency of this swell.
Here we go. Ian Gentile, under everyone's priority, is able to find this one. Foamy face, but just puts it up again. Makes some difficult situations look really easy and looks so steadfast and solid on his feet.
Yeah, he does. And once again, he had to really, really scratch into that. So he's sitting a lot further in underneath all these guys. He's obviously in this non-priority heat and really identified that that one was going to allow that one big section where he could really get critical. But yeah, this is really, really impressive and strategy-wise, especially being in this non-priority heat. But yeah, similar sort of tactic to that 7.5. Just really seeing that it was going to stand up down that line, down the line of the wave.
All right, so Ian Gentile kind of finding him, but the important conversation right now is the 5-minute mark for Italo Ferreira. There he is. Ferreira in a tense situation because he still needs a score to turn this heat. It's not like, and it's a small score, but sometimes, you know, I mean, a fall and you're skunked, you lose priority. Yeah, so we'll see. It's going to be decision time right now for Italo Ferreira. Score in for non-priority. Ian Gentile with a 4.67. So Ian pulling away right now from Jake Marshall in that non-priority heat.
I think the interesting thing is you know, if a set's coming through, even though Italo has priority, only needs a 3.87, he's got to be thinking that Crosby might be taking off behind him. So I don't think he can be sitting out here thinking, okay, when I'm surfing for a 3.87, because potentially Crosby's going to be on the next wave behind, and because they are quite similar in that scoreline there's only really a point separating them right now, just over a point. I think he's got to be surfing for more than a 3.87.
Yeah. Talk about grindy heats. Heat total of 9 points total is in the driver's seat right now for Crosby Colapintos, but that also low-scoring heats are easy to turn. Here comes some sets. Ferreira moving about the lineup. It's about 3 Ps. It's paddling into position, performing, and picking the right wave. The second one could be a roll-in. Where's Italo? Sees a seam on that one, decides not to go.
This second one even, I don't even know about this second one too. That whole set just looked a little bit funky.
So this is a good view from above. You can see how the wave tends to back off and double up. He's going to take a little push start into this one. Roll-in for Ferreira. Starts with a cutback. Just to get back into the pocket. Hooks it on the backhand. If he gets another one, float there and puts it down, and there you go. That's going to be a turn of the heat for Italo Ferreira. And he rides right onto the ski.
That was good driving by Hawaiian Water Patrol, and also good surfing by Italo.
That's Abe Lerner as the pilot right there, one of the best in the business.
Yeah, you could really see that when Italo took off, he knew that he was like, right, I cannot afford to fall here. I'm really looking forward to breaking this wave down. I think he's got it, in my opinion. Here we go. So, first maneuver, just cutting back to the source there. You can really tell he's on that bigger sort of board. Cracks it in the lip there for this one, but you could see here that he was like, right, a little bit tentative, got to make this move. He's absolutely stomps it. You can see the emotion coming from Italo, and this was that driving slash this move turn here was money. That was the best turn on that wave. Comes around this section here, and this moment you could really see sort of that intention of, okay, I've got to stick this.
Yeah.
This is something I've really got to fall back on, use my legs, and make sure that I ride out of this.
You could feel actually the tension in that last turn, and then all of a sudden, you know, just the excitement knowing, okay, I rode out on my feet, I'm likely to get the number, and then Abe Lerner just backing it up there for a bonus.
MVP on the ski.
So we are waiting with bated breath for the score to come in for Ferreira. Was it enough to turn the heat? Our feelings were, it was. Here come the numbers, and he did it easily, a 7.17. Italo goes to the lead, under a minute remaining. Crosby Colapinto now needs a 7-point ride to turn the heat. Colapinto with just 40 seconds. The crowd likes it. We got a lot of Italo Ferreira fans on the beach today. Look.
It's really, really cool. I love it when people get involved. I love it when people are participating. I love it when I see the energy. It's good times. And now Crosby on the ropes with 30 seconds. He needs that 6.52. And maybe another roll of the dice here. Looks like Italo's having a crack, maybe.
All right, 15 seconds, so one more wave possible for Crosby. You can see him there on the top of your screen. He's pretty far out, and there's not going to be a wave that's going to break, and it is going to be Italo Ferreira with a comeback in his round of 32 heat. Ferreira with a clutch performance with that 7.17. Italo Ferreira on to the round of 16. We'll see him again this afternoon.
Yeah, it was super impressive. Very, very clutch. And I just love when Italo gets in this mood where you can really feel the emotion and see the emotion.
Well, that was fun, Flick. We'll do some more of this a little bit later on, because right now we're going to go to break. When we come back, Joe Turpel, Jesse Mendez, they'll talk you through the action. Jack Robinson, Cole Hauschman, they'll be out in the water.
None of my family surfed. My dad was the first one to really just start pushing me into waves at Doheny. I mean, I'm a power surfer, and that's where my edge is.
We're at 225 here.
Cole is absolutely ripped, shredded, and he's 220 pounds. At an elite level, no one's ever seen anything like it.
2, 1.
Dyeing. It gets too dark out to dye my hair. Everyone calls me Rodman. Approaching the tour this year, I get to surf against the people that were kind of my idols, like Kelly Slater, Gabriel Medina.
How's she?
Now I get to do it with my best friends, which is a bonus on top of everything. Journaling's been like a huge thing for me. I have so much stuff going in my head. Surf, train, hang with the boys. My biggest goal this year, world title and Final 5, right next to each other. My name's Cole Hauschman, and I'm a rookie on the championship tour.
So much great talk about Cole Hauschman, and it all makes sense. The powerhouse from San Clemente, big part of the rookie class, hits the lineup with Jack Robinson in the round of 32. As we come into the screen with Jake Marshall on a beautiful start on this wall. Nice big carve again. This thing's going all the way. A third turn for Jake Marshall. And he still has some room to go straight up and drills it. Wow. What an incredible ride for Jake. Showing his connection not just with Sunset, but on a day where it's almost impossible to find a gem like that. He turns in probably one of the best performances of the day.
No doubt, Joe. That's hands down best wave of the day so far. The way he surfed, the way he approached every turn, just very smooth. And the wave was growing the whole time too, as you see it right here, just a beautiful carve, very critical. And the whole time he just had a great pace in that wave, just no downtime, rail to rail, no pumps down the line, just straight into work. That was beautiful wave ridden for him, and best wave selection so far as well of the day.
This wave started off with a beautiful cutting.
I know, just one of those growers like I just mentioned. And right here, that was money right there, with helping using the backwash as an advantage for him, and just right there, a down carve and finish it off just straight vertical. Judges are gonna eat that up.
Jake Marshall's put in a lot of time at Sunset Beach, really shows. Look how much of the open face he used there.
I know, just great approach overall. Just this has to be in the excellent range. That was a beautiful wave for him, and to finish it off, as you see right here, this first bottom turn, see that fade? That just made him beat in the tight pocket right there, with the backwash helping him out, just perfect timing. That was incredible from Jake.
Jake Marshall turns in a 9.17. Crucial timing there, because Gentile had the 7.5. Kelly even earlier said, man, if you could get 3 turns on a wave, that's going to be like a 10. Jake got 4. That's a beautiful wall well overhead as we introduce a brand new heat. Jack Robinson, Cole Hauschman have plenty of time in this format. They'll start working it out under priority of Jake and Ian Gentile. Jack has always had a great relationship with this venue, winning the Sunset Open, but even a bigger rated event, the World Cup a few years back, in a pretty wild, heated final with Ezekiel Lau.
Yeah, this is the heat that I was most looking forward to watching all day long. Like, this is a stacked heat for Sunset. You have 2 amazing power surfers, and you see Ian Gentile up and riding.
Ian Gentile throwing down the arc, needs a 5.13 for his lead back. Big section, snap float, and he can't come down with it. But he's really good at timing the lip line well. Doesn't mind a free fall. He can make those one single maneuver sections look very exciting. Just a little misstep, but it's hard to even blame them on a day like today with all the water moving. So Ian Gentile requirement moves up to an 8.01 as Jake Marshall is building on his total out front as we catch up with Jack Robinson now. And a nice flow over the top of that end section. You could see almost his front foot disconnect from his surfboard, but able to stay calm in pressure situations. That's what Jack is famous for.
That was so critical, that last turn. That's basically 80% of the job done on the as far as points on that turn. Just critical, hitting the lip, which is not easy here at Sunset, and even here, he was kind of surprised he landed. He like had a claim, and you don't see Jack like claiming so much. He's usually a very calm state of mind type of athlete, and right there getting the excitement going. And you see right here scratching. First night setup carve, and just eyeing it down this section right here. Kind of a hate lit, but because he has usually those longer boards, he was able to like transfer the momentum throughout the lip, and that was beautiful. See it right here, nice carve. Just beautiful technique from Jack. But this is money right here. Eyeing it down this section, identifying that was the most critical part of the wave, and a little bit late, but he was able to, with that big board and a lot of stability on under his foot, just able to kind of cross sideways into the lip line and just coming out pretty clean. That was very critical for him, and pull up and ride. And
Hausman sets up with a wrapping turn, and that whitewater is going to really slow him down. Wave was kind of flat to follow, so didn't miss out on much. And now his first score out of the way at a 1.9. But Jack Robinson's last is 6.0. So Jack out front, Cole needing a 6.27 in the early stages here of the round of 32. As they have a nice look here at the beach at sunset, showing us that the round of 16 is starting. Kanoa Garashi taking on Griffin Colapinto. It's kind of a new rivalry that emerged a couple of years back, Jesse.
I know, this is a great rivalry, and I love watching these heats because they get fired up no matter the outcome. Like they're gonna put their best on the line. Like there's a lot involved for so many years, and they put all their hearts into that one moment. This is gonna be a great heat to watch.
We're gonna be able to get a lot done after the round of 16. It's all about quarterfinals for the men. Remember, it's Sunday today, tomorrow President's Day. Our permit doesn't allow us to run, but Tuesday, Wednesday, looks like we still have some great conditions, even the final day of the waiting period on Thursday. As we check out this last replay here, Jake Marshall on his 6.33.
Yeah, we've missed that wave, and that was just a one big turn wonder. And it's been scoring very high today because it's hard to find waves like he actually found, that you can actually have a combination of major maneuvers. So if you go big on one decent section, the judges are going to reward you, and that's what happened on that situation.
So now we've got a rolled in there from Jack Robinson, up and out. Remember, Jack was in yellow at this event last year after winning Pipeline, so a different start to this season. But speaking of yellow, I mean, Baron Mamiya out of the contest because of a great performance from Federico Moraes. So we'll see where the yellow ends up throughout this event. I mean, even looking at Gentile, equal third from Pipeline. He's in that conversation right now.
Totally, and he hasn't been in that situation before, so it's a good opportunity for him. It's not looking easy because Jake really put on a good show in this heat. So let's see. He's been surfing very well this wave, though. Very good timing. He knows the lineup well. He grew up in Maui, which has a few waves that are very open-faced, right-handers like Sunset is. So he's no stranger to these conditions. It's just in a tough moment of the heat so far.
Yeah, and then on the other side, the celebratory moment for Jake Marshall. It's a cool moment when you see an athlete feel the adrenaline and the stoke from a 917, and then things just keep rolling in your favor. So after the 917, one big move and gets another keeper at a 6.33.
Yeah, and that's just very smart from Jake to actually back it up pretty quick, because if he didn't have that wave, Ian before was only needed around a 5-point ride, as we see something going on right here. Oh, what happened right there?
So right there, just live action right in front of us. Seeing just the jockeying for position, how critical it is when you're trying to hold on to priority and your lead out front. It looks like priority is staying the same, 8:30 to go. Gentile under priority with the red jersey on in the heat 15 there.
Ian put his hands up right there. He wants some priority change, and he got it.
It does switch, so now they do make a call. Ian was waiting for that to happen automatically, and they did switch it in his favor. So it's a matter of inches sometimes of playing defense. Surfer with priority in the lead is usually trying to hang on to priority and not get called for a block. And at that time, Jake had called for it, so they'll just now send it to Ian, now chasing an 8-0-1.
Yes, and sometimes like you think about like, oh, to lose priority, you have to paddle for it, but sometimes it's not paddling. Like depending on the position of the surfers, which that's what happened right there. It's more about the commitment. Like Jake, Ian showed interest in that wave, and Jake kind of blocked him from it, even without paddling. And you see Cole here.
Cole now looking aggressive to start, right back to the lip. 2 big moves in a short space for Hausman.
And this is where Cole's going to be very dangerous. Just if he's able to identify those waves that have critical sections, with the 220 pounds that he's got, he's going to be favorable to do some big damage.
So much size. The amount of points he can get for one maneuver is something that's so impressive that we really got to witness last year on the Challengers Series. I asked Mick Fanning about it, and he said, yeah, if he could get kind of 2 for 1 in one maneuver, what some people have to do in a combo, he can create big scores on just one section. How about this one?
Yeah, just so much power right there, just toying with that wave, and just a huge crack to finish. And he's stoked. As you see right here, it was a nice carve, and not many people can actually get that much power throughout a carve on your backhand. He's capable of, and just the way that he was able to move that huge board in such a powerful environment in such a small transition to get that second vertical turn was very impressive from him. That was a nice, very nice, well-surfed wave for Cole.
As we see more action now, important ride for Ian Gentile after getting priority. Just battling for a wave with Jake Marshall. He's just going to throw it away. So Jake back to priority, back with a big lead. Gentile still chasing an 8-0-1 as we'll catch up with Italo with AJ.
Italo, parabéns, congratulations. What a way to finish that round of 32. You waited so long for that final wave. How did you make sure that you were ready to take advantage of what it was offering for you and get the score you needed?
Yeah, that was a tough one, you know, and but I had like a couple like good moments, and it's so hard to like find a good wall, you know, because it's a lot of like white water, and it's hard to find, it's hard to be on a good position, you know, and you need to like fight for the best waves. And but yeah, I had like on the last minute I had like 7 points, and I made the heat, and yeah, that was a nice wave. And when I saw the wave like growing on a bowl, I was like, oh, something good's coming. And yeah, I just did my job.
And now it's only your second heat win here at Sunset while it's been on the championship tour. How much confidence does this give you going into the round of 16?
Yeah, I'm really happy, you know, because I have been working so hard with Reynolds, and I have been trying to surf with big boards. I don't like it, but I'm still like, okay, we can do something with this. And yeah, but it's pretty fun, you know. It's kind of like different when you have like something that you like always like pushing you a little bit more. And yeah, just trying to like surf and having fun out there.
Well, it certainly has been fun to watch you. Para o Brasil, você estava perdendo para a maior parte de sua bateria. Como você mantém a calma?
Então, eu acabei tentando pegar algumas ondas no início e acabei caindo em alguns momentos. Teve um momento ali antes da minha última onda que era uma onda muito boa, e eu acabei subindo um pouco tarde demais, né? Então é difícil para se posicionar, para achar o lugar certo, porque tem muita onda, então muita espuma, e acaba te tirando do lugar, e você toma onda na cabeça, aí você tem que respirar para se concentrar novamente. Então assim, tá muito difícil. Hoje cedo eu treinei, eu fui cedo para ver como é que tava, e realmente tá do mesmo jeito, mas pelo menos tem onda, aí tem oportunidade para você caçar ali e aí achar as ondas que podem te dar boas notas, e foi o que eu fiz, e graças a Deus deu certo tudo no final.
Parabéns, we'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, valeu galera, obrigado.
Well, Jesse, I was going to ask you what Italo was saying, but before we get there, what did AJ say as well? Her Portuguese is incredible.
I know, it's impressive. They were just basically, she asked how you kept calm throughout the situations, and he spoke a lot, so I'm just going to briefly say what he meant, what he wanted to get out there. He said he surfed this morning, and he thought maybe the waves were going to be a little different, a little cleaner, but it was just as hard as it was this morning. A lot of water moving, a lot of duck dives, and a lot of water moving throughout the waves, so just very tricky to keep everything on rail and clean. And that was basically it, but he was stoked.
Obrigado, valeu. 3 minutes on the clock here. Looking at the numbers, it's still Jake Marshall leading over Ian Gentile. Ian, current world number 3 after the semifinal performance at Pipeline. Still searching for an 8.01. Jack Robinson has been the magic man. He has kind of similar looks on his finishing move where it looks like his front foot is almost going to go off his rail. And he's been surviving on the finish. 6 and now a 6.27 for Jack. But then the big number for Hauschie, 7.33 for the 2-turn combo for the goofy footer.
Yeah, just difference in between those two waves. Basically, combination of major maneuvers. They're both pretty similar, but Cole's last turn was more critical, and he rode out cleaner. Like you mentioned, Jack had a very good finish. Like maybe his first turn wasn't as critical as Cole's wall was, and he did have that kind of hiccup after he was landing that second turn, which it's nothing against him. That was very hard to do it. He actually, I would have said 90% of the people would have probably bailed halfway through, and he actually managed to stick that one in, and he got rewarded pretty nicely, but I'm sure he would have liked to came out a little bit cleaner maybe.
Cole Hauschman has a lot of nicknames. You're going to hear Hauschie a lot, but also Rodman, just based on his hairstyle as well. Dennis Rodman played in the NBA for many years. Is definitely one of the most flamboyant entertainers, but aggressive, radical, wild, and helped guys like Michael Jordan win a lot of NBA titles. Played on the Pistons before that as well with Isaiah Thomas. But I think Rodman actually lived next door to Cole's dad for a while in Newport Beach. So Cole's pops got to go to some fun parties back in the day. Minute 15 to go. And just a carve to incomplete for Marshall. But man, he's turned in a great story here at Sunset. I asked Jake about this that year he beat John out here at Sunset. And he's like, you know what? Pipe gets so crowded. He loves Pipe and backdoor, but when everyone was battling out there to get good barrels, he'd just look at Sunset and go, you know what? This wave's going to be just as important for me and be a little less crowded, a little less intense for just the humans that were out there trying to get good waves. And it really paid off. He just feels really comfortable on all the different moons that Sunset provides.
Yeah, and that's translated into what he's done here in the past. Actually, he has amazing performances here before, and today just a standout, picking great waves, just surfing so clean, which is very hard to do here with all the circumstances that are happening. He's just a smooth operator, like doesn't really do anything wrong, like very calm on top of the board. No, not really, never like a sense of urgency you feel in his surfing. It's always very clean.
So Jake in a good position to move into the round of 16, which would mean he has another surf ahead of him today. 9.17 on the wave of the day. 4 big moves, a stretched out wall, and total composure from the Californian as he eliminates Ian Gentile here in the round of 32. Last champ at Sunset from California was Connor Coffin a few years back, so Jake's trying to bring one back for Southern California specifically as well. Great work there for Jake as he's moving forward and showing us that there are still plenty of gems out there for the rest of the day. I mean, our first question, though, is that 9.17 going to be the Cup Noodles wave of the day and feature on the 805 post show? More to come right after this at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. What a beautiful Sunday. The traffic doesn't look too bad. The speed limit right there, 35 miles per hour. Maybe just drive 30 just in case, you know, a little slower is always a great tip when you come here to the North Shore, especially going through the neighborhoods and trying to find a place to park might be tough now, being the weekend and having the world's best battling it out in the round of 16 now. Griffin Colapinto came very close to winning this event last year. Kanoa Garashi came very close to winning this event 2 years ago. So what a great heat to have nice and early in the round of 16. Joe Turpel with Jesse Mendez. Jesse spent some time on the championship tour, won the Triple Crown. As we will get caught up during the break, Jack Robinson did this.
Yeah, that's just Jack magic, finding waves that doesn't really exist on the lineup, like mostly in this conditions. Just he's very capable of doing that, and that was a beautiful ride for Jack. Just a very clean wave. Wasn't the longest barrel, but still he comboed it up with a nice finishing turn, and that was a great rhythm wave for him.
Jack Robinson always comfortable under pressure, comfortable when the ocean really shows off its power. And during the years where he wasn't on tour yet, people wondered if he could perform when the waves got bad or tough or less than 1 foot, and really put his head down to focus on finding the enjoyment and riding, you know, surfing bad waves, really. And he found a really cool sense of joy, channeling all that hard work to perform in all types of conditions, but this is definitely where he shines when he's got a big wall, doesn't need to search for power, and his style is just so reminiscent of Bruce Irons and even the Irons brothers. His approach on just radical sections are super clean, but there's a balance as well with Jack of finding consistency in heats, where you can also see him kind of turn in a lower gear when he needs it. He's really understanding the game quite well.
Yeah, and this is what those guys are best at. Like, they're good at identifying the situations they have and adapting to it. Like, it doesn't matter if they need to make a heat with 2.5s like John did this morning, and whenever they actually need to put on 5th gear and get 2.9s in a heat, they'll go out there and do it. And they just understand the game very well, and Jack is one of those guys.
So scores coming through for Jack Robinson on the last, a 7.5. Remember, Cole had the 7.33 earlier for the big 2-turn combination. So now Jack has the highest score of the heat so far and sits out in front. A couple judges threw excellent numbers at it. Jack's used to that and comes out just under on the average. Lost early at Pipe, but this is another great event for him to end up on the podium and just dive right back into the world title race. Then you look at what's ahead. He finaled last year at Super Tubos in Peniche, Portugal. He'll really love going home at event number 5 in Margaret River. Up and out there quickly. And let's catch up with the man of the moment, Jake Marshall with AJ.
The man of the moment indeed, Joey. Jake, what a wave on that one here at Sunset, the 917, first 9 of your CT career. So obviously best wave you've had here at Sunset. Walk me through how you saw that wave develop and what you were able to do with it.
Yeah, it feels really good. I mean, the start of the heat was a little tough with Ian getting that big score right off the bat. I was kind of like a little bit frustrated and just like, I don't know, like what a 7.5 or whatever he got is such a big score for today. I was kind of just like, well, I'm going to need at least like a high 6 or a 7. And I ended up just paddling out pretty far out the back, like definitely a little bit farther than I think people have been sitting today. And I kind of just wanted to really try to chip into one of those kind of bigger waves. And sure enough, like this perfect wedge started coming in. I just started pounding so hard, and when I caught it, I knew it was my chance. So I was stoked that I was able to deliver and get a good score.
Well, and Joey was talking with us before you came out of the water about just how much time you put in here at Sunset on the North Shore because it's typically less crowded. How much did that experience pay off today?
Oh yeah, I think it paid off a ton. I mean, today the waves are really, really challenging, and yeah, you need that experience out here to kind of recognize which waves are good. And it's such like a feel wave. I feel like you can have lineups and stuff like that, but you really got to just trust your instincts and kind of feel your way around the lineup. So yeah, I'm psyched I have that experience, and I feel like I have a really good connection with this wave. So excited for the rest of the event.
Well, we'll see you in the round of 16. Congratulations.
Right on. Thank you.
Well done, Jake Marshall, who's spent a lot of time here His family's got a home kind of near the Rocky Point zone. And you just go back to the dedication of having great parents that support your dreams at a young age. They've got a little pad down in El Salvador as well. And so they would go on strike missions. That was before that event turned into a CT. It's almost like, oh, wait, I'm prepared for that. You know, Jake's going to familiar territory later on this season as well. As we watch Griffin Colapinto getting started against Kanoa. A nice, healthy, wrapping cutback from last year's world number 3. And now rolling into this one, Jack Robinson in the priority heat. Good use of that rail, and another free-falling connection. Whew. He had to eject on that one.
Yeah, that one did not give him one chance. He was just landing kind of sideways. Oh, he lost his jersey. His jersey came off. That's how brutal that wipeout was. Wow. As you see it right there. Yeah, he just put it back on right now. He had his jersey on his hand, and that's just showed just how awkward that landing was. Just probably landing kind of sideways, and all the power of the wave just ripped that off, as you see it right there.
Still trying to hang on to it.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah, these guys just manage these wipeouts so well. It's good to kind of take a moment to just remember how powerful this is. Watch this, Jesse.
Yeah, that was going to be a great score, because that was the best opening turn I've seen him do it. And that second turn was so critical, but just kind of launch him into the flats. And in the side angle, as you see right here, his back foot like just stays in the air and like starts to move his body around, shifts his weight, and he just lands it very awkwardly. Nothing he could have done really there. It's just the wave wasn't cooperating.
So Jack Robinson putting himself in some great positions in the last couple of years on the Dream Tour, and even had to fight through some injuries when he was in yellow last season, hurting himself against a wild card at Bells named Xavier Huxtable. Ended up hurting his knee, kind of limped in, had to take a break, came back, kind of hurt his ankle after that at the surf ranch in Lemoore. Was just kind of recovering what was a dreamy start before that injury.
Yeah, and it's not about, like, it's going to happen with those guys, just how they bounce back from it. Like, they're pushing so hard the level of surfing that it's just a matter of time when those injuries are going to come. Doesn't matter who you are. But they're so good at bouncing back and just forgetting in a split second after they heal how sketchy it actually is to push that hard. And it's exciting to watch for us, because it's fun to see them pushing the limits.
Well, you can tell there's so much that goes on to winning a world title. Obviously, performance on your waves, winning a lot of heats, winning events, all have to come together, but also taking care of your body is a huge part of being a world champion. And you learn with these guys as they grow up. When Griffin first qualified, he had a lot of injuries to deal with. I mean, he had all the talent in the world. He was already getting 10s at Kira, but then he'd have a knee injury that would keep him out, an ankle that would, hinder him from keeping momentum. And one thing these guys do is they start getting so good at their injury prevention on how they train to avoid those injuries so they can finish out a season nice and strong. Here's Cole Houshman. Just a short one there as he's still chasing Jack Robinson.
Yeah, Joe. And it's also, I guess we'll get back to that after this Griffin's wave, just an in and out. But it's also how they approach surfing. Griffin has a factor in his surfing that it's just not everyone has. He goes for broke every section he has. And once you're younger and you're not so mature, you tend to always, every option you have, you're going to go huge, and that's what he was doing. So as the years came by, he also learned on how to, like, is this a good time for me to actually push that hard, or should I hold back, Like, this might be just a training day, might not be a heat, maybe I'm not going to put my body into that much of a risk. So you ended up maturing, and you get to learn those little things, and it keeps you a little safer in the long run, also with all the preparation outside of the water.
Let's now check in with AJ in the Red Bull Athlete Zone.
I'm here with Dr. Spencer Chang of Hawaii Pacific Health. They have been in charge of overseeing the medical needs of contestants here at Sunset as well as at Pipe. So, Doctor, thank you so much for what you guys are doing. Walk us through your roles here.
So, you know, in the North Shore, the waves get huge. Like today, it's like up to 15 feet. It's pretty gnarly. Not quite as bad as Pipe. You know, at Pipe is a 10 out of 10 in terms of dangerousness. You know, maybe it's a 4 out of 10 over here. You don't typically hit the reef like you do at Pipeline, but you might get big concussions and you're held under, and, you know, you could get near drownings and all these kind of things. And so we're here just in case anything bad happens.
And so like you talked about a little bit, Pipe, Sunset, two very different ways. Walk me through the injuries that are typical for each of the breaks.
So fortunately at Sunset, we don't see too much because, you know, these athletes are tremendous athletes, world-class athletes who, you know, are in great shape. And we got the water patrol out there who are taking care of business. So fortunately, we don't see too much. We'll see a lot of chronic type of injuries where, you know, they're getting beat up because the waves are smashing them and, you know, and they're paddling so much. So that's what we're here for. We're to make sure the athletes are prepped and ready to go, and so everyone's safe and having a great time.
Well, and we're so grateful for what you do here during these competitions, but we know year-round you're doing great work here in Hawaii. So walk us through what you do with the community.
So I'm part of Hawaii Pacific Health. We're the biggest healthcare entity in Hawaii, and we're really the center of excellence for orthopedics and sports medicine. So come and see us if you have an injury. We got what you need.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chang, for being here and all you're doing on site.
Thank you so much, AJ.
Thanks a lot, AJ. Doctor is actually a great guitar player as well. A multi-talented and a great human being. Anytime any of us are limping around site, we check in with Dr. Spencer Chang, and he's looking after everybody, even beyond the athletes here on site. Always great to have him in our company. As we have 6:25 on the clock, we've got some whitewater rolling in and out the back, waiting for Jack Robinson to make a move with priority. How she's really put together a solid heat. Still in the 7 range, is back up a 5.33, chasing a 6.45. And remember at Pipe, when he lost early, he got a 33rd. We were talking about it, Jesse, going, I mean, when you try to pick apart mistakes or what he could have changed in those types of conditions he lost in, he had a lot to be proud of, even though he had an early round loss. We'll get back to that because Jack's on the move. Looks like he will stretch this one out, keeping that higher line. Now down to the bottom, and just a long way to kick out. But it's interesting, Jesse, for these young rookies to interpret an early round loss when there's a lot of positives in their performance. Here's Griff. Big slice with some power. Late hit on the section, and he was really trying to visualize that one going his way. Kate's still here to enjoy it, even though he lost out to his good buddy Griff in the round of 32.
Yeah, Griffin was looking good on that wave. Unfortunately, right there, there's no mercy on that end section. It's just all the energy junctions into on top of you pretty much. As you see here, nice opening turn for Griffin. Good carve, pushing through the rails and through the fins very well, and just very critical right there. But see, like, all the energy kind of junctured on top of him, and just all that pressure and the weight on top of his board, he just wasn't able to handle it and ended up falling forward. But great effort for him. First turn was beautiful, and he's looking good. That board looks great too, like very loose, very responsive, and that's what you kind of want here at Sunset. You want control, but also you want to have the maneuverability.
Griffin Colapinto trying to find a space to duck under that one. Always going to feel turbulence trying to duck dive Sunset, really at any size. Even on smaller days, you can feel the power of this place. On tiny days, it kind of turns into a super fun point. But a lot of depth to this playing field. And Griffin always wanted to enjoy the challenge of the North Shore. Won a Triple Crown title at a very young age. And you know how hard it is, Jesse, to win one of those yourself. And also to do it from a guy from California. Griff, the first to get that title from great performances at Haleiwa, Sunset, and Pipeline in the same winter season. That's when Griffin kind of first got on his roll in the pro surfing spotlight. He was actually shadowing Kolohe. It was Kolohe's goal to win the Triple Crown. Invited Griff to come with him to see how he prepped, and Griffin just kept on winning. Then that flowed into a cover shot of Surfing Magazine, and it flowed into his 10-point ride in his rookie debut at Kira. And I think he really wanted to dive into that headspace on what it takes to just kind of find a rhythm in life, and also a win, when you're just successful and things are just happening. And he's really gone deep into his visualization and did a really cool retreat with Dr. Joe Dispenza in Orlando, Florida, where his brother Crosby went, Jed Schilling, Seth Moniz, Troy Eckert, as we now look at Jack Robinson. Knifing it there and hopping out, just good for one move. Nothing's going to change in his top two with 2:30 remaining.
Yeah, just trying to find an opportunity right there. Like sometimes those waves, how many waves we've seen read him today that it looked like it was going to be good and it wasn't, and the other way around. So smart of Jack just to kind of keep himself busy, and probably saw something on that wave and gave it a go. Like had a first great turn. If that wave would have given him another opportunity, he would have probably been looking into a very good score. It didn't plan out that way, but he gave it a shot, and yeah, just keep it rolling, because at some point, like with the level that he has surfing at Sunset, if he gets the opportunity, he's going to deliver.
2 minutes on the clock. We're going to move through the round of 16 quickly. Jacob Wilcox will be back out there to take on Seth Moniz. We'll see where this yellow jersey ends up as well. Gentile just lost to Jake Marshall. We still have Connor O'Leary going, and he got the third at Pipeline. Also led by John, who's now the highest seed remaining with Barron's loss. If Florence makes the semifinals, he'll take the yellow. Well, we'll see what happens till we get there. Auschman's girlfriend and his dad looking on as they're trying to will an opportunity to show up with 1:15.
Yeah, sometimes it's so nerve-wracking, man. Like if you look back at this heat, there's nothing much you can say to Cole. Like he's doing a great heat so far. I didn't see any mistakes, any waves that he took that was like crucial, and Jack ended up capitalizing. It's just, I guess sometimes the rotation favors one or the other, and obviously Jack finding that wave way underneath and finding the barrel and getting the 7.5. And yeah, tough one for Cole, but in his advantage right now, he got priority. Not much time left, but if something comes, he might have a chance, and he's battling for it.
Let's see if Cole could turn in a heroic effort against one of the best at Sunset, just Jack Robinson. He already knows he's going to be keeping a 30 or throwing away a 33rd. So if he loses here, he's then keeping a round of 32 exit, and he'll have a bit of a hill to climb for the mid-season cut.
Yeah, and I mean, as a surfer, they all know what's going on behind the scenes with the rankings, so it's every heat counts so much, mostly if you're trying to make the cut, and then you're seeding also for the next event, so this is a huge heat for him.
Running out of time for the rookie Cole Hauschman, but showed what he's capable of with that big 7.33, but Jack's ability at Sunset to find barrels and create exciting moments was able to get the win over Cole to move on into the next round, which is the round of 16. Jack surfing again today, and Cole will start preparing for Super Tubos in Portugal for stop number 3 this season. Griffin Colapinto and Kanoe Igarashi will be the priority heat when we return, and we'll bring in Jacob Wilcox and Seth Moniz for heat 2 of the round of 16. Check out this day. Absolute paradise. As you can check out the scene at Sunset Beach. There's a parking lot in the distance there. Kamehameha Highway. You can see those cars moving by and trying to also get updates on their favorite surfers' heats and as they progress. Little VIP zone set up here for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. But a beautiful day at challenging conditions. These guys are making it look very easy and rippable, but we know there's a lot going on in the lineup. The beautiful hills in the background where Gary Elkerton Kong used to go up and actually study this lineup and just watch it. Timing sets, identifying what each swell direction did at this wave. It's really cool when you dive into the headspace of the best at certain venues where it's not just they're paddling out and performing. There's a lot more that goes into it, even outside of the water, just watching waves. And Kong did that quite a bit. So when it happened in a heat, he knew exactly what to expect.
Yeah, and to mention about the swell, like we kind of have a decreasing swell, like not so much, but I can notice already that the waves are actually hitting a nicer part of the shelf, and we saw the last few heats we had bigger scores, so there's more opportunity out there. And I just looked back on the break, and I've noticed that the surfers are seating at least 30 to 40 feet deeper than they were this morning. Just that's a good sign for us because that means we're getting the waves hitting in the proper shelf of Sunset Beach.
As we check out a nice angle from the sky and tracking with Kanoa Igarashi. Fades that nice turn quickly. Hits it high off the lip. Just looks like he's in total control even with all the turbulence out there. When Kanoa's on a roll, he rarely falls. Griffin hops out. Some people kind of surf into rhythm in heats. You can see them kind of fall, but it's kind of the way they kind of get switched on. When Kanoa's really engaged with his surfing, it's kind of hard to find a wipeout from him. His turns look so calculated, so well practiced. It's great to see.
Yeah, it's one of the most consistent surfers we have on tour, definitely. Kanoa's just precision to every detail. And like you mentioned, those guys are already consistent itself, and when they're on it, like, they're hard to beat because they don't commit many mistakes.
Great opportunity to jump on the VIP headset with one of the greats, Richard Dogmarsh, one of our favorite coaches, longtime competitor. Thanks for being with us, Dog. And hey, just tell us how you got that nickname in the first place.
It's a long story, Joe.
we
probably need to be at a bar with a case of beer or something.
Looking forward to it. Well, we love your nickname. We enjoy using it when you're doing your great coaching responsibilities. Hey, you had a great day. Let's hear it from you, though. What are you most proud of looking at your crew performing today?
Oh, yeah, it's an awesome day. You know what? Sunset, when it's like this size, is just a fantastic venue. I think it's complicated when it's smaller. It's big and messy, and it's sort of how it's meant to be for me anyway. So far, so good, yeah.
Awesome. As you reflect on your career and competing at this wave, was this one that you looked forward to?
I can't lie, I didn't look forward to it. It's a really hard backside wave. I don't think I've ever had a tube here. I actually did a major knee, got a surgery after falling off in the inside bowl one year. And, yeah, look,
I brought up a sensitive topic here.
I think most goofy footers would have a story with the inside bowl. But I surf this event quite often, but look, as a coach, it's had some really fond memories for me. Federico qualified here, 8 odd years ago. So yeah, today's heat against Barron was really satisfying to watch Fred hit his pace again. It felt good.
Man, that post that you guys shared together when Federico got his spot back on the top 34, it brought me to tears. I mean, for you and knowing him as long as you have and all the stuff that we don't see behind the scenes of what he had to go through, I mean, speak to that moment for Federico's comeback, how special that was.
Yeah, it's been a really cool journey with Fred. Like I said, he qualified here, it was probably 8 years ago now, and it was a clutch moment. He needed a result, and he podiumed here at Sunset. And pretty much from that point on, though, there's been some massive highlights and some really low points too. He's fallen off a couple of times, made a final at Jeffreys Bay, but he keeps turning up, Fred. He's a real fighter, he's a warrior, and it's really cool he gets to represent Portugal day in and day out on the CT Tour. I think we're lucky to have him.
His kind of reputation was sort of built on upsetting the current world number one. I mean, we saw that when he got wild cards, in Portugal in those early days. Is there something about him where he really looks forward to being an underdog in matchups and then kind of proving the storylines wrong?
I don't know if he looks forward to it, to be honest, but he steps up. I think some people are like that, you put them in a corner and they'll find another gear, and Fred seems to do that a lot. He really digs deep, and it takes him, maybe, in my opinion, a little too long to get into those moments, but when he's in that headspace, he's really dangerous to draw. He can beat the best.
I always love diving into the surfer-coach relationship. Sometimes it seems like you guys are screaming at each other. You and Federico, do you guys kind of let each other have it sometimes, or am I kind of seeing that wrong?
Yeah, you're right. I'm not much of a nurturer. No, that's not my coaching style at all. I'm trying to keep my communication very straight and truthful, which does lead us into some uncomfortable moments for sure.
Oh gosh, I love it. Let's go to our Cal, Ryan Callan. I looked at his results the last couple of years. He's been stuck in the round of 32, so a lot to be proud of today. What did you see out of Ryan Callan?
Yeah, look, Ryan's had a real, I want to say love-hate relationship with Sunset, but it's actually just hate. He was going to qualify the same year as Fred, and he had such a bad heat, he ended up going left. And so I think that sums up Ryan's relationship with Sunset so far. So this has been a bit of a breakthrough event for him, and he's always surfed really well here. It's strange, he just hasn't clicked and he hasn't worked out in the lineup. He's put a lot of time in this year, and hopefully, he's clicked with it, and he's going to put himself in position to at least get some good open faces and do some surfing.
Doug, who's everyone you're working with, both men and women? Who do we got this year?
So I've got the 4-pack, which is probably more than I expected, but Fred re-qualifying. Look, I'm a bit like the Marines, don't leave anyone behind. When Fred fell back into the challenges, I went back there with him to try to bring him back to the CT. So to answer your question, it's Connor O'Leary, Federico, and Ryan Callan, and then Gabriella on the girls' side is my sole girl, which is, it's a good crew. I think I'm really lucky in that way. I've got the best team in surfing.
Well done, Dog. And I remember one year you won Reunion Island, right? And then at the time the tour would actually have the entire airplane going to the next event. What happened on that airplane flight? Are we going to save that for another time?
Yeah, look, that's another time, another story for a beer, but let's just say we were pirates, and there's there's some of those stories probably should never be retold, actually. Far out.
Maybe another platform. Hey, Dog, we always appreciate your time and love catching up with you, my friend.
Thanks for having me, guys. Cheers.
What a legend. Richard Dog Marsh. I believe the story with the plane flight, I think there was a food fight. Flight attendants might have been locked into I can't remember. I'm going to let Dog tell that one later. It's for another day, but gosh, he's just such a pillar, a part of pro surfing, a part of a lot of amazing moments in history, including a Bells final when he was just 17 and wins around the world. Everyone's pretty lucky to work with a guy like him with now 9:20 on the clock. Colapinto out in front, Kanoa Igarashi in the second position, holding down priority. And Seth Moniz just getting started with Jacob Wilcox, Jesse.
Yeah, Seth looked very good on that. Actually, one of the best surfings I've seen him do was the last few days here at Sunset. He's usually very good here on getting those drainers down on the inside bowl, but his turns have been looking on point. Like earlier today, he looked very good, and just now he had that great layback while we were talking to Dog, and yeah, it's looking good for Seth. He's in a good rhythm.
Seth's been hoping to really find a way to win big events this year. Maybe it'll be this one at Sunset. There's the car from Griff as he hops out. Still looking for a giant score. He's found a lot of comfort in, maxing out the time on the clock and still believing that he can turn in big numbers. He's been able to find that mental space kind of early in his career where he enjoys the feeling of having a minute left with priority and trusting that he can do it. He actually would have mock heats where he'd practice that mindset of belief. And we saw him do it today with that radical 9-point ride against Cade Matson.
Yeah, and that's what it takes for you to be in the top 5 and to be a world champ. All those guys have that same mentality that they like to overcome challenges, and this is what you need to have. Like, actually everyone on tour needs a lot of that. Some of them are just able to perform and bring those moments more consistent than others, and Griffin is one of them. And that actually translates into his surfing. Like, he's a Hail Mary type of guy. Like, always a highlight of the day, you know, like always like throwing stuff that you don't expect, and it's just an exciting surfer overall to watch.
Kolohe definitely led the way for this generation coming out of San Clemente, and I think he's pretty proud of the younger crew now just climbing onto the championship tour, from Sawyer Lindblad, who got that crazy barrel at backdoor, rookie season just getting started. Griffin in the water, Crosby, seeing Cole, Cade Matson just find such a amazing, momentous run on the Challenger Series. Jet Schilling almost qualified. He was right there after a great start of the season at Snapper Rocks, but then just flowed into momentum into a World Junior Championship title for Jet over Jackson Bunch. And then Taj Lindblad won a regional event up in the central coast of California, which kind of blends into our Brazilian Storm story, where one surfer does it from the same place, and then it causes belief for a good friend of theirs saying, well, if they do it, I can do it. And it was really cool to see how infectious that winning feeling can be.
Yeah, definitely, because when you're talking about someone that is distance from you, like you see Andy Irons, Kelly Slater, they almost seem untouchable. And when you see a friend of yours that grew up training with you, grew up eating the same food as you, like right just down the road, it makes more approachable. Like, you can only not just desire, but actually be like, oh, he did it, I can also do it. And it's good that they're actually forming that pack, and it's healthy. It's healthy for everyone.
As we break down a really fun rivalry that we have, Griffin and Kanoa have battled against each other since they were little kids. You know, when you grow up in Southern California, for Kanoa, Huntington Beach, for Griffin, San Clemente, you're competing against each other almost every weekend throughout the NSSA. And when we focus on the championship tour, Griffin leads 2-1 over Kanoa, and it's been the last 2 wins recently for Griffin. Kanoa's win was back in 2018. So for Igarashi, he's ready to kind of turn that story around and get a jump into the quarterfinals.
Yeah, like you mentioned, Joe, this is so much more than just this heat and these jerseys right here. They've been battling forever, and all of those moments that they had throughout their years, they bring it into this. Like, it's one of the greatest things in sports to actually see those matches just becoming a rivalry. And yeah, if they usually take advantage of that. If you see the numbers right there, they have huge average scores. Griffin obviously taking the notch on every single one of them, but right behind him is Kanoa. So it's always great matches, very balanced, and a lot of good performances.
Kanoa had basically the life of a pro surfer at about 10, 11, 12, had some great contracts, and started really leaving home early, as we see Griff call for the Water Patrol assist. So Griffin going to be repositioned in a moment. Great job once again to the Hawaiian Water Patrol, led by Terry Ahui. As we go back to action here in the lineup, Seth finding a section to carve. And he'll get tangled up and goes down. He does have the 617, and when he got that score, I'm pretty sure I heard his older sister screaming for him, Kalia, here on the bike path. She said it's just called passion when she is cheering on her younger brother. She's also won some longboard world titles in the past. Really well-rounded surfer, Kalia, on any type of craft. Isaiah's been showing up in the jersey again, another one of Seth's older siblings. And now he's a dad as well. So Tammy and Tony are happy to have a lot of grandkids. And I think majority of them are all watching this heat.
Yeah, I think all of them are probably watching. And they might be all at the beach as well. It's a great pack, great family. So welcoming always when we're here. And this is Seth's 6-point ride. That's the turn that I was talking about. See how much flair and how much pop he got out of there. It's just backwash can be your best friend or your worst enemy. So here out at Sunset, pretty much every steep section you get, you're going to encounter a backwash. So it's just about you timing it right. And that's exactly what he did right there. It just gave probably 20% more of what he got on any turn because of that backwash. And that was a beautiful approach for him. Just one single turn, but getting rewarded a 6.17. That was, yeah, good one for Seth.
Seth Moniz has a great relationship with Mick Fanning and actually had a cool way of requesting number 7 for his jersey number, knowing that Mick was moving on. And Mick was happy to pass it on to Seth as we roll in with this one. A lot of turbulence for Kanoa, but he's still able to throw down a forehand slice. He's down to 2:06 on the clock as he's just chasing a 1.67. Incredibly close heat and a big opportunity to move to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, as much as that was a smart move for him to get that wave and better to 0.5, because that's such a low score. He can do that in his sleep. Now he's leaving the door open for Griffin with priority, 1 minute and 40 left. And I don't think Kanoa is not going to get the greatest score. He's going to better his situation, and he's going to leave the door open for Griffin. Let's see if Griffin is capable of capitalizing this moment.
Down to 90 seconds. Last score for Kanoa comes through as enough. 3.10 takes the lead. Griffin's turn to answer back, chasing a 4.27. A lot of chatter on the bottom, turning on the wrap. Last year's world number 3 and runner-up in the final, still left searching. Little over a minute to go, and he's going to need more.
Yeah, man, as soon as I mentioned that the waves kind of slowed down and they were sitting way deeper, all those last few sets were just running into the channel and not really much opportunity, as that last one from Griffin is not going to change anything. Just kind of a burgery wave, just a big wonky, just not much an offer for him.
So Griffin Colapinto trying to put himself back into position for maybe one single maneuver option. We've seen a lot of those get well above the score required. It's chasing a 4.27. And now just eyes on this active ocean. One of the most challenging days we've had in a while out here. And Kanoa happy to be out front. Priority neutral at the moment with now 10 seconds to go. And you see him just paddling for anything to try to create a buzzer beater moment, but Griffin Colapinto is going to run out of time. Last year's runner-up in the event exits out, this time in the round of 16, by his rival named Kanoa Igarashi, who now evens things up 2-2. Back to action with Jacob Wilcox on a very tall wave. Hacks it at the top, but has to eject quickly. Judges always want to see if you have control after a big move like that. Jesse, are we calling that complete or incomplete?
That's a 50-50. Like, he had control for quite a good time, but as soon as he was going to actually make sure that he was on top of the board, he kind of got bounced off. And yeah, I'll leave that to the judges. I think it might be an incomplete. It's a tricky one, very 50-50. I'm sure they're going to be rewatching that. It'd be nice to rewatch and actually have a slower perspective, expecting what happened, because sometimes he catches you off guard, like it happened right there. It seems like he had it, and all of a sudden he just fell off.
We'll dive into that story in a moment, because Jacob and Seth will have the priority heat. John Florence and Miguel Pupo will be starting off their matchup in the round of 16. Jacob versus Seth continues right after this Bonsoy brew break. We'll bring in Kaipo and Flick for the call.
I first got hired on the Triple Crown as a production assistant. At the beginning of the show, they needed someone to run the roving camera, and I just put my hand up and was like, put me in, coach. I want to do this. It's been such a joy to be able to be a camera operator for my favorite sport and not only be present for some of surfing's greatest moments in the last 15 years, but to also be a part of them, to have the world like see through what I see. The ocean is always moving and is so dynamic, and it really requires us to come into the present moment. Surfing always brings me like right there.
Pretty much everyone surfs. Leah Dawson, camera 2, keeping an eye and bring you the vision here from Paumalu, Sunset Beach. This is the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. And check this out. John Florence coming up against Miguel Pupo. Round of 16, the winner going on to the quarterfinals. Piper Girl, along with Felicity Flick Palmentier on the call, and this is when things get exciting. We saw Baron Mamiya out of competition in the round of 32. Now John Florence, he started off with a runner-up finish at Pipeline. He's got a chance if he goes a chance to take that yellow leader's jersey over to Portugal.
Yeah, he does, and things are already looking really good because he's dropped a 7.83 on his opening wave.
How does he do that?
It's just John. This is it. Here we go. Takes off here. And one big hack in the lip there. Massive layback. Straight into another swooping carving maneuver there. So 7.83 just for those 2 turns, and majority of that score coming from that first big hack.
Yeah, taking a look at all of the numbers for the score for that 7.83. 3 judges actually went excellent with those 2 8s and the 8.5. Those 2 7.5s kind of pulled the average down, but I'm sure John will take that 7.83 as a great start to his matchup against Miguel Pupo.
For sure. I mean, it's crazy. You know, we talk about this all the time, but certain surfers hit the water and all of a sudden these waves start coming through, or they manufacture these scores. You look at the heat totals of that last heat, you know, and Kanoa getting the win with a total of 8.43, and John's already dropped to 7.83.
Well, earlier, AJ caught up with Jack Robinson and talked to him about his heat win.
Jack Robinson coming in from the round of 32, looking a little different than the way you paddled out. Your jersey's on backwards. Walk us through what happened.
Oh, just got absolutely annihilated underwater. I just kept going for it. I was trying to just go for it because you know, I was under priority and was just hitting sections, and I don't know, it happened twice. I just went down, leash got blown off first wave, and I was like, oh, okay, I might change the board. So I changed the board after, then Rashi gets blown off after that, and I was like, oh well, it's just part of it.
And in the midst of that, you found some waves that helped you get on to the round of 16. How did you manage all of that out there?
Yeah, just trying to stay busy at sunset because there's so many waves on the head, and I don't know, I wish you could see what happens underwater. It's just like getting ragdolled. Like, I was watching the UFC yesterday, it's probably like that a little bit. I was just, but yeah, just trying to keep calm and try and control the breathing because there's so many sets on your head.
Well, whatever you did worked. On to the round of 16. What do you take from this round that you want to apply in the next one?
I just keep on doing my thing. Not thinking really too much right now. Just trying to get the job done and stay in the moment.
There you go. We'll see you in the next round.
Thanks.
Yeah, Jack Robinson, he'll be faced up against Jake Marshall for the last heat of the day, heat 8 of the round of 16. Talking about some UFC comparisons, but bad wipeout. You're not going to have a ref stop that, so maybe even worse sometimes out in the ocean.
Oh, I think here we go. We'll just break this one down. So you see this super slow-mo. Beautiful first turn there for Seth, but the bottom just drops out from underneath him. His legs get fully extended, and he's just going through that rinse cycle that Jack was just talking about. All that power and pressure from that wave just landing straight on his head. But yeah, I guess the best thing to sort of liken it to is if you put a 5-cent coin or a 1-cent coin in a washing machine and just watched it tumble around. I mean, that's sort of what it's like underneath the water.
Yeah, and there's this other thing called air that's pretty valuable as well. Not just the beating, but this, we got to breathe.
It's essential.
It's essential, yeah. Oxygen's good for you. So we see Seth Moniz, and he is still in the lead. Another low-scoring affair, though, between Seth Moniz and Jacob Wilcox. We saw Jacob nearly pull off a big number, but judges deemed it incomplete. So Seth's still in the driver's seat. Jacob Wilcox with an opportunity, however, he does have priority, and he doesn't need much because it's such a low-scoring affair. No one needs a 4-point ride.
For sure, I think if Jacob would have pulled off that turn, that was the biggest turn on the biggest section that we'd seen all day, and he's going to watch this back, and you know, depending on what happens and how this heat ends up, that was a pretty critical moment in my eyes. I think that would have been a really, really high score. As we have a look here, this is that moment, just such a big turn, and just went on that heel side rail. You see he goes up, he eyes up this section, really well timed. Looks like he's controlled it.
So the explanation for that, and it is a fine line, is that you need to show control and ride out in front of the whitewater to complete a maneuver, to be deemed as a complete maneuver. It looked like Jacob was straightening out, but I think it was the lack of control. He was still kind of rolling up the windows. He was on his heels, and then he fell. So that was probably the fine line that the judges had to pay attention to. Here comes John, non-priority heat. Let's see what he has here. Casual, really casual. So John, he's out there. Saw his shaper, John Peisel, on the bike path. He's riding a 6'4" Ghost out in his heat. Jacob Wilcox trying to mount a comeback. Remember, Jacob just needs a 4-point ride to take the lead off of Seth Moniz, and I think he just did that.
Yeah, here we go, Seth.
Seth coming back here, wants to answer back. A little bit of slip of the grip there for Moniz, but he regathers himself to get up to the lip. But then the mistiming of that whole routine makes him go incomplete.
Yeah, both those waves were really, really difficult waves to surf. Just look back to Jacob's one. I mean, he managed to get 2 turns on that, but just timing it with that wobble and sort of that little bit of backwash and wonk that was hitting his wave. He did well to get those 2 maneuvers in, but yeah, Seth just looked like he was riding a bucket ball, just especially going up for that last turn there, just got bucked right on off. But it's still pretty low scores. Obviously, Seth's got that 6.17. That's the highest score in that heat. And Jacob's chasing a 4.8. Got to be thinking that last wave, you know, right on the line there, it would be interesting to see a different angle. So we were sort of looking at it from behind, so it's always a little bit hard to tell.
So Wilcox still waiting for that last exchange and the number to come through. Miguel Pupo in his challenge against John Florence gets a nice backhand turn, and Miggy will get a number up on the board.
Yeah, Miguel really impressed me in that last round. I mean, he was the guy, obviously, on his backhand that he got that one big score for that one big turn, much like what could have been Jacob. Wilcox got a 6.33 for his one turn, but Jacob's score just for that last wave came in at a 5.33.
So Jacob Wilcox did turn the heat. We still do need the score from Seth Moniz. Moniz just needs a tiny score of 2.33 to take that lead back. Remember, Seth did get a turn in, but did not complete his wave. So we'll see what the judges come up with as far as a score. And we're still waiting also for a score for Miguel Pupo in his challenge against John Florence.
Yeah, Miguel's one, I think it was just the one turn on his wave from memory, but that turn was really well timed. It was really clean. So you've got to be thinking, obviously, it's a score on the board, but when you're coming up against John and he's already dropped to 7.83 and already in that non-priority heat, I mean, that's a really good score to be dropping. And obviously knowing that John has just, he's incredible out here, and he's just been able to manufacture scores as he has sort of a little look at this one.
Wilcox Patient off the bottom, smooth off the top there. Nice start on this wave, really sticking tight in the pocket. Gets a second turn, so Jacob Wilcox looking to ditch that 3.17 that he has in his score line and further extend his lead over Seth Moniz. Seth Moniz just took the lead back with a 2.87. Wilcox, however, only needs a 3.72 on that wave to take the lead back from Seth Moniz. It's been a seesaw battle in the last few minutes of this Heat 2 of the round of 16. Let's take a look at some replays. Here's Jacob.
Yeah, in my eyes, this was quite similar to his 5.33. He did get a bit hung up here on the bottom, and I mean, not just getting to the top there as quick as what he wanted, but it was 2 nice turns. They were pretty crisp. In my opinion, maybe similar, maybe a little bit less than his last score. I'm not quite sure where this is going to go.
Let's look back at Toledo. Challenger Series, stop number 3. Jacob Wilcox on the backhand, 10-point ride. Let's look at this one more time with Wilcox.
Yeah, I mean, Wilcox, no stranger to sort of barreling, heaving waves. Obviously on his backhand there, you can see shades of that backhand turn today out at Sunset. He's just got that technique perfectly dialed.
Quarterfinal finish in Toledo helped him secure number 3 spot on the Challenger Series and earn his spot onto this championship tour. Of course, he had a runner-up at Narrabeen. He started off the season with another quarterfinalist, Snapper, and Jacob Wilcox was able to put it all together to qualify for the championship tour, walking away with number 3 on the CS rankings at the end of the year, where we ended up over in Saquarema. And Wilcox looking to take the lead back off of Seth Moniz, which he just did. A 3.93, just enough for Jacob to take the lead off of Seth Moniz. A tight heat, however. Moniz with priority just needs a 3-point ride to take that lead right on back.
Yeah, he only needs a 3-point ride, and he's also sitting out there with the highest single wave score of this heat. So the odds right now are sort of, and he's also sitting out there with priority. So you've got to be thinking that those odds are sort of in Seth's favour right now, and Jacob paddling back out. I mean, there's just under 5 minutes on this clock. Looks like there's lines out towards the horizon. You've got to think both these guys are getting another roll.
Rolling into this one, it's going to be Seth Moniz with the answer back. Oh, frustration and a priority error for Seth Moniz, Strider.
Indeed, it's tough out here, but it is getting better. I feel like the size has dropped a little bit, so this inside bowl isn't as overloaded. I've seen a bunch of inside corners opening up, big barrels, so I think that we're going to be seeing that as the day continues. There'll be a lot more opportunity on the inside. As you can watch Seth paddling back out, these inside swingers looking pretty darn good right now, so we're going to see a lot of action in here on the inside bowl.
Thanks for the report, Strider. As we go back to live, we saw an attempted takeoff there. We'll ID that surfer. 3 minutes, 55 seconds left in the priority heat between Jacob Wilcox and Seth Moniz. Here comes John, and he's going to yield to Seth Moniz. Moniz up and out. So just searching. Flick. Seth's just searching for that small score right now to turn this heat.
Yeah, it's so achievable. It's really in his wheelhouse. And, I mean, yeah, I just wonder where Jacob is in the lineup right now as well, because I think Seth did make that little bit of a mistake before he was holding priority and took off on that wave. It really didn't eventuate into much, but see maybe John on the inside there having a little sneaky look at that one. But yeah, there's a little bit of an error from Seth. I guess he was just trying to roll the dice, trying to improve on, just trying to see if he could make something happen. But yeah, I just wonder where Jacob is in relation to Seth, and if Seth's going to get this other opportunity, or if Jacob's sort of going to hover very, very closely with priority.
Well, there we go with our surfers. You can see Miguel Pupo, number 14 on the back. And then Seth Moniz is in the white jersey with number 7 on the back, paddling back out. Jacob Wilcox holding priority. You can see him in pretty much in pole position right here, really trying to control the lineup and control the heat through this last 2.5 minutes. Here comes some sets, so there's going to be multiple choices for Wilcox.
For sure, I think Jacob right now is probably also knowing that, you know, this is still really wide open, and even if I take off in a wave, you know, it's highly likely that Seth is going to get another roll of the dice too. So whatever I'm doing, you know, I'm going to obviously try and better that 3.93 that I have, but I probably want to go for something a bit better as well, you know, if I can make it happen, because knowing that Seth really only needs basically a 3. So it's a pretty low score. It's low at the moment, the scores.
The perfect play for Jacob Wilcox at this moment, with 2 minutes remaining, would be to play some defense, keep Seth off the wave, and then some offense, improve upon his scoreline. Seth Moniz sneaks this one in. Here we go with Sethy. Smooth carve there, lining up, needs a big finish, okay, on his way. Remember, just a 3.09. Wow, that one's going to be on the line.
You reckon it's on the line?
Yeah.
Wow, I know it was a smaller wave, but maybe in my opinion, I think he might have got it.
Yeah. It'll be on the line. He surfed enough. He surfed for a 4-point ride right there.
For sure.
So I guess that's the best way to put it. He did not surf for a 7.
Yeah.
Or but we'll see what the judges come through. I mean, he did link 2 turns, a smaller inside wave, so we'll see how much that factors into the number.
You could see Jacob was right next to him when he was paddling for that wave, but Jacob was just that bit too far out. Seth was right there looking over his shoulder like, are you going to get this or not? And Jacob couldn't quite scratch into it, so Jacob maybe just a little bit too much, leaving a little bit too much room between himself and Seth, and when he was playing that defense. So I wonder now if Jacob's going to get one more roll of the dice, because I think you're right, Pipes. I think that's right on the line there, that last score of Seth.
So some good quick reaction from Seth Moniz, realizing that Jacob was not able, with priority, to get that wave, spun it, and then he's, like I said, he surfed for a 4, and it comes in at a 4.23. So got the job done. Seth goes to the lead. Remember, a W is a W any way you get it right here, even in a grindy heat like this. So Seth Moniz looks like he's 5 seconds away from doing it.
For sure, that was great performance from Seth, and under pressure. And I think Jacob is probably going to be, I mean, it's so hard in this sort of lineup where there's so much water moving, but he left too much space, and Seth definitely capitalized on that, looking over his shoulder and realized that Jacob wasn't going to get it. He said, thank you very much. I will get that 4-point ride here.
Split decision making, and then able to put in a solid wave. Did what he needed to do, didn't oversurf it, because last thing he wanted to do was fall. That would have cost Seth Moniz the heat. So we're going to chalk it up for the Hawaiian here as he moves on into the quarterfinals. More action coming your way after this break. John Florence out there ripping. We'll have Jordy Smith and Rio Waida join the lineup when we return.
Kanoa, we were just talking about how big this day was for you because of who you've been able to beat, right? Matthew McGillivray, you got one off of him after he had 3, and then Griff, you told me, had gotten a few on you last year, knocked you out of your rhythm. How important was it for you to get this win today?
Yeah, I mean, obviously that heat to get into finals day is always a super important one, especially after a day like today, where there's a lot, physically. But yeah, we're just battling it always inside our heads as well. That heat with Maddie was a big one for me, just to kind of catch my rhythm again. And then obviously that heat with Griffin, we have a fun little rivalry going on. He beat me in the heat last year at Bells that really stung really bad. So it was nice to kind of pick up some rhythm. He's someone that's had a lot of rhythm the last couple of years. And, it definitely shoots me into good momentum going into finals day. But, really, I just, not so much of who I'm competing against. I feel like I'm fighting a lot of just stuff in my own head that I'm just trying to get over, especially after a year like last year. So I'm just happy to kind of pick up some rhythm again.
What are some of those things that you're fighting through that a day like today helps sort of turn the tide in those battles?
Just a lot of time thinking, a lot of long plane rides home. Last year that really, it builds character, and I had a lot of time to really kind of dig deep here. And in a day like today, it's all about digging deep. I had some of the heaviest wave I've gotten a long time on my head in that last scene this morning. So, just digging deep, and obviously this is what we train for. So, I'm just happy to make some heats and to surf more. I think the next time we surf will be a little bit more playful and a little bit more rippable. So I'm just looking forward to show some more surfing.
We'll see you in the next round.
Yeah, thank you guys. And I just want to say, everyone watching, thank you always for the support. Everyone in Huntington, nice to see you guys again, and I can't wait to hopefully, have some good rhythm going into finals day and try and bring this back to Huntington. And そうですね、みんないつも日本のファン応援してくれてありがとうございます。今日のこのヒートはすごい大切なヒートで、また次あさってもしかしたらあさってのヒートがクォーターファイナルなので、もう本当にこれからが本当の勝負っていう感じで、もうやっぱり今日はゆっくり休憩して次のヒートのために頑張るように休憩します。みんなの応援よろしくお願いします。
And we're on to a new heat in the water. This time we have Jordy Smith up against Rio Waida in the non-priority heat. And a quick up and out there by Rio Waida. No surprise. We look at the analytics and we talk about, here's our heat right here, Jordy Smith and Rio Waida. When we talk about the analytics with Kanoe Igarashi, he's got good numbers out here at Sunset. He's got a 78% heat winning percentage. He was a runner-up here, one spot away from a title in 2022. So with Kanoa making it to finals day, that was a kind of a, coming into this event, that would have been a safe bet. So good to see that. Good to see. Congratulations, Kanoa Igarashi. He'll be matched up against Seth Muniz in that quarterfinal number 1. John Florence, up and out. He's leading his challenge against Miguel Pupo. Remember, John opened up with that 7.83, found 3.17 backup.
Yeah, John's had a few up and outs now, but that 3.17, that's a nice little backup for him, and he's still holding on to that 7.83, which he got in that non-priority heat, so that was just serving him so well right now. But yeah, I think what Strider said before in his cross in the water was that things are sort of starting to settle down a little bit. I also got the chance to talk to Doug Marsh when I was on my break, and he was saying, you know what, it looks really wild and woolly, but actually when you're out there and you're sitting there as a caddy, it's not as bad as what it really looks. So there's definitely moments out there, so hopefully it's a sign of things to come. Maybe this is starting to settle down a little bit.
Flick, what's Dog going to do in heat number 8? He's got 2 surfers in the same heat, Connor O'Leary and Ryan Callahan.
Oh, yeah, he's too good a coach. He's getting all these surfers.
What's he? I'd love to know what he's going to do. He's going to have to play a pretty neutral role. I would imagine he's going to have 2 boards out there.
Yeah. Oh, that's a really hard one. Obviously, I think you've got to be telling them both the same game plan, right? And
I don't know.
Or is it a different game plan for each? Is it like
each probably have their own strengths, I don't know.
It's like playing a game of chess against yourself.
Yes. Yeah.
That's what it's like.
There you go. I like it. Here we go, Miguel Pupo. Needs a big number to take the lead, a 7.68, and he was on his way there. That was a committed backhand re-entry. Nice hook, but just got smashed by 2 converging pieces of the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah, back to that point before, he either he either plays a game chess against himself, and so every time someone does something, he says, okay, now you've got to go back out to do this to beat him, or he just leaves it completely up to the guys.
Jordy Smith fades this one, and Jordy, nice swooping hook there. Right up in the lip. He's been very, very reliable here throughout this competition at Sunset, and another sure-footed Jordy Smith. Nice start for Jordy here.
Yeah, that was a beautiful arcing turn. It just still continuing with that momentum. That's the word that sort of just keeps coming to my mind for basically the start of this season, really, from pipe to here, and even with that injury on his foot, he's just looking like he's really not going to fall. Now that I've said that, I hope he doesn't fall, but he's just looking so, sure-footed. He looks like that last section he hit was really difficult, and just stuck it really easily.
Yeah, he's been putting down really good scores, not to mention that 9.933 that he had in the opening round, but just overall, like the way I'm describing Jordy is a dependable performer here at Sunset.
Oh, for sure. And I think, obviously, here we go, live action.
John skittering off the bottom and a little bit of a rail catch off the top. So that was unusual. It just shows you the challenge out there.
For sure. I was just about to say that. I think that was super unusual. It's not often that you see John get stuck at the top of a carving turn. You feel like that's his bread and butter. That's the kind of maneuver that he just knows how to do in his sleep, basically. He can do it with his eyes closed. So, he was even saying it this morning after his first hit. He just goes, wow, it is really, really hard out there. And, it's just all about trying to make hay while, make hay while the sun shines, when those big sets aren't rolling through, and hope that when you do get that lull, that moment when it's a bit quieter in the lineup, that you're getting one of those ones that really comes in and focuses in on the reef and really stands up nicely. Managed to find a couple in that earlier round heat, but that was a quite low-scoring heat in terms of John out here at Sunset.
Yeah. When we're talking about just the favorites, like a John or a Jordy, and to expand upon what you observed, that was Strider observed from the water, is as this cleans up, or if it is cleaning up, that's going to take a lot of the luck out of it. And so then you're going to have to look at these heats as like, okay, who's the real favorite? And then I feel like you're going to have less upsets, less surprises if this continues to clean up.
For sure. I think throughout this afternoon, that's what the forecast is saying that. So it's saying that it is sort of supposed to be decreasing in size. And even when I just, turn around, I look to the horizon, it does look like it's mellowing out a little bit. But even moving forward, further on in the waiting period, the swell's dropping. It's going to be more organised. The period increases, which is really good as well. We've got some trade winds coming in, and you've got to think exactly what you said. It's going to come down to more performance. There's going to be less variables, so more things to control. And then I think it really does come down to those favourites and people who have performed well out here in the past, for sure.
Yeah. Tuesday and Wednesday forecast looking really good. Let's go down to AJ McCord. She's found someone in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. AJ?
We've been talking about it all day long, but the caddies, some of the MVPs here at Sunset. Sophie McCulloch, you've been caddying for Liam O'Brien, and for you, it's not just about being there supporting Liam in his heats, but you're learning a lot in the channel as you prepare for your own CT debut this year. What have you learned sitting in the channel for these heats?
I've learned how to cop more sets on the head, so thanks Liam for that. But it's been really cool. I haven't competed out at Sunset before, so just even experiencing the lineup without the free surfing crowd has been pretty beneficial. And I guess every time I paddle out, it's been good to try and mentally put myself in the position where I might be surfing a heat. And I've caddied twice already, so now I feel like when it does come around to my heat, I will have felt like I've paddled out for it 3 times already, and I'll be ready for what's to come. So it's been good.
How much confidence does that give you going into your first CT event of the year, knowing everything you want to accomplish?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I feel like I've spent a lot of time out at Sunset. I don't know if I'm surfing it any better because of it, but I feel like I can take some confidence in the fact that I haven't left a stone unturned, and yeah, I guess being able to watch heats from the lineup's been pretty fun too, and it's tiring, even though you're just sitting there. So I think if I knew it was surfing tomorrow, I probably wouldn't be doubling up on caddy duties, but I know we're not on tomorrow, so yeah, the more time in the lineup, the better.
Well, we cannot wait to see your own CT season get underway, Sophie, but good luck out there.
Thank you.
That's Sophie McCulloch. She'll get a shot at the championship tour as Chris Moore bowed out. Sophie McCulloch being the replacement there, so we'll see her. When the women get underway here at Sunset, John Florence on a ride back. This is what happened.
Yeah, this was one turn wonder, just absolutely throwing everything at that maneuver. Through the kitchen sink, everything, just wasn't leaving anything to chance. That was so radical. It was so late. It was a layback underneath the lip. It was just everything that I like to see in surfing, just total commitment to the cause, one turn.
Huge. Just, that's what we wanted to see. That's what we wanted to see from John Florence. A 7.6 for that one turn. That is what we came for. So look at John. 7.83 opener. Now he's got a 7.6 backup, and he's got Miguel Pupo's back up against the wall. Miggy now needing a two-wave combination. It's a hard combo, by the way, of 15.43. There's all the judges' numbers, Flick.
Yeah, that was incredible. I love to see people, especially like John, just put it all on the line for that one turn. See, one judge even threw an 8 for that as well. Obviously, that one dropped the highest and the lowest and average out. He got a 7.6 for one maneuver. Best maneuver of today.
Miguel Pupo, solid on his feet there, trying to mount a comeback and surf his way out of combination. Here comes John. What a turn again, and a cascade of water, and John just solid on the ghost. Okay.
Okay.
You should be, look at how calm his shaper is right now. John Peisel. Just another day at Sunset.
Oh, he's just surfing so good, and I love to see John at his best like this. I mean, even just to ride out of that turn like he did is so hard. I think, a lot of guys, it's just so difficult when you've got that converging whitewash coming down in front of you, but John just made that look easy. He just sort of emerged out of nowhere, but out the back.
Rio Waida, long bottom turn. Nice looking wall there for the Indonesian surfer. Stalling off the bottom. One more time. Big hook, pokes the nose, goes down hard. Right behind him, Jordy Smith finds this double up section here, glides on the rail of the Smith-shaped board. One more time, staying high, he's gonna get the low road double up here. Oh, a little bobble, but a couple of nice swoops before that. He will ditch the half-point ride that he has in his heat total, so Jordy Smith got the job done right there.
Yeah, he did, and it was really good surfing from Jordy. He really identified on that first section that he didn't want to go too high there. He could have easily gone a little bit higher, but realizing that wave was doubling up, cut that turn a little bit short and then straight back up into the lip for that second one. But I've got to think that Rio was maybe on his way to probably a good looking score if he didn't fall on that last turn. Just, yeah, at the moment he's got just that 0.2 and that 1.17, so possibly could have been on his way to a good score.
Strider Wazalewski, I think you got something to say.
Oh, yeah. We're going old school out here. I love it. Just John is really laying into the power for power thing, and that's just something that just brings up all those old school turns you saw from guys like Sonny Garcia and everybody out here just really putting in those old beautiful power lines. And that's what Sunset is. It's a big, beautiful, powerful wave. You match that with beautiful power surfing, and you're going to come away with some solid scores. Jordy has that same tempo going right now. I really love it. Rio trying to hold on, but looking a little bit like he doesn't have the power he needs at the moment.
Yeah, thank you for those observations. Yeah, lay back, Sonny Garcia used to stomp the tail, do turns very similar to that. Difference is Sonny was doing it on a 7.4. This is a 6.4 under the feet of John Florence.
Yeah, I mean, this was that last wave that he just did. I mean, wow, just to have that ability to just absolutely stomp it so hard, lay back as well, come down with the lip. This is the angle I really wanted to see, just how radical this was. This is even just a different variation of that 7-6 that we saw just before. But to have the ability and the strength to hold on here, you could see he came down with that explosion, gets completely engulfed. To have the strength to do that is a really, really hard thing to do. It's just hard. It's so hard.
John, what he does is he bends fins on turns like that. Literally bending fiberglass fins because of the torque and the pressure that he's able to put throughout the turn. Look at these numbers, Flick. It's going to go excellent.
It's just, this is insane, and I absolutely love seeing surfing like this. He's literally throwing everything at it. Drops an 8.23 for one maneuver. Wow.
So John now has gone excellent. So we're going to add that to his stats for Sunset. This is going to help his heat winning percentage. He came into this heat with a 71% heat winning percentage. He's going to increase that stat because it's near impossible, other than if there were an interference to occur, for Miguel Pupo to make it out of this heat.
Wow. I mean, that was just absolutely incredible. And to go back to back like that with two crazy turns. I mean, we see it in edits that he puts out on social media, but to see it in a heat back to back like that was just so impressive. And today, with the conditions being how they are, for him to identify that, okay, like, I can just do this in 2 waves, 1 turn.
Think John wants that yellow leaders jersey?
Oh, well and truly, signed, sealed, and delivered. He definitely wants that yellow leaders jersey, especially knowing that now, you know, Barron's out of that question. He's coming for it.
Yeah, so here we go, the comeback. This is going to be for a feel-good moment. Miggy Pupo, nice carve off the top there. Great backhand style. Up in the lip. Oh, no. Again, bottom drops out. Trapdoor in the haunted house opens up and swallows up Miguel Pupo.
I wish we've seen so many of those wipeouts today where, you know, the guys go up for that turn, they think they've got it in the bag, and as they're coming down from that turn, that bottom just drops out from underneath them, and they just look like they're having the worst wipeout. Kind of looks like he's okay. Sometimes those wipeouts that look really bad sometimes don't end up being bad. It's the ones that don't look bad that get you.
2 seconds to make it official. And here comes John surfing his way into finals day. The North Shore boy doing the hometown crowd proud, and the mastery of a break that he clearly has great control over. It was evident in that last heat where he went excellent with his heat total. Jordy Smith. Nice lines here at Sunset. Fading bottom turns, swooping top turns. And Rio Waida, who's up in the challenge against Jordy Smith here. Rio able to put a nice finish there with a lip glide into the channel.
Yeah, once again, I just got to comment. I mean, this is sort of taking shape, this heat now, especially with Rio's last wave. It's really going to start. He's putting a dent in this heat, you know, and I think right now, I mean, Jordy's got that 4.33, but I mean, really, it's sort of an 18-minute heat from now on, and that was a really great wave from both Jordy and Rio, so this heat's starting to take shape.
There's the numbers for John, 8.23, 7.83, 16.06 heat total. That's an excellent heat for John, and John is going into finals day and the quarterfinal. Check out the surfing here of John Florence. When we return, Ethan Ewing, Liam O'Brien out in the lineup.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Lexus, experience amazing. By Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the WSL. And by 805 Beer, properly chill.
Well, if you're just joining us, you're going to want to watch the replay. John Florence has put on a show out here and earned his spot. We're going to see him in quarterfinal number 2 on finals day. New heat out in the water with this surfer from Burley Heads. That's Liam O'Brien finishing off his wave. Liam up against Ethan Ewing in heat number 5 of the round of 16. And there we go with our 2 surfers coming out and their current rankings coming into the second stop on the championship tour. Who do you like in this heat, Flick?
Well, I mean, I think this is a great heat, and great heat for all the Aussies back home watching. I think, obviously, if we're just looking at seeding and, you know, how people performed last year, I mean, obviously going to go with Ethan. But Liam just, I saw Liam come to life really, like in El Salvador last year, I think it was. I think we might have even been calling his heat, but he just looked so good. And I know that was right-hander. He was just linking his turns together, and he's had definite great moments already in this contest. So, I mean, right now I'm going with Ethan, but just because of his performance last year, and I mean that turn we saw yesterday from Ethan, that roundhouse cutback was just so incredible. And yeah, it's, for me right now, it's gonna be hard to not think about Ethan.
Well, analytics are in your favor. Heat winning percentage for Ethan Ewing, 70% at Sunset. Heat winning percentage for Liam O'Brien comes in at 25%. So not that the analytics are everything, but just when we look at stats, that's some of the stats going into this matchup. Let's talk about stats. I'm going to get the number. A lot of excellent waves here. John Florence just went excellent again, AJ.
Well, excellent all day long on almost every wave. It seemed like you just were in the rhythm, John. How did you find that so early, and what sections did you know you wanted to attack here at Sunset?
Yeah, I got really lucky early with on the non-priority heat. I got like a kind of an open face wave, which there's not a lot of right now. I got 2 turns on that one, and then it took me a while to find another wave. It was just a lot of wash throughs, and you're kind of like testing waves. You take off and try it, and then eventually I was like, okay, I'm just going to try to get waves that I can do 1 turn on at least, even if it has like a clean wall and a closeout. And so once I started looking for that, I got 2 really good ones back to back. So yeah, I guess I just changed my perspective a little bit of what I was looking for.
Well, and the perspective change worked. That 8.23, describe what it felt to surf it. It looks radical from the beach.
Yeah, I don't know. That wave was a good wave on the inside wall. I thought I was going to barrel, and then it wasn't. So I was like, oh, I'm going to go do a turn. And then I don't know, it was just spray and stuff, water, everything. And then I was like in the white water and coming out. And yeah, it felt good.
Understandably so, has to feel good as well. Second straight finals day to start 2024. How does this really emulate all the work that you put in this off season to be prepared for this?
Yeah, it just feels really good. Just to be chipping away at heats and just, yeah, I don't know, I'm really enjoying it and just kind of enjoying the challenges that every heat brings. And every heat's so different, and it's like grindy heats, and then you have good heats, and just trying to like be okay with all that, you know, and not get hard on myself, because I'm hard on myself a lot of the time when I don't have good heats.
Well, not many bad heats so far to start 2024. Congratulations. See you in the quarters.
Thank you.
All right. Well, John Florence, that was his 372nd excellent wave score of his career, and that was his 155th excellent heat total of his career.
Oh my goodness, I don't even know what to make of those stats. It's just mind-boggling, but it makes sense when you're talking about John. I mean, those last 2 waves in his heat, just then being able to go back to back. I mean, I sort of touched on it before, but you see that on an Instagram edit, you see it on social media, but to see it in real life and for it to come together in a heat, that is a whole nother thing, you know. Usually Instagram and social media is this highlight reel, but we just got to see one in real life.
Yeah, yeah. Your eyes don't lie. Instagram can. Right, so Jordy Smith, his last wave, a 7 5.17, and Jordy goes into lead over Rio Waida. I've been talking about Jordy Smith and how solid his surfing has been out here at Sunset. He's a former champ out here, and he is commanding Heat 4 of the round of 16. With heat control, he's got the lead and he's got priority. And we got a bunch of jet skis from Hawaiian Water Patrol just circling around the lineup. And their Strider got over that one, no problem. A couple of duck dives by the caddies. A lot going on in the channel.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. I just saw Sophie McCulloch, who we just heard from before, with AJ. So she's out there again, obviously caddying for Liam. I thought that was pretty cool how she was saying, you know, obviously it kind of feels like she obviously hasn't surfed a CT out here yet, but it just felt like going through the motions. She's done it 3 times now. So
can you believe there was actually a time where caddies did not have jet skis and you had to swim in after you gave your board away? True story. Here we go with Jordy Smith here. And Jordy up and down, so we'll see what that score comes in. As we're waiting for that score, let's go to Strider Wasilewski. There seems like there was a board change out there, Strider.
Yeah, Lobby had to switch up, definitely switching boards. They're gonna run in and get a new one. Looks like he might have buckled that one. I didn't get a look at it, but they're taking her in right now. So we're gonna do a switch. Sophie McCulloch taking the board in right now, and Lobby just switched it out back out to the lineup. And yeah, the channel's kind of hectic, but it's where we want to be. Best seat in the house.
Case in point. So this is the drill right here. Sophie gives her board away, and though now she gets a ride in with so the good board to Liam. Now she gets a ride in to the shore by Hawaiian Water Patrol. She'll get another board and hop back out and for that replacement. When I was talking about the 80s and the 90s, when that happened, before these guys had all these machines, you'd have to swim in. Usually you just paddle out there with swim fins on, and then that's how you would do the board change. It's a lot more efficient these days.
for sure, and a lot less energy exerted for the caddies, that's for sure. I mean, it's not an easy swim, especially on a day like today when there's so much water moving in the channel.
Rio Waida, 5.84, may have got the score just on that last dynamic finish to take the lead off of Jordy Smith. That would be an upset.
Yeah, wow. 5.84, I think I didn't quite see, was there anything, we don't know if there was something before that.
Yeah. So we'll get caught up on that as he gets the jet ski assistant back out to the channel.
Yeah, but
interesting. Here we go. Let's see the whole wave.
Yeah, here we go. Big drop out the back from Rio. And just that one big turn, I thought maybe there could have been something before that. And if there was something before, yeah, okay. Maybe that 5.84, I'm not sure. I don't think that, in my opinion, I don't think that's going to be the score.
Yeah, I agree with you. We'll see what it comes in at. But it was just one turn, and it was good for him to hang on, but we'll see if the number gets there. There's we got still scores owed to us by the judges for both Jordy Smith as well as Rio Waida to set the heat. 5.5 for Jordy, and still waiting for Rio Waida's score. Rio now needs a 7-point ride on that last wave ridden. So we're waiting for that score, but the requirement now for Rio much higher, needing a 7-point ride. So it is safer to say that Rio will not get that score on his last wave that he needs to take the lead.
For sure, as we just see in the bottom of the screen there. So she's gone and grabbed that other board, the second backup board. She's put the fins in there and she's going to head back out. So, but yeah, that board of Liam's just getting a big old crease through it. So that one is no good. Tira Lagus.
Yeah, Seth Moniz made finals day. Let's hear from Seth. He's with AJ.
Seth waiting until the final moments there to make sure you wrapped it up, punched your ticket to finals day. What did it take to survive that heat, get the scores you needed?
Oh man, that was pretty grindy. I'm sure online it looks a lot easier than it is, but yeah, it's freaking as hard as it gets. I felt like I needed to do a few more squats before I paddled out. Just kept falling on a few waves that could have been the score already, and yeah, just stoked I got gifted with that last wave.
And this is the first time that you have made a finals day since here in 2022 on the championship tour. What does it mean to you to hit that milestone again?
Yeah, I'm super stoked to make the quarters at Sunset. Yeah, I did in 2022, obviously. So just happy to be here finally. You know, I had a shocker at Pipe. That's like the #1 event I looked forward to the most throughout the year, and it's a real bummer. But you know, looking forward now. It's all meant to be. Now I'm in the final day, and yeah, just take it heat by heat. You know.
What do you rely on going into finals day, knowing you had the shocker at Pipe, you're putting together a great comp here at Sunset, and all the time you spent in the water? What do you rely on to give you the confidence moving forward?
I just momentum and heat wins, you know, just like that. Really haven't surfed the heat since last year, you know, had a long off season. So, you know, you always feel rusty getting back into the groove of things, but, you know, now I'm feeling confident about my heat strategy, and, you know, now I just want to put on a good performance now. Hopefully we get better waves in the final day.
The rust has been knocked off. We'll see you on finals day.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. Making Summer Street proud, Seth Moniz. He will be in quarterfinal #1 up against Kanoa Igarashi when we look forward to finals day.
Yeah, wow, it's so crazy to me that, I mean, obviously, we've got so much through the men, and we're going to be down to quarters. There's only going to be 8 guys left by the end of today.
So look at all these waves. Remember I was talking about having to swim in as a caddy? I just want to loop that whole story together.
Go ahead.
I was caddying for Seth's dad, Tony, in that circumstance where I had to give Tony the board that I did not want to relinquish and then, and then swim in. So
conditions like this?
It felt big at the time. I don't know. You know how it is. Fish stories are always bigger when you tell them 20 years later. But yeah, Seth Moniz, a second-generation professional surfer. Dad Tony, an absolute legend and a mentor for many, many Hawaiian surfers coming up when he had his career as a professional surfer. Jordy Smith in the priority heat, up and riding. Smith with the lead over Rio Waida. Look at how easy he makes it. It's just smooth rail surfing. Just the connectivity, except for that part, was right on the way, but he just eases through all of those turns. He was looking like he was on his way to improve his heat total, but without a finish, he's not going to top that 5.5 back up.
No, but the way he was surfing that wave, I think, just got to echo what you said, he was well and truly on his way to improving on that 5.5. Just his body mechanics and the way he reads a wave, and I think maybe that he is this bigger sort of guy that allows him to have a bit more coil, a bit more spring, and he just loads through those sections just with such ease. That second turn was just massive. Yeah, those first couple of maneuvers, really nice, really well linked together. I think possibly on his way to a really good score if he can fall there at the end.
So now you see the ride back out on the Red Bull jet ski. He'll be placed back out on the channel. Here we go, Rio Waida. All the way around that first carve. Loads up off the bottom, hits the lip with just a vicious hit. Basically late to that. You know, had a lot of intent. I saw just like the fangs out from Rio Waida. Want to make it happen. Needs a 6.75, but he's not going to get the number without a finish.
No, that's happening so much today, you know, on that last section. I mean, we just saw it happen to Jordy. It just then happened to Rio, but throughout the whole day, it's been sort of that constant narrative that you get to that end section, you go up to hit it. As we have a look here, this is Jordy. First beautiful carving maneuver, hits that on the rebound. This turn here was absolute money, just a big arcing maneuver. You've got to be thinking if he had made this, just that bottom dropped out from underneath him. And similar sort of story here for Rio. As he goes up, big carving maneuver, swivels on that board, and yeah, nose picks in and under and just getting gobbled on up there. Yeah, Jordy, I mean, that last wave, Jordy just came in at a 5.27. You've got to think he made that last turn, he definitely would have improved.
We'll see how the priority plays out in the final 3 minutes, and always a place to pull over and check out the surf competition. Up and down the North Shore, definitely a tourist spot where just people taking pictures of just the beautiful scenery here at Sunset Beach. Liam O'Brien with a nice hack. And a nice float there for O'Brien on his way to a great score. Great performance by the Burley Head local, Liam O'Brien. Already has a 6-point ride to his credit, and he was really able to connect on that wave. Strider.
That was insane. You know what? These are the heats you come for. This was definitely in the brochure for the day. Watching these guys compete out here at the moment is just next level. Everybody in the channel blowing up, everybody screaming. Jordy watching Rio on that last one, knew this requirement, saw him fall, was like almost, but no, cigar, and just paddled back out laughing. I mean, the vibe is high out here in the channel at the moment with the competitors, with all the caddies. We're loving it, front row.
Thanks, Strider. Down to 1:45 for Jordy Smith. Jordy now regains heat control with the lead and now has priority as well. So, Jordy, a smart competitor, a long time on the championship tour. He's got the heat IQ. He will close this out right now because he can control everything in this heat.
Oh, for sure. I mean, a minute 20 on the clock, and Rio's still needing that 6.75. And I mean, I think it's really funny just to comment on what Strider was saying. You know, just the back and forth in the channel with Jordy being like, haha, close but no cigar, like laughing, getting back on out there. It seems like Jordy has sort of a renewed sort of mindset coming into this year, a bit cheeky, a bit more playful.
He's like lately he's so cool. I mean, 17 years on the championship tour, but there was a number of years where Jordy was a really steely competitor. But as of lately, he just seems like he's having a good time, cracking jokes, not taking himself too seriously. And here he is. This is going to be his ride to the beach and into finals day. Jordan Michael Smith, number 23.
Wow, well, he's just continuing on with this momentum and maybe this new sort of attitude and this like carefree sort of cheekiness is serving him well. I've also noticed it sort of in his post-heat interviews with AJ. He's just been a bit more joyful, a bit more cheeky.
and he's got a sharp sense of humor too. It's Jordy Smith conversations are golden. And he's got the golden ticket into finals day. Here we go with Ethan Ewing. Ewing needs to come back against Liam O'Brien. He was tube seeking on that wave, did not find the barrel. So Ethan Ewing still trailing Liam O'Brien, and they have just turned into the priority heat as the clock has ticked down to 19 minutes and 35 seconds.
When Ethan took off on that wave, it kind of looked like, whoa, it had a really beautiful wall to it, and I was almost wondering, like if he gets some open face here, he's going to do some damage.
So this ride's not going to count. That's Jordy after the heat, and this is Jordy Smith's numbers. 7.17, 5.5 was enough to earn his way into finals day. Rio Waida leaving Sunset with an equal 9th. We'll be back with more action from the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. We're bringing Joe, Jesse, and a special guest.
Hi, everybody. You're watching the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. It's stop number 2 of the World Surf League Championship Tour. We're enjoying the round of 16 for the men and anticipating a big start for the best women surfers on the planet. Coming soon, probably as early as Tuesday, maybe a finals day, Wednesday, we'll see. And one surfer that's planning on being on the podium is Gabriella Bryan, and joining us in the booth a Hurley team rider as well. Thanks so much for being with us.
Thank you. I'm so excited to be here with you guys.
And this is Jesse Mendez, of course. You guys have been enjoying him the last couple of events. Gabby Bryan, we love watching you at Sunset. You've had some great success here, obviously in the main event, also regionally as well. And you know how much you have to adapt. I think your last regional win here, wasn't it pretty small and kind of grindy in there at Val's? Is that right?
We were surfing like 2-foot Val's, but I made it happen.
Made it happen. A lot of different moods today. It seems like the big theme is just trying to luck into a good one on a day like today. You know what that's like, being in the water at sunset when you don't know which direction the current's going to take you.
Yeah, it's a lot of water moving out there. It's like, it's crazy. It's much bigger in person, I think, than it looks on TV. So these guys have their work cut out for them.
So thanks for joining us for the call. And this is kind of a cool moment as well for your whole camp. Connor O'Leary versus Ryan Callanan. You're also getting coached by Richard Dog Marsh. Any insight on what it would be like for them to have a heat together today?
Yeah, I think it'll be a really good battle. We're going to see some amazing backhand surfing, and I can't pick one. That's too hard, but I think they'll put on a good show.
I'll have Jesse do that. You got to pick one. Can you? I mean, yeah, they've got a lot of similar strengths.
And they're both friends of mine. It's such a hard one. I just want them to rip. I think it's a great match. They suit surfing Sunset very well, even though Dog mentioned to us a little earlier that Ryan doesn't have a love-hate relationship, more of a hate relationship out here, but still, he's been the standout. Like this morning and yesterday, I saw waves from him that were as good as anyone, and he looks amazing.
It's kind of an interesting concept, isn't it, Gabby, when you're Ryan or Connor and they kind of have to chuckle a little bit about a wave that they might not be looking forward to on tour, and then turning into a headspace of learning how to compete and win. You think about the championship tour, you're thinking about dreamy locations where you can't wait to get your jersey on, and this is kind of a different scenario for these two.
Yeah, for sure. There's definitely stops along the tour that you like a lot more than others, and Sunset I feel like is one that a lot of people it's harder for them. So but once you're out there and you're in the jersey, it all shifts. You're out there doing your best, and you're going to make it happen.
Where do you stand with all that? Is this one of your favorite stops on tour?
Yeah, Sunset's my favorite stop on tour. It's very controversial, but I love it. I grew up surfing it, and just such an easy way for me to just do my power carve, so that's why I love it. And yeah, I can't wait for the girls to start.
Well, let's go to the Pacifico fan picks, because they'll help us work this one out. Hey, there we go. Connor O'Leary, 56%, saying the big man's going to be moving on. Connor, growing up in Cronulla and representing Japan fully on tour this year, but loves to have a shout out back to where he grew up and was raised on an amazing coastline, famous for Richard Dog Marsh, Mark Occhilupo, some talented goofies to look up to. When you see Ryan Callanan in the water, we're talking about goofies winning out here in a segment earlier today. We got to a recent one with CJ Hopgood, but I guess Australia, if you go way back, a guy named Cole Smith ended up winning the Pro Class Trials, a guy who introduced the channel bottom kind of globally to the world at the time, and actually from Newcastle. And Ryan Callanan, growing up in Newcastle, is always proud of the heritage. A lot of big names coming out of that region, Meriwether Beach, and including a 4-time world champ, a winner at Sunset named Mark Richards.
Yeah, there's a lot of good surfers from there. I think it's all because there's so much variety in that town. Like, you have all types of conditions. You have good beach breaks, good slabs, and you see Connor up and riding here.
Connor just up and out. But yeah, a lot of depth and world-class waves to have in your backyard. Little beach breaks. You can work out a great air game like Ryan has. You can get really heavy water waves as well. It kind of makes sense. A lot of talents coming out of that region.
Yeah, and you see most of them are all-rounded. Like, they're all-rounded surfers. All the guys that you mentioned there, they're just good at everything. So let's just show what a good training ground they have right there.
Strider's real middle name is Raspberry. It's true. It's on his passport. He's standing by with a Hurley board breakdown with Connor O'Leary.
Well, Connor O'Leary's out here. He's got Connor's board. I think we have to ditch out on this one. Sorry.
You're always forgiven, Waz. Whoa, they just went sideways. Did you see that? That's crazy.
Look at that wave that they're getting.
Oh,
that
no.
middle's it's right on his head.
Oh, no. He saw his eyes light up and go, yep, we're going to do this later.
He's somewhere right there in between those guys.
Let's just give it up to the Waz, you guys. I saw him, moments ago, and he's been dealing with a lot of water on the head. I mean, you think about the caddies laughing off a few sets, but Strider's been out there all day. What a tough reporting job.
Yeah, it's like a washing machine on a spin cycle.
But he loves it. Yeah, exactly. So we'll catch up with that Hurley board breakdown in a moment. Connor O'Leary doing a good job with DHD and also mixing it up in pipe as well. That got him to the semifinals, going to a Takoro. As we'll catch up with Jordy Smith with HA.
Yeah, Joe, Jordy coming in here all smiles after making your second straight finals day to start 2024. Just how much do you feel like you are surfing within your power right now, within what you are sort of have been working all offseason to do?
Yeah, I'm surfing the best I can with kind of my opportunities that I get. It's really difficult in the overlapping heats because you're trying to position yourself, but at the same time being mindful of where the other competitors are in the other heat that have priority. So it is a very difficult thing. Everyone's basically been sitting on the bowl, just outside of the bowl. So it is kind of that one takeoff spot. But look, I'm just trying my best with the kind of cards that I get dealt.
Well, you're doing a pretty good job so far, and I know that John was in that overlapping heat for a while with you. He had some of those radical turns you guys have all been looking for. How did seeing what he did sort of set up what you wanted to do?
Yeah, he took like 3 of my waves that I wanted. But look, he's definitely the best on the rail. And if something's, to get inspiration from, it's definitely that. And yeah, I just try to find the waves that I could get some open face turns. I fell on one that might have been a little higher score, but yeah, like I said, just trying my best.
Trying your best, and you're going to have an opportunity to go against John in the quarterfinals. How do you get ready for that?
Probably take a lay day tomorrow, take my son surfing, and then, yeah, just kind of wait to see what finals days brings. And, yeah, surf my best I can against him. He's the best, so if anyone's got something to lose, it's him.
There you go, Jordy. We'll see you on finals day.
Thanks.
Jordy's in a good mood. Look out. Look out, you guys. Remember when he won in Brazil that one year over Adriano, and he was doing all these different claims and laughing, and when he's laughing and being a little cheeky, he tends to go all the way to the podium.
And like, with how much experience he has, he's looking at the draw and seeing so many names falling off early again. Like, it's just another opportunity. Obviously, he's been there before. He's been a runner-up before in the world, and it's just a big gap for him right there to take that advantage that a lot of guys fell off, and him maybe being in the top 5.
What a big opportunity for Jordy Smith into the quarterfinals. Priority heat is Liam O'Brien and Ethan Ewing at the moment. 2 Aussies going head-to-head. For Liam, he's been looking really smooth and comfortable, and Gabby probably one of the best styles that we've seen come on tour in a long time. 7-8-3 leading over Ethan, who would be the favorite as far as momentum in the last couple of years.
I don't know. I guess I would probably have to say Ethan would be probably the favorite because he's done so well out here before, but Liam just charges, and I feel like he has no fear, and he also has an amazing style, so yeah, he's going to be hard to beat.
This is the 6, Gabby. What'd you think?
Yeah, that car was sick, and I just know how choppy and windy it is, and yeah, his style is beautiful. Just the way that the sections that he chose to do his maneuvers was really, really good. So, yeah, that was amazing.
And kind of cool for your options yourself too, a regular footer, on how you can mix up your turns from those kind of lean back type kind of carves, or even extreme layback. Do you think about that a lot at Sunset?
Yeah, for sure. It's, like you said, being a regular footer out here, I think is a big advantage because you can change it up so much. I just love a big down carve, but
ooh, yeah.
It's fun to change it up.
Here's Ethan Ewing, Jesse.
Yeah, Ethan. Looks like just not the best wave selection right there for him. Obviously, Leon identifying better waves with more quality. They gave him more opportunity, and it's reflecting on the scores. Ethan is actually not having quite a shocker for him out there at Sunset. You expect him to do very well here, and just not having it. 7 minutes left. You still got time. It's getting tricky. Leon already has a solid score.
Oof.
2 solid scores.
Let's look into the head-to-head matchups with these 2 Australians. Ethan still up against the ropes, and Lobby might be going 3-1 if he keeps this lead. The moment Liam still leads over Ethan Ewing in their career, and sometimes the rankings don't speak enough for somebody, having another's number, even a higher seed typically. So Liam at the moment kind of showing that once again. 7.83 and a 6.0, and 7 minutes to try to shut this one down. Callanan and O'Leary just getting started, really. The 2 goofy foots that all work with Richard Dog Marsh, just like Gabrielle O'Brien. What's it like getting coached by the dog?
Yeah, it's good. I started working with him middle of last year, and it was probably one of the best things I've done for my career. Just to be around a different crew and just see their approach and the way he coaches is, I think, really helped me. He's very, what's the right word? Very good at communicating and letting you know what he likes, and it works good for me, so I'm really happy to be working with him and getting to know Connor and Ryan a little more.
As we continue on with action with Liam O'Brien, just looks so effortless in transition. And like Gabby was mentioning, absolutely charges. That's kind of been this underlying theme, especially this year on the North Shore, just seeing him run down Cam Highway with giant big wave guns and signing up for wild sessions at Big Pipe, Big Waimea. That's kind of building to his whole reputation. I mean, he might have had that for a long time, but everyone definitely knows about it this year.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned that, because he actually had that for a long time, but just now, the last few years, him being a tour, it's more of a spotlight and more attention on top of you, but he's been underground charging these waves, mostly off the wall. I think of Liam in Hawaii, I think of off the wall, just big, massive, thick barrels, a lot of them not coming out because it's a very tricky wave, usually like closes out a lot, and he's just a lot of times putting himself out there by him, like no one out, just him. So it's nice to see all of that effort paying off right here in the results.
Kind of taking a page out of Karen Perot's book, where he used to just sit it off the wall and get crazy ones. Matt Archbold used to do that all day, where the pack would be at pipe and back door, and sometimes Archie would just almost have it to himself. As we look at 4:53 to go, fading on the takeoff is Connor O'Leary, and not finding anything there. Priority will go back to Ryan Callanan. Ryan start 4.83 as he leads. For O'Leary, he'd be trying to think about the yellow jersey for his start to the season. For Ryan Callanan, he's equal 17th, so this is really important for him to get up the rankings before heading to Portugal. And so far for Ryan, this is his best result in the past couple of years, just being in the round of 16. So that's definitely a positive, heading the right direction. Gabby, a lot to catch up on for this season, anticipating your start to this event, but we're coming off one of the most special moments in women's surfing history, watching that finals day with Katie Simmers and Molly Picklum. How was your reaction to that day?
Yeah, that was super cool to watch. It honestly stung a little bit because I had lost the day before, so I didn't get to go out there and give it a crack, but it was so cool to see them charging, just packing barrels. Betty Lou, I loved her big pipe barrel. That was super cool to see, and I just think it was a great day for women's surfing.
When you talk about charging, like Liam here, and also that day at Pipeline and everything, how do you handle that and push yourself with that element of fear, but also wanting a piece of the action as well?
Yeah, it would have been awesome to be out there with just one other girl, because it's hard to do it when you're battling against a bunch of guys in the free surf. So I just think that it's obviously scary, don't get me wrong, pipe's one of the scariest waves, but when you have that opportunity, I would have just gone for it and given it my best crack. Yeah.
I love it. And speaking of big, powerful moves, the algorithms shifted on Instagram when Dog posted that power gouge that you let go of the other day. If you guys haven't seen it yet, look up Richard Dog Marsh on Instagram. That turn was sensational, and you've always been powerful, but that seems even more powerful than what we've seen. Have you been really focusing on that type of turn, in the off season, and obviously ready to unleash it at Sunset Beach?
Yeah, hopefully I get a few sections to unleash it at Sunset. That would be super cool. But I remember before that session, he's like Gabby, you just gotta open up and finish your carves, and they'll just be another notch. So I went out there and Ethan on a wave.
Right on, Ethan with some nice rhythm already, and then just gaffs it off the bottom again, and he will go down. So only credit for one move, and he's comboed by Liam O'Brien. Really needed that combination to come through for him, Jesse.
Definitely. Obviously, he needs 2 waves right now, but that was going to help him a lot. I still think this is going to help him a lot. He's going to be looking at a very solid score, most likely. But great first turn, great effort for him right there. The problem that he's going right now is just against the clock. He has 1:50 left out at Sunset. And you see right here, this is a very nice wave selection and huge turn right there. Just unleashing. You can tell that he knows this is almost one of his last chances, so he's going to put in everything on the line, and that's what he did right there in that first turn. Just beautiful style as always, like just the body positioning, the way he's able to release the fins right there and engage back again, and everything synchronized always. Upper body always synchronized with the board and the bottom part of the body. So yeah, it's impressive to always watch him.
When you see him pass by in the athlete zone just walking, he walks with style too. I think some people are just gifted with looking cool. You know, when you're just cruising down the street or on a wave like that, it's just like a cool beat that you listen to in your head. It's like you think of good songs when you watch Ethan surf. His tempo is just magic. But yeah, fell on the second move. So Ethan Ewing will get credit for that one big fin fang in the guts of that wave. 4.67 on that one maneuver, his best. The combination is broken and now needs a 9.16 with 35 seconds to go. Quickly up and down from Connor O'Leary, who's still searching, but he'll have a ton of time in the water there. And oh my goodness, I just realized your coach, Gabby's really busy. Frederico's coming up next against Italo. And Lobby setting up the bottom turn. Quick little whip, a lot of foam on the face. This is his last wave of the match. Just tagging all of his points just in stride. Well, 2 of the most stylish Aussies will wrap up their round of 16 match together. And Liam O'Brien will continue his domination over Ethan Ewing. Moves it to 3-1 now in overall CT matchups. And Ethan, one of the favorites to win at Sunset, now out in the round of 16 as we check out the numbers. Liam 7.83 and a 6.0. Ethan Ewing had the 5th at Pipe and now an equal 9th at Sunset. So last year's runner-up in the world will try to build his momentum at stop number 3 of the season, as we'll bring in Frederico Moraes and Italo Ferreira next. Gabby Bryan's going to hang out and join us for the call once again as the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach continues. Check in with the Pulse, focusing on the major highlights of the day. Round of 16, heat number 2. We saw a seesaw battle between Wilcox and Seth Moniz, and the Hawaiian fighting back in the final minutes to turn the heat with a 4.23. Wilcox was the last rookie to get knocked out of the event. Moniz into the quarterfinals. Then we saw Florence open up with a solid 7.83 after the 10-minute mark. Got his back up with one turn, the 7.6, and the combination to finish things off. Miguel Pupo continues to struggle against John, as John's been undefeated against Miguel his entire career. John into the quarterfinals, and then how about the battle with Jordy Smith and Rio Waida? Experience paying it off for Jordy. Two-turn combination for his 717. Backed it up with a 5.5, and Rio Waida just couldn't fight back to turn the heat. Jordy is into the quarterfinals, and Rio Waida will lead with an equal 9th. Jordy Smith's always looked incredible at Sunset. Long, powerful arcs, experience, a lot of time out here, and even a win in the World Cup edition years back is all helping out the veteran on tour who just turned 36 a few days ago, and now back to live. It's like we're in an airplane right now, just going over all the spectators' heads. How about this final bracket? Kanoa's taking on Seth in quarter 1. John versus Jordy, I love that. Quarter 2. Quarter 3, Liam O'Brien will take on the winner of Arcal and Connor O'Leary. So finals day bracket starting to really get heavy there. Jordy versus John. Gabby, who's gonna be the favorite in that heat?
I don't know. John's pretty lethal out here, but Jordy's one of my favorite surfers to watch. His style is amazing, and Sunset is a place that I think really levels the playing field. It's you against the ocean pretty much, especially when it's like this. So I could see it going either way.
Looking forward to that as we have a new heat just getting started. Frederico Moraes taking on Italo Ferreira. Brazil versus Portugal. Both starting with an equal 17th after losing in the round of 32 at Pipeline. Frederico with a great reputation at Sunset. Italo still working it out a little bit. He's had some good highlight moments. You know he's going to absolutely go for it, Jesse.
Yeah, Kika's definitely the favorite out there as far as statistics and also time spent in the water. He's done so well so many times here back on the QS, and actually had great performances on tour as well. And as we see here, Italo on the break. Wow, that was one big turn right there. Big section, actually. Just perfectly timed on that one. And Frederico on the other wave, maybe the wave behind. Nice carve right there. Comboing it up with a nice roundhouse and finish it off. So, like, it's nice to see the contrast. One turn getting a 6.17, and Kika's on the other hand with 3 turns, but on a smaller wave, less critical, getting a 5.67. We've seen that all day. Like, the judges are really eating and wanted to see just that one big section, and you really committing to it.
Spending time with Frederico Moraes. Gabby Bryan, as you know, he's part of your little sparring crew. What's he like to chat with, and what do you think his strengths are as a competitor on tour?
Yeah, I definitely think his strengths are big rights. He's done good at Haleiwa and Sunset. He's doing great, and he's just a really nice guy, and being able to spend time and get to know the guys a little more is super cool. And just they keep it really light, which I like. They are always having fun and having a good time, so it's been really fun to hang out with them.
Gosh, yeah, you brought up a great one there with Haleiwa. Gosh, what was that year? He actually, I think, lost in a tiebreak to John when John returned home after that first world title in 2016. Remember that, Jesse?
I do. I think he got 2 scores that were tied.
That's
it was
right.
Pretty crazy.
And he kind of moved on from that quickly. I think, would he have been devastated to kind of almost win, but kind of fell off with a tiebreak decision. But he was just happy on the result, came back the next year and went one better. As we have a wild roll in, so much white water, nowhere to go, just falling off there. On a short ride was Ryan Callanan. Our count 4.83 early, and the struggle has been continuing in that priority heat just to get decent numbers. On the flip side, Gabby, we've got Italo and Frederico with better numbers than what Connor and Ryan have had. It interesting when an overlapping format kind of flows like that, because we saw it at Pipe as well.
Yeah, it's also, I think when you don't have priority, it's easier to ride and give yourself more opportunity. But Connor found it really, looks like hopefully it'll double up for him.
Just fading, S-ing, patience paying off for O'Leary for that last carve. So we'll see if that's going to be worth it. His best wave so far against his good friend Ryan. Just like Ryan coming close to a CT win, Connor came very close in his rookie debut when he finaled at Cloudbreak. with Matt Wilkinson. Wilco ended up winning. I think Wilco's been trying to start a movement, like getting Wilco in the event. He's like, I want to defend my title from all those years back. We'll keep the message running. You never know.
You never
It's
know.
worth a shot. So Connor will get the 3.17 there, and now needs a 2.57 to take the lead. Ryan still holding the lead out in front. As Gabby, we know you've had a series of lay days. We've had kind of some wild surf too, where it hasn't been really looking too inviting in this lineup. How have you been kind of pacing your way through all the lay days to stay really fresh for the opening round?
Yeah, I've actually had a lot of fun these lay days. I've been pretty busy. Me and India actually took our mom surfing out at Chocolates,
That was
which
really
was really
nice
good.
of you guys, yeah.
It was fun. They did great. So we did that. Went and had a Waikiki day with Rish. She gave me a tour of her hometown. So it was my first time to the Duke statue.
Wow, what, really?
Yeah,
No
kind of
way.
crazy. So my-
No way.
Your first time?
I haven't been there before a few times.
I'm really blown away by that. What'd you think?
It was amazing. She actually took me out, got to surf out at, I think it was Queens.
Oh, that's awesome. You have been busy and having a lot of fun. Our Cal, little speed line. He's great at big backside hacks. I think Margaret River, big nines on one turn. Let's see if he can do it here. Creating some space on the shoulder. Remember, he doesn't have a backup yet, so that'll help his lead just getting this wave. And now over to the Hawaiian Water Patrol. And got a great crew on hand. Obviously all led by Terry Ahui, guys like Andrew LaGreco and Pomaiho Apili. So many great watermen keeping an eye on everybody. Gabby, are you pretty used to jumping on the back of skis and getting picked up? Because sometimes we have rookies come on tour and their first time doing it is actually in a heat. But did you have kind of early experience getting used to that?
Yeah, I think growing up in Hawaii, I definitely had some experience. And so it wasn't anything super new to me, which I'm thankful for.
And then the backhand of Ryan. Any positives of this wave, Jesse?
I guess the positive is just bettering his low score. It's not going to be that big of a score, but he's going to put something on the board. And Connor right now, he only sits on a 3.17, so anything's going to help Ryan. I don't think this is going to be sealing the heat for him, but it's something for him to improve on.
So Ryan just building. He's gone through a lot in his lifetime and his career, and doing his best surfing now. Absolute charger in big waves. Kind of was famous as a great aerialist as a junior. Got a lot of cover shots when he was still a teenager, as we see a snap off the top, and getting clipped is Connor O'Leary. As he comes back up, we'll catch up with Liam O'Brien with AJ.
Liam, you told me before we started this interview that it just felt like you were in sync with the ocean out there. How did you lean into that as the heat continued to find your waves?
Yeah, it was another wild heat where it was just like heaps of wash throughs and a lot of weird waves. So yeah, I was just saying that the ocean felt like it was working with me a bit, and like when I had priority, there was a bit of a lull, and then yeah, unfortunately for Eth, it just sort of went like turbo when he had priority at the end there. So yeah, it was lucky for me. That's just sunset. Sometimes I don't know, I've had so many heats where I've just been lost at sea, so it's nice to get one where I actually get a couple waves.
And one of those waves, a 7.83, your best score here at Sunset. Walk us through that one.
Yeah, it was actually just an inside wave, and I don't know, just stood up nice on the inside bowl and managed to get to the lip a couple times, and yeah, that was it.
On to the quarterfinals and a finals day appearance in 2024, and only the second event of the year. Just how much does this set you up for the rest of the year and your big goals this year?
Yeah, it's great. I mean, you're not going to complain with the quarter, so yeah, it's nice to move on, and obviously that was always going to be a really hard heat. Ethan's just so good out here, so yeah, really happy to get past that one, and yeah, let's see how we go on the next.
We'll see how you go. Congratulations, Liam.
Thank you.
Cool, calm, and collected. Liam O'Brien getting another win over Ethan Ewing and into the quarterfinals. Always so impressive, and we're wishing everybody about cleaner and more rippable conditions as this waiting period continues. Just for you guys having an update on your fantasy surf teams, 58% of teams had Ethan Ewing in their Tier A, 9% had Liam O'Brien in their Tier B. Everyone taking notes, resetting their plans for next year. Great opportunity to put Gabrielle O'Brien on your fantasy team. You'll have a chance to watch the opening round unfold, so you got a little bit of time, but great pick here for the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. Do you play fantasy? Are you allowed to? I mean,
I definitely, when I first got on tour, I was so excited because I could pick myself. But I haven't played in a little while. But it is always fun. My friends are always talking about it.
yes. Do they put pressure on you?
I actually have had people say I'm putting you on my fantasy team, which is something you don't really think about until someone tells it to you. And
Is that awkward, or do you go, okay, I
you're
got
like,
you?
Hopefully I can get you some good points. I don't want to let you down.
That's awesome. You can check out worldsurfleague.com, set your team, and get prepared for the opening round for the women. The men's already set once we get into the round of 32, which we did this morning, as we now paddle in with Connor O'Leary belting that first section. Nice coil up, and he'll just try to knife that inside corner quickly as the struggle continues for a real true wall in our priority heat.
Yeah, just Connor is not really finding much. Both of them actually not finding much. Very small scores, mostly for the type of surfers we have in the water. You expect so much more than them, but sometimes it's just how nature rolls. Like, not much comes their way and they can't really perform. I didn't see any really big mistakes from any of them. Just nothing really came their way, and that was about it.
Well, we always like checking out our Hurley board breakdowns. We had Strider get smoked by a set when we wanted to get more out of this equipment from Connor, but there it is live. Looking really nice under his feet, Jesse. What do you think?
Yeah, that looks great on his foot. I actually had a look at it, Italo in and out. I spoke to a friend of him, and also I saw one of his backup boards, and he's riding a 6.6, and his backup's a 6.6 Pang, and it's looking great. 34 liters, and that's a huge turn for Ryan.
And well-deserved after a serious hunt, and he's going to pull in down the line. Not quite barreled, but with the spit behind him, he crushes it again. All that hard work pays off, and this is why you guys train so hard for moments like this. Ryan Callanan just really flipped things in the water with Connor O'Leary. Gabby, that was impressive.
That was super impressive. Ryan's backhand is lethal, and when the boys can connect, it's amazing. They both have very, I think, different styles, but they're both super strong and they train super hard. So it's super cool when they get the opportunity to do some amazing surfing.
Let's break down Connor's turn first, Jesse.
That was a great turn from Connor. Just smart of him to actually try and get that one big crack and trying to make the most of it without priority. But this is like sealing the deal right there. That's just, when you see spray going upwards, that means the timing was just perfect. And for him to be able to actually like get under that lip and find that extra little bit of section after that barrel on the inside, it's very hard for him to do it. You see that airdrop right there? That shows how critical he was, how on edge he was in that wave. And this is one of my favorite waves reading all day. That was just perfectly reading wave from him.
Ryan Callanan, 2 previous starts out here, and never got past the 17th. He's done that. This is at least an equal 9th when you're in the round of 16. As his best wave out here before was a 6.17. As we wait for what the number might be and to see if he'll break his own personal best record. But now 3:45 on the clock. Connor catching a lot of waves, 8 waves ridden for Ryan. That was his 6th in this matchup, as they're both hoping for a jump into the quarterfinals. And still enjoying our time with Jesse Mendez and Gabby Bryan. Do you guys see each other in the water a lot when you're home?
Not so much.
It's funny how, like, just with travel schedules, right? And
yeah,
you might just miss each other.
And I only go left, basically.
Oh, that's true.
I like rights.
Yeah, so it doesn't. We're in different spots always, I feel like.
Yeah.
And the waves aren't really that fun, so.
I know, yeah. Pretty average.
And moving on. 3 minutes on the clock in this one. Standing by for a big moment for Ryan Callanan. It's a 7.67. His best to date in a CT jersey at Sunset, as he is way out in front now, and Connor chases an 8-point ride.
Yeah, as soon as you think that momentum was shifting a little bit to Connor, getting like his 2 best waves back to back under priority, and then you see Ryan just getting such a nice wave, and that first turn was impressive, and the way he read the whole wave was just very hard, and he put it together. A great score right there.
Solid surfing from Ryan Callanan, representing Meriwether Beach and Newcastle. Connor now needs an 8-point ride. And gosh, he's surrounded by a lot of great surfers. Connor O'Leary's wife absolutely shreds. Stephanie was a talented junior growing up and continues to just enjoy life in the water, and now really just supporting her husband on the Dream Tour. But I remember she competed in a Grom Search event at Bell's and had a crazy finish right on the beach. She was such a contender. Connor's mom rips, who has the best celebrations when you're next to her in the Red Bull Athlete Zone. Critical time now, 90 seconds. Connor choosing this wave to try to hunt down an 8. He's forced to step off. And things starting to look more promising for Ryan Callanan. One of those days where you're probably going to sleep pretty well after multiple heats at Sunset. Gabby, it's a different type of energy that's spent on a day like today.
So much energy, just like every time you take off on a wave, just having to do the, I guess they have jet ski assist today, but each time you go around, it's like one session out at 1 hour out at Sunset is like 5 hours anywhere else. It's crazy. So much energy.
Hats off to the professionals making it look fairly easy today. You can see how difficult it has been, but then Ryan just putting his head down, mastering this wild lineup to get a 7.67 in a really exciting battle with one of his best friends on tour. He'll throw away that finish.
That's the love-hate relationship Ryan has.
That was the example right there.
Yeah, like amazing wave, 2 turns, a cover up, and into that after, and that's just how Sunset is. It puts you in your toes all the time.
Good job for Ryan as we focus on rankings. Definitely a bit more critical for ArCal to get the jump at this stage of the year. Remember, Connor's equal 3rd after Pipe. He's out now, and Gentile's out. So looking promising for John Florence to potentially take the yellow off Baron Mamiya. We'll keep you posted on the yellow jersey as this event continues, and the 2 good friends, 2 great goofy foots, will paddle in together, and Connor will probably be happy that his job's done and he gets to move on to a more favorable event for him. And Ryan's going to enjoy a boost in the rankings into the quarterfinals. And Gabby Bryan will stay busy, stay active. Stoked you got to get to Waikiki. Great job taking your mom surfing. And now tell your friends you got their back for Fantasy Surfer. Looking forward to it.
Yep, I'm going to hopefully put on a good show for you guys and get you guys some good points. Make sure if I'm your power surfer.
Yeah, exactly. Power surfer's worth double points, and she's going to really provide some brilliance for you guys. Thanks again for joining us. Come in anytime. We're going to take a break. More from the round of 16 because Jack Robinson, Jake Marshall are paddling out right now.
The Hurley Pro Sunset Beach is brought to you by Hurley, official apparel partner of the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach. By Eventbrite, on or off your board, you've got plans with Eventbrite. And by Yeti, built for the wild.
Welcome back to the big show, the top stage. was going to try to re-quote Jesse Mendez on that part you had in Make or Break. Remember when you look back on the camera? We used it on a lot of trailers the last couple of years. And how did it go? Can you say it?
I get that phrase every day from Miggy's filmer. Every time he sees me, he says that.
Go ahead, please.
If you want to perform on a big stage, this is the biggest stage you can have.
Yeah, it was such a keeper. It was a great line, and it was true. That's exactly what I was looking for.
I actually think it was here.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, you turned around, looked at the camera, and you're like, hey,
it's
this
a
is
big
it.
stage
This
out
is
there,
it. Jake Marshall's taking on Jack Robinson, and gosh, Jake got a bomb earlier. Remember that thing?
Yeah, that was great. Probably most informed surfer of the day. Like that 917 was impressive. Just, yeah, in sync, looking good, looking calm. And
how cool is that when you get a great wave like that? When you're this talented like Jake, it looked easy for him. You know, he knew that was the wave he needed, and he surfed it so well. But for him, it was such a treat because it's so much easier to surf than all the other waves we've had today.
I know, like that's what you're hoping for out there, but he was the only one that actually managed to get that clean of a wave today. And he was just the lucky guy.
Certainly was. And when you kind of talk about, well, we've got some catching up to do. Nice late takeoff from Italo.
Let's see what's happening right here. Looks like he's about to set up for a big turn. And there you go. That was huge. He looks like he's riding a very long board, and I think he mentioned on his previous heat interview that he's not used to riding that long of a boards, but he's looking pretty comfortable there with that.
Yeah, they look cool. And how about Jack here in the heat with Jake Marshall?
Little slow start for Jack right there, and nice layback. Just always looking very comfortable out there, applying the right pressure at the right time. Just surfed his wave like it's nothing, you know, like takes it down, and just so used to heavy waters like main break in Margaret River.
You ready to put someone directly into the WSL Final Five like I did with Leo at Pipe? I mean, I jumped into that early saying he's going to make that Final Five. Do you want to join me with somebody? Or
I could join anyone?
Yeah, you could pick anyone that you're like, we're going to see this surfer there.
I mean, I already probably had him before, but now with the results that he's having and everyone going down pretty early in the first two events, I think John is looking pretty solid.
Solid choice, and he hasn't been in this new format yet for a world title because of some injuries that have happened to him over the years. Last year he had a complete season and just missed out. Like that choice, Jesse, as he is already into the quarterfinals, and really promising chance for him to be wearing that #1 in the world yellow jersey heading into Portugal, where he was able to clinch his first world title in that part of Europe. Now just kind of playing with this one and repositioning. Up and out, Jack Robinson. Let's catch up with Ryan Callanan on the glass with AJ.
Joey, listening to our Cal and even Connor O'Leary coming in just to download what happened in that heat. Ryan, try to walk us through just how heavy it was, how challenging. You had to just be on your game the entire heat.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like it got like a couple foot bigger from when we went out earlier. There just seemed to be like heaps of wash throughs. I kind of got washed in once with priority and then got like nearly taken out of the lineup a few times. I felt like we were in the channel a lot, so it was just super hard, kind of frustrating. It probably got the better of me for a majority of the heat, and then was able to kind of compose myself and just, you know, I could hear I was in the lead, so I knew Connor was struggling as much as me, which kind of puts me at ease and just needed to know I needed to back up. And yeah, one came to me, a really nice one. So stoked to make the quarters, and it's such a tricky location.
Yeah, I want to talk about the one that came to you. What did you see, and how were you able to do what you wanted with it?
I guess it just had, like, I could see wall and green face. I kind of took off just going, if I can just get one turn and just back up my other score. And then it actually looked really long, but it kind of held off for me, and yeah, it kind of just all came together. It was awesome.
I would say it was awesome. Going against Connor, I know it's always hard to go against a really good friend. How do you put that aside?
Yeah, it was all fun and games before the heat. I was trying to stay focused, but I mean, just competing against good friends, and he got an amazing result at Pipe. So yeah, it's nice to get one up on you.
Well, congratulations. We'll see you on finals day.
Thank you very much.
Well done. Well played. Thanks, AJ. Ryan Callanan in his first quarterfinal since Rio last year. So he's happy to feel that energy that comes with making the final series, knowing that you're helping your points stack up for the midseason cut. But it's the main thing when you're being present at an event, you got a chance to win. And for Ryan, it would be his first chance to win it would be his first CT win. He's had 2 close calls, 2 finals in the past. So he wants to keep his head in the game, even if this wave challenges him. Gosh, coming off a 12.5 combined total. That was great.
Yeah, that was great from Ryan. Just very technical, smooth surfer. And just operated that heat pretty well. It was kind of a wave start in the beginning, and then he put it together in the end.
Frederico Moraes throwing down the wrapping turn. Goes up into a wild-looking lip. There's about 4 lips there. And backwash. I don't think there's any place for a surfboard. Good effort, though, Frederico, as we now see Jack on the fade. What a cool-looking stance. Then throws the wrap, and how about that? Just a bulldozer behind him to knock him down. So much turbulence. It was interesting. I remember an interview with Danny Way, amazing skateboarder, and he was just watching what surfers were doing. He's like, hey, if I fall in a half pipe, the whole thing's not going to land on me afterwards. That's kind of a good example of that.
Totally. and it's like you can't even put that as a missed opportunity for those both surfers, because just the wave didn't allow them to land those turns. They did as much as they could on that, and that's just how it rolled out.
So Jack going down with that explosion behind him. He's in the heat with Jake Marshall. Marshall, meanwhile, has been very quiet to start off this heat. Knows what a good wave looks like out there. And all those days he's put into Sunset have really paid off. I stopped by Jake's childhood home when, I don't know, a long time ago now. He's got really talented brothers. His house was a little bit like Disneyland. Big ramp in the backyard, close to Seaside Reef and all the waves in North County, San Diego. As we've got Italo kind of S-ing his way back and forth. And he'll step off. So Italo trying to keep his lead over Frederico with now 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, he has actually a pretty healthy lead right now. As much as Hikas doesn't need the biggest score ever, I see Jake up and right in here.
Now hitting the lip off the top, solid. Nice crouched approach off the bottom for Jake Marshall. Tags it, airdrop. Look at that timing.
Yeah, it's straight business for him right now. Like, he's not committing any mistakes for the last 2 heats he had and starting it off that well. And I think that's exactly what he needs. He needs to be in the best waves on this heat. You're going against Jack Robinson, which he's a favorite. He's one of the best ever on a jersey out here at Sunset. So he knows what he needs to get, what he needs to do to get the job done. And that first wave right there for him, it took him a while to get it, but it definitely paid off.
So yeah, Jake's home. There's a teepee in the backyard at the time. I'm not sure if it's still there, but his younger brother Nick was actually living in it for a little bit, as we have Jack Robinson up again, snapping it off the lip. Nice control on the critical part of the wave. Attacking again, he goes down. Sometimes when he just paddles into a wave, you think you're watching the Bruce movie. Did you ever watch that?
Oh,
100
sorry.
times. Yeah, that was a silly question.
No, that growing up was such a great movie, and I'm pretty sure Jack always had Bruce as an inspiration. You can see a lot of similarities on them, on their tube riding technique, and yeah, everything pretty much.
Great job for the Hawaiian Water Patrol and the Red Bull ski. One more look on Lasta Jack.
Yeah, nice first turn here from him, coming from behind, very critical. And just as he was about to capitalize and get a good score, that wave just didn't help him out. But this is important and special here for Jake. Nice fade to start, good setup turn, and this is where all the points are going to come from. Huge layback, airdropping it, just perfect timing, clean, executed perfectly, and you're going to see it right here. Right now, he's going to airdrop it. That's what the judges see as commitment. When you're finishing off the turn and you're disengaging your board from the water, that means you're just in the pocket, you're in a very critical position, and the judges love that.
The air drop with control, doing it in the most critical sections is something the world's best do all the time. Pretty rare to see your average surfer doing that at your home break, especially on demand. It just shows how gnarly these guys are on one of the most challenging waves in the world. As we see this one starting to cup out and setting up with some speed is a world champ named Italo. And Italo hops out. It's always nice when you're far away from home and you earn a lot of respect from some big names, especially that are locals to these lineups. When Italo took on the big stage, he got in contact with Johnny Boy Gomes, and Johnny Boy was just so impressed with Italo's performance, the type of athlete and competitor that he is. And since then, Italo's met Johnny Boy's son in Australia. They keep in touch all the time. Italo rides for Timmy Patterson. I know Johnny was getting a couple Timmys as well. But I think for Italo, it meant a lot, that the people that came before him were really admiring what he was doing, especially a guy like Johnny Boy, who had his name all over these waves throughout his amazing career.
Totally. Someone to look up as we grew up, and I think Italo's coming up right now.
Here we go. Italo Ferreira now starting to S back into the pocket. Johnny Boy would paddle out and say, do something. That's what Italo just did right there, hammering that section on the back end with control and power. And really loving that longer board. Looks like Buchecha.
Buchecha's frothing right there.
That's his filmer from Baía Formosa. Have you ever been to that part of Brazil?
I've been to that part close by, but I haven't been to specifically Baía Formosa before.
Ah, cool. The videos I see is that kind of fun running right, kind of brown water. Italo does about 85 turns on it.
Yes, usually people are doing 2 or 3.
Back to this one.
Yeah, nice setup, and he's just eyeing it down this wave on the inside bowl right here, and just a huge turn right there. And like I mentioned, another air drop that just show how critical he is. That one he kind of dramatized a little bit. He might have not needed to do that big of an air drop, but they're smart. They're making the most of every opportunity they get. I think it was pretty similar to the other waves he had before, but this one a little less critical. We'll see what the judges think.
Italo's shaper Tim, he's actually a really incredible surfer. Surfs like waves that actually aren't really waves. In Southern California, there's rocks and tide pools everywhere, and he'll take off over the rocks. He's got a few nicknames for that approach. But it's always cool when you see a great surfer make boards, because he can actually be his own test pilot. Really respected surfer shaper globally as well, with some Hawaii ties in his family on top of it. But for Italo to get a 7.2 from him the other day, I think Italo looked at it, was like, all right, better put this to use. He got barreled and pipeline on it. It's cool to see him just trying some big boards like he hadn't ridden before.
And I think that also comes from your coach. Your coach dictates a lot of what you're doing, and he's with Reynolds. Reynolds is an amazing surfer that came out of Hawaii, just across the street from Sunset. Actually, he lives in Villain, but pretty close from here. And I know that he really likes to ride bigger boards here in Hawaii, and he's right, because you have more sustainability under your foot, you have more paddle power, and it's paying off for Italo, because he's looking good on those boards, like a little bit extra volume under his foot. It's looking great. He looks more stable. He hasn't pretty much fallen this whole event, and yeah, it's paying off.
Reynolds right there, super caddy, super coach, super human, and now a super dad. This baby's got eyes that shine and make you just feel good inside. As we look at some numbers here, Jack 4.4 on his last. Jake Marshall had the 7.0 start, so in a great position in the non-priority heat.
Yeah, he is. I mean, I think the first half of the heat, you're just trying to catch everything that is left over. Jake really got gifted there when that wave came, that no one with the priority from the previous heat was out the back. You see Jack up and riding here.
Jack Robinson on the windup, tracking through that first arc. Now late under the lip and upside down. Already lost his jersey in the previous heat, and now we've got A nice entry point for Italo to put his head down and pull in and come out of the barrel. Right into a backside arc. I mean, maybe he didn't start liking riding longer boards, but I think he does now. Buchecha can't even contain himself right now. He might miss the next clip if he doesn't stop dancing.
I don't think he cares about the clip right now. He's just that stoked, and that's very impressive when you see someone getting actually pitted at Sunset Beach in the bowl with all that backwash and how much control he had. That just shows that board is very stable under his foot, and he drove through that very nicely. That was impressive from Italo. The wave before just going a little bit under what his requirement was to better his second lowest or second best score of 5.97. But Joe, I think this one is going to look good for him. Just a very tall wave, very calm on the bottom right here, setting up very nicely, getting deep, going through that chandelier and actually backing it up with a nice strong finish right there.
Well, red wave, one more look here from the channel.
Check this chandelier out. Like, he completely disappears. As so hard for you to handle all that water coming down on you, and basically you're not seeing your exits, just everything is feeling right there. And for him to actually be able to adapt, move his foot backwards again after the barrel and put that extra combination and put a turn down, that was very impressive from Italo.
Gosh, that must have felt amazing for Italo. There haven't been a lot of those big wide open pits today, and just due to his positioning and such a great read, he now turns in a 7 on that last wave. Frederico now needs a 7.56 to avoid elimination.
Yeah, and that was under priority too. Like, I don't know where Frederico was sitting, but that's definitely a good frontside wave, even more because a barrel here usually easier to identify because you're not with your back against a back, like you're facing the back of the wave. So Italo was kind of taking advantage of that moment and capitalized. 7-point ride. It's looking tricky now for Kikas with 25 seconds left.
Frederico Moraes doesn't want to go home just yet. The next stop of the tour is in Portugal, but he's hoping that he can really capitalize on what would be a marked event for him to have a ton of success. Goes down the arc in the foamy face and punches out the lip line. Kikish going for one more, chips it down the stretch, and he will fade on the final turn. A valiant effort for Frederico to try to turn things on Italo on his last chance. We're watching Ferrer now right away. And we've run out of time in Heat 7. This one after the horn for Italo, so his scores are already in. It's just coming down to Frederico's last wave.
Yeah, man, I know he put a lot of effort into that wave with his back against the wall as well. A lot of pressure. He knows how important that heat is. A lot of points to be gained, mostly because he had a slow start at Pipeline. So this is a wave that suits his surfing very well. That was a very good wave for Kikas. I'm not sure where it's going, and I think it's going to be under. He needed maybe a little bit to be a little bit more critical, and it wasn't anything against what he did. It's just what the wave gave him as an opportunity.
We'll see how the judges react. Anytime they take their time, then you know it's going to be close. They'll look at the replays. They've already had their first initial reaction. They never want to lose that first reaction upstairs, so they'll always write down a score immediately and then start going to the replays and making their comparisons. Currently, they have the 7 that Italo got, the barrel to wrap, as the high single score. Frederico's would have to be better than that, so they'll start there with a comparison.
Yeah, I think they're just going to look over at the whole heat, see those best 2 waves of each of them. And as much as it's a hard job for them to do it right now, because it might be a close call, it's simple in their head, like who won that heat. You know, it came down to the last wave, and they just got to decide that pretty much.
And you'd think if Kikish isn't making at least the quarters here, it's a serious missed opportunity for his campaign on tour this year. This is the part of pro surfing where Frederico's just waiting in anticipation for his destiny. Italo getting the 7. You see how important that wave was now. big power hooks, maybe more of a traditional type of looking wave that Federico turned in compared to the backhand barrel work from Italo. But the barrels are insane. Numbers are in now for Marias, and just like he thought, they're just under 6.4, not enough. And he'll take an equal 9th as he heads back home to Europe.
Yeah, I think it just needed a little bit more of an opportunity of a critical section for him to really put the exclamation point and have the judges. But he got the judges thinking. He had a great heat so far, and he should be stoked heading into Portugal.
Italo now takes a moment to himself in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, fired off with so much passion flowing through his veins. Italo into the quarterfinals. We'll be right back with the conclusion of Heat 16, number 8, right after this. Coming up very soon on the 8:05 post show, we're going to break down some big quarterfinal matchups, especially a huge one with Jordy versus John, but plenty more in the finals day bracket. We'll also go over to today's best heats and also lead up to the Cup Noodles wave of the day. Who is it going to be? As we still have some time on the clock to finish up the round of 16. So many sensational moments in a wild, challenging, woolly lineup, and Kelly loves making an 8:05 post show. See if he ends up there, because we had some fireworks from Jake Marshall as well, picking off one of the most special sunset waves today with 4 big maneuvers. As we just focus in on a quiet lineup now, just number wise, it's just Jack and Jake taking us home to wrap up the last heat of the round of 16. As we see Jack calling for the water patrol, Jesse Mendez is taking a quick break, inviting in Felicity Palmatier. We've got some WA vibes in the water, and now here on set as well. Flick, how's your day?
Oh, my day's been great. There's been so much action. I've had a couple of emergency naps as we look at Jack just free falling out of the lip there. But yeah, it's been a big day. I've had to have a couple of emergency naps.
Gosh, how cool is that? Just slowing down that move from Jack. Jumping over a waterfall. Ends up stomping it and riding out in front. So well done for Jack. I've seen him take emergency naps in the Red Bull Athlete Zone before. And I thought his coach and probably his best friends, Matty Bemrose, was just kind of throwing me off a little bit. And he's like, no, watch. Jack can fall asleep anywhere. There's crowded, there's conversations around him, and he can just go into this really quiet place and actually catch up on some sleep.
Look, I can relate. I think you've just got to take the naps where you can get them sometimes, and we've had a couple of big days in a row.
I don't think Italo's ever taken a nap. I'm not sure. We'll find out. Here's AJ.
Certainly not sleeping right now. The emotion coming from Italo Ferreira after having to wait to find out what that last score was going to be. What was going through your head after that heat?
I don't know. There was like a lot of things going on, and the wave is still like big and so hard to find like a good wall and stay on a peak, and yeah. And when I saw like Fred on the last one, I was like, please, no. And then he missed like one of the first one that I gave like 7, I think 7 points, my last one. And I was like trying to hit a little bit more, and I was like, and I saw him on the next one. I was like, oh my God, it's gonna be kind of like a good one. But I saw like the white water like on the channel. I was like, okay, I don't know, let's see. And yeah, but there's a lot of emotions, and like had like the scores, and you're waiting like for someone, but yeah, I'm so happy to make one more heat, and yeah, I'm so glad.
As you should be, already locked in your best result here at Sunset just by making it to the quarterfinals, to finals day. How does that just resonate with you after everything you went through at the end of last season?
For sure it's a good result, but I'm still in a game, and that is something a lot of on a game, and I'm super confident and start to surf a little better and make good calls on a waves, and I'm so stoked.
As you should be. Para o Brasil, quanta emoção você se sentiram espera pelas notas?
Então, realmente foi uma bateria muito louca, sem onda em todos os lugares, você não consegue parar para respirar, não tem um momento ali de alívio, só série toda hora, e as ondas quebram muito forte na tua cabeça, então, poxa, é difícil se manter no lugar, é difícil de achar onda, é difícil de manobrar também, porque é muita água movendo, né? Então, assim, a minha prancha grande tem ajudado bastante, então eu tenho feito algumas notas boas, que isso vai me dando confiança e espero continuar nesse flow nas próximas 3 baterias.
Parabéns, congratulations, see you in the quarters.
Yeah, thank you. See you guys.
Well done, Italo Ferreira. He is now the only Brazilian left in the draws. He's into the quarterfinals, and we saw the Brazilians not make the quarterfinals at Pipe, and that's been the theme for now a very long time. Even before Gabe won in 2014, the whole topic of that storm, things just changing at the start of this season, and we'll see how it ends up as we continue through 2024.
Sure, I think it's definitely been an interesting start to the year. I mean, obviously Barron getting that win at Pipe, and it was super emotional. He was in the final with John. John's come back. I feel like he's he's just got a different sort of mindset. He's energized. He's not injured at the moment. And as we look out the back,
knifing that takeoff and getting a little giddy up is Jack Robinson. That layback fin fang right off the lip looked radical. It could have been a rad cover shot. Just stylish. Some water going off the tail. Great maneuver.
Oh, that was wonderful. Love to see it. And it was super critical. It was on a really tall wave, and Jack just really putting it all on the line. Going to that layback hack, probably saw John do it and do it really well to the point of two single wave maneuvers and getting through with just that one turn. Scoring excellent for one turn, which is just bonkers.
Oh, bonkers. John does that turn a lot, Flick. Good call. It's so scoreable the way they do it as we take a look from this angle.
Yeah, this moment right here. Big wave, drops that wallet, reaches back and absolutely nails that turn here. As we get to see it from this other angle, it's just so beautiful to watch and so critical, and just how much whip he gets off the top there. I mean, he came sort of a bit slower into this maneuver here through the bottom turn, but right as he pivots up in the lip there, he jams it so hard, lays that back arm back in the water, sends so much spray flying. Shades of John.
Whew. I love that. And they've got a great relationship, a lot of respect for each other. Jack and John have filmed some movie parts together, and they want to meet up at some point in this event. As we go to the Pacifico fan picks, Jack Robinson heavily favored, 86% of you saying that Jack will end up moving on to the quarterfinals. I think 14% saw Jake's performance in the previous round.
For sure. I mean, dropping a 9-point ride, it was beautiful to watch those big 4 maneuvers on just such a clean-faced wave. And yeah, I got to take my hat off to Jake. I mean, obviously highest wave score of the day, and yeah, beautiful surfing. And he's already dropped a 7-point ride in this heat. So at the moment, just chasing a 6-point ride to get the lead here over Jack.
So Jake being very patient at the start of this heat. He's been managing his energy so well. He hasn't taken any unnecessary rides, so his efficiency has been really solid. Only 3 looks in this matchup, but still has the high single score, where Jack's had to hustle a little bit. He's had some wipeouts as well. He's kind of leaned back, went over the falls, almost lost his jersey again. So he's really had to work for his numbers as Jake's just chasing a 6.0.
For sure. I mean, Jack's really sort of manufactured these scores. I mean, sort of just listening to what John was saying in his post-end interview, he sort of realized that, okay, maybe I have to adapt here, and instead of looking for waves where I can get those 2 turns I can just look for waves where I can get that one big money moment and I can get those scores. And I guess Jack's sort of got this similar sort of approach right now. He is really going to work, and he's had a few wipeouts and a few smaller scores. Whereas, I mean, good thing for Jake though right now. Other side of the coin is knowing, okay, well, there's been John do it. He got an amazing couple of scores for just the one maneuver. Jack's just done it, so there's no reason why Jake can't sit out there right now and with 7 minutes on the clock get that priority and just drop the wallet and get a big score.
Exactly, Flick. 7 on the clock. Robinson still leads. Jack's first CT event. He was just 13 years of age and got called up as a wild card. That's how talented he was. As just a prodigy from WA. He got kind of smoked in that heat with Kelly. Back in that area, he was just a little kid, competing, and Kelly was at the top of his powers at the time. But he got to mix it up in the big locker room, and people were just counting the days after that. And it didn't happen overnight. It wasn't like he was getting on tour and huge results at 16, 17. It came a little bit later. But I think all that time was worth it. Everything he's learned along the way to really be more prepared than ever for that rookie debut where he turned in a championship tour victory in Mexico.
For sure. I think Jack's one of those kids when he was growing up that exactly took the words out of my mouth. He was a prodigy, and there was a lot of hype around Jack for years, and he's just traveled all over the world from such a young age, and his dad just filming him and constantly just being so involved, and Jack was talked about for such a long time, and then he sort of got onto the qualifying series there and sort of had a few slower years and was finding it hard to find the flow, and then something just clicked, and all of a sudden Jack made the tour, and yeah, like you said, in that rookie year, turning in that win in Mexico, which was super exciting to see, because at that point it kind of was like, oh, he might not make the tour for next year if he doesn't get that win, so it was super important.
As we see locking into this one is Jack, trying to keep his lead over Jake Marshall. Nice S-turn back into the pocket. Now lay back, finishing move once again. It's been a reliable maneuver for him in Sunset Beach history when he won the World Cup. Used that type of turn quite a bit. And also won a Sunset Open before that. Now 5 minutes to go. Wow, he's going to roll right onto the sled. Well done.
Oh, that was money. I think John did a good one today, but I think that was better.
So he's done this a lot of time on skis, and the Hawaiian Water Patrol doing a great job. It's kind of a part of Jack's program. Yeah, jumping off skis and stepping off into great waves. What'd you see here?
I saw shades of when Jack won at Margaret River. I am feeling like he's finding the flow. These big layback hacks that he's just so easily riding out of, and to me it looks like he's finding this momentum. At Pipe, obviously he didn't get the start he wanted, but right now he looks fired up, and it was in the final, I think it was with John, right, in the final at Margaret River, and I'm just seeing shades of that now. Just in those last couple of waves that Jack's put together, whoa, I mean, yeah, shades of Margaret River, that right-hander, and just Jack going to town.
Kind of went punk rock in that final too. Remember just doing big old punts?
Yeah.
Kind of when you least expected it. He kind of switched gears better than John did in that finals day. And that was huge for all of Margaret River region, all on the bluff there, just cheering on the hometown hero to victory. And Jack kind of showed us that he didn't have to have his heats at the box. He could get it done at main break as well.
For sure, and I think it was really cool to see him go to that sort of progressive style and just be like, right, I know this wave, I know this end section, I'm going to go to the air here. And winning at home is a hard thing to do, especially when there's, obviously Jack's grown up there, there's so many people in West Oz obviously on that cliff watching him, supporting him, have known him since he was literally, 5 years old and been watching his career over all those years. So a lot of pressure and expectation, and to get the job done was really special.
So cool. Those hometown stories. Jack's got one of them on the positive side, but like you said, it could also add more pressure than you ever like. Certain personalities love it. Like our good friend Laura Eniver. If she had like 8 or 10 events at home, she definitely would have a ton of world titles, from how social she is and how much she loves her local crew. She won her Oz junior title there. She won the Australian Open down the stretch at Manly as we look at 2:30 to go on the clock. And last to Jack Robinson, 7.83. Wade previous, 6.83. So he keeps just adding new keepers as he's growing in this heat. Total opposite approach from Jake. Just drop an anchor basically after that 7. But now he needs more. 7.67 as Jack continues to improve.
Yeah, Jack is improving with every score out here, and yeah, it's really good to see. I just can't I can't stop thinking about. I just feel like he's finding his rhythm, and he's looking really, really sure-footed. And I kind of am wondering, I mean, what happens when he takes off on his next wave? I just think, yeah, if he gets another opportunity, I think we're just going to see him go even harder. But in saying that, Jake's sitting at the back. He's got priority. He has dropped that highest wave score of the day. We know he's definitely capable. And really, it's just got to come down to what this ocean provides. And if there is going to be another roll of the dice for Jake, he currently needs that 7.67.
Yeah, such a great point, Flick. It's like you got priority. You've had a great start. You're sticking to your game plan. But for a guy like Jack Robinson, who's a world title threat, the last thing you want to do is let him just have the whole lineup to really warm up and turn in better and better numbers. And it's exactly what he's been doing. It's going to be decision time, though, for Jake. As every time you look out to sea, it's just big white water balls coming in every single direction. But Marshall's been stellar at picking the right ones today.
For sure. I think I just keep, the ocean go quiet for, 20 minutes. I'm like, oh, maybe that swell is easing. And then all of a sudden I think that, or I say that, and then there's just been this gigantic set, and the guys have been getting cleaned up through that lineup and just on that treadmill, getting pushed around. It's been the biggest game of cat and mouse today, all about positioning and just really, I guess, sort of watermanship skills, but also just having a roll of the dice, because I mean, sometimes you take off and just having a look and, is this going to eventuate into something good, as we see out the back?
Now chipping into this wave, Jake Marshall spent a long time waiting. This one's starting off real flat, but will it start to double up? Looks like it will. Chipping off a couple of carves. Nice clean one in the pocket. Another mid-face wrap. He needs a 7.67. And this one is just going into full water and didn't quite get the lip he was hoping for. So it looked promising when it started to grow a bit, but didn't quite give him those critical sections that he was hoping for.
No, that one just didn't really hit the reef right. It just ran out into the channel. It kind of looked like for a second there we're going to see that wave stand up as we see a bit of a victory lap for Jack. But yeah, that one just didn't quite hit that reef right. And yeah, Jack just went from strength to strength in that heat.
Yeah, just the game plan of staying active, and maybe it was because Jake parked it, Robinson adapted and just kept building on his numbers, throwing away a 6.17, high score 7.83. And Jake just showing a little bit of frustration there after what was a brilliant start to the heat with a 7, and just waiting till the end didn't pay off this time.
Yeah, he sort of just dropped anchor there a bit. Obviously got that 7 straight up, great score. And yeah, seeing those scores sort of come through now.
Tough one for Jake, but he put his mark on this wave once again. He's had some big moments out here. Earlier today, he got that crazy one into the 9s. It'll be Jack Robinson recovering well from an early loss at Pipeline. And now moving on to the quarterfinals to take on Italo Ferreira. And they've had some wild ones in the past. Looking forward to see how that one plays out. Jake will take an equal 9th here and now prepare for the 3rd stop of the season in Portugal, a country that's given him a lot of great moments in his career. And let's stay tuned for all the great highlights of a big Sunday here on the 8:05 post show with Kaipo, Jesse, and Felicity Palmatier.
Welcome to the 805 post show here at the Hurley Pro Sunset Beach, day number 2 of competition. Our men's finals day are all set. We got through 24 heats today, the round of 32, the round of 16. Jack Robinson, we're going to see him on finals day. We got a lot to unwrap for you here on the 805 post show. And thank you for joining us, Kuiper Guerrero, along with Lucy Palmentier, Jesse Mendez, and I'm going to start with you, Jesse. We had some highlights today. We had some difficult big sunset, but we ended up having some great highlights.
Definitely. It was exciting to watch. Actually, my favorite of the day was Jake Marshall. Even though he lost on that last heat, he was just in very good sync with the ocean. He identified good waves, and he was surfing so solid and smooth. I was excited to watch him surf today.
Your thoughts, Flip?
Oh, there were so many amazing moments, from wipeouts to just those single maneuver waves that I saw John put together and Jack in that last heat. Just, yeah, that they were wow moments for me. And yeah, there was plenty of them today.
We're going to see Jack Robinson on finals day. He'll be in quarterfinal number 4, but let's hear from Jack. He's with AJ McCord on the glass.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. A massive heat win here for you, Jack, to punch your ticket to the quarterfinals. And that heat, it seemed like you just built momentum every single wave that you caught. What did you learn on each wave to help build to those final 2 scores?
Oh man, I just had to keep trying and just keep trying. It was like actually maybe one of the hardest heats I've surfed in a long time. I just felt like I was going to spew the whole heat because I just took so many wipeouts in the one before, and then I ate a bunch of, no, I didn't eat a bunch of food, but I had a bunch of snacks and bunched them all together, and it was like, I was like, whoa, like spewing up a little bit every time I've held out, and then and I just kept telling myself like, oh, you're gonna get a rest tomorrow, but now this is what I live for. You gotta do it.
And did it? You did do it, Jack, especially that 7.83 there to wrap things up. Walk us through just how you were able to get that score.
Yeah, well, sunset's crazy because Jake actually got pushed in by the set, and then I didn't have priority, and I got back out, and the wave came to me when it cleaned up. So yeah, it's just sunset kind of dishes out unpredictable sets, and you never know what's coming.
But you did a good job today navigating that on to finals day, quarterfinals coming up next for you. How do you regroup, get ready for that?
Just take a couple days off, maybe, yeah, sleep a lot, and yeah, chill with the baby, chill with the family. So yeah, I'm chilling. I'm happy to get through that one.
As you should be. Congratulations, Jack.
Thank you. Thanks.
There you go, Jack Robinson. On to finals day. Jack's going to meet up with Italo Ferreira in quarterfinal number 4 as we look forward to finals day. Italo Ferreira, gang, came through his heat. He had a challenge in the way of Frederico Moraes, who's been on point. Let's take a look at Italo and Frederico in their matchup. Italo taking out a win there. Fred with the start, Jesse.
Yeah, that was actually a very tight heat all the way through the end. Fred was surfing very solid. He's usually pretty good here, but the difference on the heat was actually this wave right here. Oh, maybe not this one. This is the one that Italo actually did a big rack right about now, an airdrop and falling off the sky. But the difference point on this heat, in my opinion, was just Italo finding that barrel, the tube ride, and finishing it up. This is what I'm talking about. Nice barrel right there for him. Coming out, a lot of chandelier, muscled through it, and finish it off strong.
Italo Ferreira with a 7-point ride, a 6.23. That was enough to defeat Frederico Moraes, but this 6.4, great effort, Click.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely had through everything he had at it at the end here, and sort of was left in the channel wondering, have I got the score, have I not got the score here? But he had great moments throughout the day, but you could really see how much this meant to Italo, and especially how much it meant to him in that post-heat interview. He was fired up.
A relieved Italo Ferreira, taking a look at the numbers there that earned him a spot on finals day. Frederico Moraes leaving Sunset with an equal 9th place, and he's going to be on home grounds in stop number 3 when the tour continues on in Portugal at Super Tubos. That was a great heat. My favorite heat of the day, though, was just watching John Florence do his thing.
Oh, that heat was spectacular. It was my favorite heat of the day as well. We were recalling it together, and he just kept going from strength to strength. I mean, usually you see this just on a social media clip, but we got to see it in real life in this heat, just him absolutely going to town. He spoke about having to adjust his strategy here when he was just trying to look for these single maneuver waves and knowing that he could get those scores as high as he did. I mean, one of those scores coming through at a 7.83 and then backed it up on the very next wave with an 8.23. That turn right there just for one maneuver.
8.23 fin bending layback hack from John Florence. Pupo did try to fight back in this heat, but just couldn't come. Things weren't going his way, Jesse.
Yeah, definitely not. As you can see right there, he was looking at a very good score if he had landed probably the most critical turn of the day, but just air dropping out of the sky, and yeah, not going his way.
Let's look at the numbers here for John Florence. Notice that 8.23. The 8.23, when we talk about the career of John Florence, that is his 373rd excellent score in his career on the championship tour. That's going to make for an exciting finals day as we look at our finals day bracket. Flick, any of these quarterfinals stand out to you as a must-watch?
Well, I mean, they're all absolute great heats, but for me, the John Geordie one, I just feel like those two guys have got momentum, carrying it from pipe. John obviously coming off the back of a second. He's looking on fire here, but coming up against a really informed Geordie Smith.
Let's see, that's a setup for that quarterfinal number 2. John Florence and his surfing. He's a past champ over here. John, and so is Jesse Geordie Smith. So it's going to be the battle of the past champs in quarterfinal number 2.
That's exactly what I was going to mention. Both of them have won beer before. They're surfing very critical and clean and identifying good waves. It's going to be a good battle.
Love that. Take a look at this. Quarterfinal Heat 3, Flick, Australian. Friendly fire is going to happen here. Liam O'Brien coming up against Ryan Calnan.
For sure, and yeah, the regular footer versus Ryan being the goofy, so there's going to be that point of difference there, which I really like. I was so impressed with Liam surfing today, though. He just I spoke to him before, and he said, "Oh no, I got lucky," and I was like, "I don't think so, mate. I think you were making your own luck out there. You just looked like you just found these waves where your surfing was just silky smooth." But he's got his work cut out for him because he's coming up against a really informed Ryan Callahan, and on his backhand, he's got that point of difference, and he's able to get so tight and vertical in the pocket.
Yeah, that's going to be one to watch. I mean, all the quarterfinals are going to be great. It's been a great competition so far, and in great competitions come great waves. Jesse, our cup noodle wave of the day. Talk us through this wave right here.
And that's my pick of the day. This guy was just in so much sync and identifying the best wave that came all day long. Beautiful wave. I love that fade that he did right there. Just able to get very vertical on that second turn and carve through it. Another down carve, so much drive through the fins. And he's not going to finish. He just finished it up right there with a huge turn and a 9.17.
That is our cup noodle wave of the day, Jake Marshall. That was around the 32. Unfortunately for Jake, he was eliminated in the round of 16 by Jack Robinson. He'll walk away from Sunset with an equal 9th. Well, Flick, I think we should take a look at what the future has for us. Our surf line forecast and how's the rest of the event window going to play out. Got some action up in the Pacific.
Yeah, we do. I mean, this is a beautiful satellite image right here. That's that big swirl that we just saw, that very large north swirl. Peaked early, and then today we just saw the brunt of that, but it did drop off ever so slightly throughout the day. But yeah, it was just so hard for the guys out there, but there were still amazing moments, and they made the best of that.
Wild, woolly sunset. Looking towards the future, Jesse. Looks like we got some cleaner, longer period swell.
Definitely looks more favorite throughout the end of the window right there. We have some days with a northwest swell, which is more favorable, and good conditions.
Notice we're looking Tuesday through Thursday. The comp is off on Monday due to North Shore permit rules. It's a U.S. President's Day, but we're going to bring you some raw holiday free surf sessions right here from Sunset. They're going to be kind of raw and uncut. It's going to be really fun. 8 a.m. to 11 a.m. Hawaii Standard Time, and you can catch that on World Surf League YouTube as well as worldsurfleague.com. We'll see you tomorrow morning with that, just to give you a treat of the free surf session here at Sunset on that President's holiday. Time for our top 5 moments of the day. Flick.
as much as top 5, it's going to be the wipeouts, right? I mean, as much as they suck if you're a surfer, but we love to watch them, and it definitely makes for entertaining viewing. And there was a lot of them today. That bottom of that wave just really dropping out. Just some people copying the lip to the head. These guys are going to need a chiropractic adjustment. That's what I have to say.
No doubt about it. That was a heck of a day, and we saw a lot of drummer go down, and this is what we kind of expect here at Sunset. Big turns and big wipeouts.
Number 4, Kelly Slater, Jesse. Check out this carving 360.
Yeah, this is so impressive. It's such a hard wave to hit the lip and actually do a 360 off that. That was amazing from Kelly. He was stoked on that. He didn't get the score, but still got to make the top 5 of the day.
Slater always amazing us. Number 3, Griffin Colapinto, friendly fire against Cade Madsen, was behind this whole heat, and then this 9-point ride happened.
Yeah, it was sort of a big mistake by Cade. He basically gave this wave to Griff, and Griff really converted with this big 9-point ride. Came shooting out of the barrel, went straight up into that heavy section, hit the lip, and he knew it. Big claim. And yeah, Cade, I mean, it was a big mistake, but Griff just capitalised on it. And he said it was hard, obviously, coming up against his good mate there. Yeah, really difficult.
Number 2, Jesse, we're going to see it again. The 9.17 from Jake Marshall.
Yeah, I can't get over that fade that he had after the first turn, just positioning himself in the perfect spot for the huge carve he had. And just comboing it up. No downtime, just rail to rail the whole time, just solid surfing for Jake and getting rewarded the best wave of the day. As you see it right here, look at this fade. Boom. Just identifying that critical section, but he was a little bit ahead, so just wiping off some speed and putting himself in the perfect spot to just finish off the wave strong. Beautiful surfing for Jake.
Proving he is a great sunset surfer. Number 1, the only excellent heat so far in competition. John Florence was 16.06, 2-wave total. His 155th excellent heat in his career, Flick. Look at this.
Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. I will take that. 2 single turn maneuver waves, drops an excellent score. 7-point ride on one, and then drops excellent score on the second one. Just showing so much variation, so much power, so much control as well. And he, going into finals day, is going to be definitely the pick to beat.
Good stuff. Thank you, Flick. Thank you, Jesse. Remember, tomorrow morning we're going to have the holiday free surf session, the raw, uncut free surf session, 8 to 11 a.m. Hawaii time. YouTube channel for World Surf League and WorldSurfLeague.com, and check into WorldSurfLeague.com Tuesday the 20th for the call for next day's competition. Enjoy the day and highlights, and aloha.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.